Chapter 1. The majestic temple is above the 12 universes, and this is the palace of all kings. Outside the palace of the king, a figure was standing, not too tall, just 1 meter 5 or 6, blue-green skin, long white curly hair, purple pupils, and a large light blue halo suspended behind his head. The great priest, the patriarch of the angel clan, is also the steward of all kings. Now, there was confusion in the eyes of the great priest. I didn't think that I actually crossed into Dragon Ball and became a great priest, which is really powerful. The great priest thought to himself. That's right, the current grand priest is already a traverser. In his previous life, he was a veteran Dragon Ball fan, and when he watched the Dragon Ball Super anime, a meteorite fell from the sky, and he lost consciousness at that time, and woke up to find himself traveling to the world of Dragon Ball. Although he failed to become a scion, it was not bad to become a high priest. The memory of the predecessor is too large, and it is estimated that it will take a year and a half to digest. Clenching his fists, the great priest felt the surging divine power in his body. Divine power is much more advanced than Qi, and only true gods can possess divine power. Now, the great priest had a feeling that with a flick of his hand, all 10 galaxies would disappear, and if he was serious, it would not be difficult to destroy a universe. Too powerful, what destruction god Beerus and the like, you can kill it with one move. The great priest looked excited. At this time, a childish voice reached the ears of the great priest, "Come and see me quickly." It was the call of the whole king, and the high priest's eyes flickered, and he turned and walked towards the temple of the whole king. In the depths of the temple, the great priest also saw the king. The king is like a child, very naive and looks weak, but can make any existence disappear, including the universe. Beside Chuanwang were 2 tall men with onion heads, serious faces, no smiling, and unfathomable strength. "Lord Chuanwang." The great priest saluted the king. "It's boring, what's the fun?" Chuanwang asked. In the eyes of the great priest, Chuanwang is a little brat, and it is too simple to coax Chuanwang well. "Fun? You can have a ping-pong ball." The great priest casually said that before crossing, he preferred to play table tennis. "Table tennis? What is it? How to play?" Chuanwang looked curious baby. At that moment, the great priest explained the game of table tennis to the whole king, and after listening to him, the whole king was also interested, and he couldn't wait to play table tennis with the big priest. Table tennis is good to use one universe, now there are 12 universes, draw lots. Chuanwang muttered. "Use a universe to play table tennis?" The great priest didn't know what to say. In other words, there were originally 18 universes, but now there are only 12, and 6 universes have been deleted by the bear child of the king. Having made a decision, the king looked at a guard beside him. Under the gaze of the whole king, this guard summoned the box of lots drawn with divine power, and after that, the small hand of the whole king reached in, and soon took out a folded piece of paper, opened it, and saw that it was a 5. "It's universe 5, and then there's the table and racket," Chuanwang said. In the blink of an eye, the 2 guards of the whole king also prepared a table and racket, all of which were composed of divine power. "Peace, why did you get a divine power racket? Lao Tzu only crossed it, and the control of divine power is not very good." The great priest complained in his heart. "You can't blame the 2 guards of the king, the big priest is strong, get a divine racket little kiss, but I don't know that this big priest is not the other big god. There is no way, the great priest can only bite the bullet." At that moment, the great priest's right hand released a cloud of purple divine power, and under his control, this purple divine power condensed into a racket. This seemingly simple process made the great priest sweat. Next, with a wave of the king's hand, 12 mini cosmic balls appeared, each the size of a ping-pong ball. The king took the 5th universe and let the remaining 11 universes disappear. Holding the 5th universe in his hand, he tossed it, and the king gave this cosmic elasticity, and then, a racket. The cosmic ball bounced on the table and came towards the Grand Priest. Faced with this situation, the Great Priest also pinched a sweat, he or the whole king missed, and the fifth universe was gone. Bang! The cosmic ball was intercepted by the purple divine power racket in the hand of the Great Priest, but the Great Priest's divine power racket had a tendency to collapse. What a lot of power! The Great Priest secretly spoke. The impact of a universe is terrifying, and the Great Priest underestimates it. Seeing that the divine power racket in the hand of the Great Priest was about to be defeated, he immediately increased the output of divine power. When the Great Priest used about 6/10 of his divine power, he finally couldn't withstand the impact of a universe. It is not anyone's ability to play this table tennis with Chuan Wang, and it is impossible for someone like Beerus. Seeing that the Great Priest and Chuan Wang used one universe to play table tennis, Chuan Wang's two guards also pinched their sweat, but did not dare to say more. The status of the Great Priest was also higher than that of the two guards of the king, so these two guards did not dare to oppose the Great Priest unless the king opened his mouth. It is not easy to accompany Chuan Wang to play table tennis, but Chuan Wang's technique is too bad, and if the Great Priest abuses Chuan Wang will not be angry. After all, he is a bear child, and he does not think about the consequences. Under the release of the Great Priest, the king had lost and won, which made him very happy. It's fun, it's fun. Chuan Wang said with a smile. You can be so excited to play table tennis. The Great Priest secretly said in his heart. After playing for a while, the Grand Priest stopped and replaced one of the king's guards. When Chuan Wang and one of his guards played table tennis, but he won, his guards definitely did not dare to win him, which made him feel bored, so he asked the Great Priest to play with him. Being a housekeeper for a bear child is depressing enough. Forget it, although I don't like to play with the bear child, I need to have a good relationship with Chuan Wang for the time being, so that he can completely obey himself. The Great Priest calculated in his heart. If the whole king works against himself, the Great Priest will be truly depressed. Chapter 2. After playing with the king for a long time, the Great Priest was also a little tired. Table tennis, backgammon, and other games, the whole king is happy, but the big priest is very boring. Now, the whole king has rested, and the Great Priest is standing in the temple with his hands in his hands. He is thinking about how to get out. It is too boring to stay in this temple every day to play with a bear child. With his current identity, it is not appropriate to go to the seventh universe to play, and the bear child will definitely not agree. Alas, it is really distressing. The Great Priest sighed. Suddenly, the Great Priest's heart moved, but he had a consideration. If he got a few playable games for Chuan Wang and let Chuan Wang play for a while, and he claimed to go to the seventh universe to study more fun games, Chuan Wang should allow him to leave for a while. After all, Chuan Wang is just a bear child, and he is still very foolish. With consideration, the Great Priest thought about it again. There was no problem, and he also went to rest. It has only been less than a day since the crossing, but the Great Priest has to adapt to his new identity, which is also very tiring. When playing with Chuan Wang before, the Great Priest noticed that the two guards of the king looked a little strange, obviously finding that the Great Priest had changed, but the king did not. As long as the IQ is slightly higher, and the Great Priest gets along for a long time, he will inevitably find changes, and the whole king is too naive. It is estimated that the mind of the king is a human child of 3 or 4 years old. Even the two guards of the king can find out, and the children of the high priest will surely find out. It is necessary to mention that the Great Priest had children, like Vas, Bardas, etc., but he was not born to a certain woman, nor did he reproduce asexually. Angels had sexes, but he made them in a special way. 12. The universe has a god of destruction, and every god of destruction has an angel next to him. The angel is the steward of the god of destruction, but also the teacher of the god of destruction. The strength is much stronger than the god of destruction. It can be said that the angels of the 12 universe are the children of the Great Priest. There is no doubt that the great priest is the most powerful, and although the king has a higher status and greater authority than the great priest, he is naive and easy to fool. In the heart of the great priest, there is also the idea of challenging the whole king, but he still can't figure out the whole king. Even the two guards around the whole king are unfathomable, so for the time being, he does not dare to act rashly, and needs to slowly test the reality of the whole king and his two guards. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent can you win the battle. Being pressed on the head by a bear child and shouting 5 and 6, the great priest was also very upset. Lying on a comfortable bed, the great priest held the light blue aura behind his head in his hand. Well, the crossers all have an aura. The great priest carefully examined the aura in his hand. When people die, they have an aperture on their heads, while some gods have a halo on the back of their heads. Heavenly gods, realm king gods, destruction gods, and even all kings have no aura in the back of their heads, but the angelic family has halos. After studying for a while, the great priest sat up at once. How could there be such a thing? The great priest was surprised. It turns out that the aura behind the head of the angel of the 12th universe is derived from the halo of the great priest, that is to say, the halo of the angel of the 12th universe is the sub-halo, and the great priest is the mother aura. As long as the great priest is willing, he can collect the aura of the 12 angels at any time, and lose the aura. The 12 angels' lifespan is lost by 50%, and the divine power is also lost by 50%, all on the great priest. To put it simply, the great priest can get 50% of the lifespan and divine power of 12 angels anytime and anywhere. The current great priest is already amazing, and it would be terrifying to get 50% of the divine power of 12 angels. After being surprised, the great priest fell into deep thought. Could it be that the predecessor made 12 angels and did not have a good heart? Not only can he control the 12 universes, but he can also make himself strong and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There are 12 angels in the universe, and it is easier for the great priest to elevate all the kings. However, the great priest's aura also contains 50% of his own lifespan and divine power, but his aura is cultivated by himself and is not controlled by others, unlike the 12 angels. The aura of the great priest also has a role. The front side can turn into a black hole, and the reverse side can turn into a white hole. Black holes can absorb all matter, into energy. White holes cannot absorb, can only release, energy into matter. The two are diametrically opposite. The composition of the universe is matter, so it is not impossible to create a universe with black holes and white holes. At present, it is difficult for the great priest's divine power to create a universe, but it is not too difficult to create a galaxy like the Milky Way. If 50% of the divine power of the 12 angels was applied to the great priest, perhaps he could create a universe with his aura. At the level of the great priest, cultivation is no longer useful. As soon as he woke up, the great priest went to play with the whole king again. This time, the great priest provided several games to the whole king at once: jumping, watching, dissipation, bubble dragon, etc., all of which were more playable. There were a lot of interesting games at once, and Chuanwang was very happy. Lord Chuanwang, I am going to the 7th universe for a while, the great priest said to the king. Upon hearing that the great priest was going to the 7th universe, the king was curious. What are you doing in the 7th universe? Going to the 7th universe can give me some inspiration and make more interesting games. The great priest flickered. More interesting game? Okay, there you go, the king agreed directly. It's done. The great priest smiled secretly in his heart. After spending a day in the temple of the king, the great priest felt very bored, and if it was too long, he could not stand it. Next, the great priest walked out of the temple, used his divine power, and flew directly to the 7th universe beyond the speed of light. Teleporting directly from the Temple of All Kings to the 7th universe is too consuming divine power, and in the 7th universe, teleporting within the universe is very simple. Chapter 3. The Temple of the King also has gravity, and gravity is not small, but the great priest ignores this gravity, and his body is directly suspended in midair. As soon as the divine power moved, the great priest flew towards the seventh universe at an astonishing speed. This was the first flight of the great priest, and at first the speed was not too fast, not reaching the speed of light, but he quickly adapted. Let's play at the speed of light. In a vacuum, the speed of light is about 300,000 km per second. First try the speed of 300,000 km per second, which was much more exciting than the previous life, and then, the great priest continued to speed up, 400,000 km a second, 500,000 km a second, 600,000 km a second. Beyond the speed of light, time is reversed, and the past can be seen. The distance between the temple of the king and the 12 universes is also different. There are far and near. It takes about 1 hour to fly from the 7th universe to the temple of the king at the speed of light, and the speed of light can be greatly shortened. In just about 5 minutes, the great priest entered the 7th universe. In the 7th universe of the god of destruction, on a planet similar to an inverted pyramid, a male angel is tasting various delicacies, and not far away a cat-headed person is sleeping soundly. This angel is Ves, and it is Beerus who is sleeping soundly. Beerus is the god of destruction in the 7th universe. The lives of the god of destruction and the god of the realm king are connected, and if the god of destruction dies, the god of destruction will also die, which limits the god of destruction to a certain extent, so that the god of destruction cannot mess around, coupled with the existence of angels, maintain a balance. At the same time that the great priest entered the 7th universe, Ves, who was drinking a drink, choked. At this time, the aura behind Weiss's head glowed slightly. Why did father suddenly come to the 7th universe? Weiss looked puzzled. Although puzzled, Weiss went to wake up Beerus as soon as possible. Beerus was sleeping fragrantly, had a good dream, and was playing with a group of female cats, but was woken up by Weiss at the critical moment, so he looked unhappy. Weiss, what are you doing? Better give me a reason. Beerus glared at Ves in an unfriendly manner, as if Ves didn't give him a reason, and he was about to do it. My father came to the 7th universe. Weiss said. Nanny, big, the great priest is coming to the 7th universe. Beerus was dumbfounded, dumbfounded. Upon learning that the great priest had come to the 7th universe, Beerus was extremely nervous. The king can change the destruction god of the 12 universes at any time, and the great priest is the first person around the whole king, and he can influence the whole king. If he offends the great god, it is not too difficult to change the 7th universe to a destruction god. Even if you don't change the god of destruction, the great priest can also beat Beerus, so that Beerus can't take care of himself in life. At that moment, Beerus immediately got up and dressed and washed, ready to go with Weiss to welcome the great priest to the 7th universe. In the universe, there is no air, a complete vacuum, dark matter is the main key, and various rays. It is definitely not easy to survive in the cosmic vacuum. In the entire 7th universe, countless creatures, there are not many who can survive in the cosmic vacuum. The great priest put his hands behind his back and looked around. In this 7th universe there are countless galaxies, and the Milky Way is insignificant to the entire universe. The Milky Way is 100,000 light-years in diameter, but there are many galaxies in the 7th universe with a diameter of 1 million light-years, or even 10 million light-years. Small galaxies are just a few planets, such as the Solar System, and large galaxies have at least 100 trillion planets. In this vast universe, the Milky Way is as tiny as dust. It is not easy to find the Milky Way in this vast universe, and it is difficult to find the Earth after finding the Milky Way. The Earth is in the Northern Galaxy, under the jurisdiction of the King of the Northern Realm. The great priest thought to himself. The great priest knew that Weiss must know that he had come to the 7th universe, because as soon as the aura behind his head appeared in the 7th universe, Weiss's aura could sense it. Since Weiss must know that the great priest is coming to the 7th universe, he must greet him, so the great priest waits. In less than 10 minutes, Ves and Beerus arrived in front of the grand priest at faster than the speed of light. "Father!" Ves smiled and saluted the grand priest. In front of the great priest, Beerus was cautious, and it could almost be said that the atmosphere did not dare to come out. Although the great priest did not release his momentum, the pressure on Beerus was also great. "I've seen the great priest." Beerus bowed deeply. When he saw the whole king, he knelt on the ground, and bowed before me, he. The great priest thought to himself. "Beerus." The grand priest's gaze fixed on Beerus. Being stared at by the great priest's gaze, Beerus's heart tightened. Said Beerus. Looking at the image of Beerus, the great priest also complained in his heart, dressed in the costume of Anubis in Egyptian mythology, obviously a cat, but like a dog's head, Anubis is a wolf's head. "Take me to the galaxy." The great priest gave the order lightly. The galaxy, wondered Beerus. He didn't know what the grand priest was going to the galaxy for, but he couldn't ask what he shouldn't. So, Beerus obediently led the way for the great priest. Beerus was still familiar with the Milky Way, and he had been there a few times. "What is father going to the galaxy for?" asked Weiss, following the grand priest curiously. "There is a planet in the galaxy called Earth, and there are many delicacies on it that you and Beerus have never eaten, and many of them are even better than the best you and Beerus have ever eaten," the grand priest said with a smile. "Really?" Weiss's eyes lit up, and Beerus was no longer calm. Both Ves and Beerus are foodies, and as soon as the great priest says that there is food on Earth, they say that they will go for anything. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately recharge, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 4. 7th Universe. Beerus is flying towards the galaxy at faster than the speed of light, followed by the Grand Priest and Ves. The speed of light is too slow in the universe, often more than 1 million light-years from one galaxy to another, and 100 years at the speed of light, which is too long. At this rate, how long will it take to get to Earth? The Great Priest asked Beerus in a very flat tone. At the current rate, it would take 3 days to reach the galaxy. Beerus did a little calculation and replied. It takes 3 days to reach the Milky Way, so you can reach Earth in 4 days. Chuanwang has not yet contacted Sun Wukong, and the plot of Dragon Ball Super has definitely not yet begun, but Dragon Ball Z is difficult to say. By the way, there seems to be a Scion nation in the 7th universe. The Grand Priest casually talked to Weiss. The Scions are a very special race, but the Scions of the 7th universe were destroyed by Frisia 20 years ago. Weiss said with a smile. Frisia? Frozen demon, it seems to have the title of a cosmic emperor. The Great Priest smiled. You hold up Frisia too much, his power is not even a quarter of the galaxy, and the emperor of the universe? Laugh to death, if you don't like it, this time to the galaxy, I will destroy Frisia by the way. Beerus fawned. It's just a Frisia, there's no need to care. The Grand Priest said. If Frisia is still alive, and planet Vegeta was destroyed 20 years ago, then it is easy to speculate at what stage of the plot it is now. The journey through the universe is not too boring, and you can see all kinds of strange and bizarre. The universe is huge, with countless intelligent creatures and countless civilizations. In less than an hour, the Great Priest saw no less than 10 civilizations, 8 of which were scientific and technological civilizations, but they were all relatively backward, even spaceships were made, and 2 civilizations were magical civilizations. Magical civilization is too dependent on the elements, and it is impossible to cast magic in too many environments in the universe. How do I feel that my father seems to be different from before? Weiss thought to himself. Although he felt that the Great Priest was different, Weiss didn't think much about it. If someone impersonated the Great Priest, it was impossible for Weiss not to find out, and he could distinguish the authenticity through the aura. The aura cannot be fake. Even if someone snatched the aura of the great priest, it wouldn't be used. Along the way, some things also happen from time to time, such as cosmic turbulence, planet explosions, and wormholes. The vast universe is also full of various crises, but it is impossible to help the three great priests. With a crisis, Beerus can easily handle it. It took only 2 days to reach the galaxy, faster than Ruth expected. Once in the galaxy, he traveled to the northern galaxy, and at the same time, Beerus communicated with the king of the northern realm to find out where the earth was. The god of destruction, the angel, and the great priest, are all big people for the king of the northern realm, and the three big people have come to the jurisdiction of the king of the northern realm, and the king of the northern realm is also very nervous. In case of bad hospitality anywhere, the consequences will be very serious. With the temper of Beerus's dog, Meow, it is possible to destroy the northern galaxy, and it is not a matter of destroying the king of the northern realm. In the Milky Way, the Earth, although not too big, is beautiful. The blue planet is like a pearl in the universe. Is that Earth? It looks special. Is there really a lot of food? Weiss's gaze was fixed on the Earth. Beerus also stared at the Earth. On the one hand, Ves and Beerus expect delicious food on the Earth, on the other hand, there are also curiosity. After all, the great priest came all the way to the Earth, what purpose should there be? And it is worth the great priest to come to the Earth from the Temple of All Kings, which shows that it is not trivial. I have to say that Weiss and Beerus thought too much, and the reason why the great priest went to Earth was just to see Sun Wukong, Vic, and the like. Since you have come to the world of Dragon Ball, of course, you have to have fun. The danger factor of the Dragon Ball world is very high. Crossing into this world to become an ordinary person is miserable. Crossing into a Scion, Nami Nemesis and the like can also be mixed up. Crossing into Frisia, Majin Buu, etc., it is also very good to mix, and crossing into a great priest like this, you can wave everywhere. It is not that the great priest is arrogant, he opens a protective shield and allows the strong in the 7th universe to attack, and can break his protective shield even if he loses. In other words, although there are many powerful combat powers in the Dragon Ball world, but the body is not strong enough, even if he is a great priest, if he does not have divine power to protect his body is not strong. Earth, there is a battle going on a plain in the west. An evil man with long black hair is fighting 1 against 2. But it was Raditz who was fighting against Son Goku and Bike. Raditz is the older brother of Son Goku, both are Scions, and Vic is a Nemi Nemesis. Small Earths are also possible, there are Scions, there are Nami Nemesis, and there are three-eyed people. Kakarot, my stupid brother, you two can't defeat me. Raditz sneered. My name is Monkey King, not Kakarot. Sun Wukong said angrily. Under the siege of Monkey King and Bike, Raditz did not show the upper hand, but prevailed. Too miscellaneous, my combat power is about 1200, the combat power of the two of you can't even reach 1000, it is impossible to defeat me. Raditz laughed. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the sky broke open, and 3 figures fell, but the 3 of Raditz did not find it. The Grand Priest, Ves, and Beerus levitated thousands of meters in the air, looking down on the battle below. Because the 3 great priests are all divine power, not Chi, Sun Wukong, and Vic can't feel it, and Raditz's combat power detector doesn't work. Raditz came to Earth. The great priest smiled slightly. Chapter 5. On the Earth of the 7th universe, thousands of meters above a plain in the west, the great priest looked down at the battle below with a smile on his back with his hands behind his back. Ves and Beerus were left and right beside the archangel. The battle between the 3 of Raditz is child's play in the eyes of the great priest and others, and it is no different from an ant fight. Since the 3 of Raditz are all cultivating Qi, while the great priest and the others are divine powers, they are not a realm element, so they have not noticed the 3 great priests. Qi equals mortal, divine power equals God. God also has a division of realms. The lowest god is the heavenly god of the earth, which governs a planet, and above it is the realm king who governs a galaxy, and then there is the realm king god, the destruction god and the angel, and then the great god and the whole king. Different realm elements will have invisible coercion, such as in the original work, Vic and the earth god merged and became a demigod, and they were shocked and almost unable to move in the face of the realm god, which is the relationship between the realm element of the god. As long as the realm element is lower than the great priest, even if the strength is stronger than the great priest can be suppressed. Those who cultivate chi have a combat effectiveness index, while those who cultivate divine power also have a divine combat power index. There are actually 2 scions on Earth. Beerus was surprised. Frisia destroyed the planet Vegeta more than 10 years ago, the scions were almost wiped out, and there were only a handful of fish that slipped through the net, and Beerus did not expect that there would be 2 on Earth. It seems that the Earth is indeed very special. Weiss said with a smile. The great priest had landed slowly. At this time, Raditz waved his hand and sent out a ball of energy to attack Bike, but was avoided by Bike, and smashed a mountain tens of thousands of meters behind Bike. The ground shook, and a small mushroom cloud appeared. Although Raditz's combat power is only about 1,200, the destructive power caused by this combat power is not small. The combat effectiveness of Sun Wukong and Vic has not even reached 1,000, which is much worse than Raditz, even if they are 2 enemies and one are at a disadvantage. I saw that Sun Wukong and Vic were both scarred. Vic gasped, his physical strength running out. With the decline in physical strength, the combat effectiveness index has also decreased significantly. Kakarot, you gave up the pride of a fighting nation, and as your brother, I am also sad. Raditz said quietly. Shut up! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. Raditz kidnapped Sun Wukong's son, and asked Sun Wukong to kill all the Earthlings in a short time, and Sun Wukong could not recognize this brother who suddenly appeared. Humph! Snorted coldly, Raditz was also very unhappy in his heart. If it weren't for finding his brother, he wouldn't bother to come to this lower planet, but his brother found it, but it disappointed him. At this time, the 3 of Raditz finally discovered the 3 great priests. What people? Raditz, Sun Wukong, and Vic stopped and all looked at the 3 great priests in surprise. I didn't notice it at all, and the combat effectiveness detector didn't work. Was it a malfunction? Raditz's face was gloomy. What a strange feeling. Vic had a solemn face. I can't feel chi, but how can I use the void dance technique without chi? The question mark at the end of the Monkey King. Somewhere above the earth, above the clouds, a temple, the earth gods are trembling. The earth god is also Bike. Once a Namek child came to earth, became a god after hard work, divided the evil side, and became the Vic Great Devil, and later the Vic Great Demon King was sealed by humans for many evils, and was rescued a few years ago, but was killed by Sun Wukong, and gave birth to the 2nd generation of demons before he died, which is now Vic Kerr. Today's Vic is also the evil side of the Earth God, and if Vic or the Earth God dies, the other will also die. Looking at Raditz's long hair, the evil taste of the great priest came. Raditz's hairstyle is also unique among scions, and if it becomes the 2nd tier of Super Scion, it is no different from the 3rd rank. What interests the great priest is what will it be like for Raditz to become a Super Scion 3rd order. Sun Wukong becomes Super Scion, the eyebrows disappear, the hair becomes longer, and if Raditz's hair also grows, how many meters will there be? 3 meters? 4 meters? Or longer? What are you? Raditz asked coldly. Presumptuous. Beerus glared. Like Raditz, who has a combat power of 1,200, is not as good as an ant in the eyes of Beerus, and a person with a combat power of more than 100 million is barely an ant, and a small existence that is not even an ant dares to be disrespectful to himself and disrespectful to the great priest. Beerus is a little angry. Glared at by Beerus, Raditz instinctively developed fear, a feeling of fear that had never been seen before. In fear, Raditz trembled, his legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground, almost peeing. It's terrifying, even more terrifying than King Frisia. What the hell is? Raditz looked horrified. Beerus's right index finger stretched out, and at the tip of his finger was a small ball of divine power, which was the size of a third of a basketball, and this ball of light was spiral-shaped, containing a terrifying destructive power, destroying most of the world. Raditz was already stunned. Sun Wukong and Bic looked at each other, and the two could not feel the breath of Beerus at all. "Beerus, stand down." The great priest spoke. His tone was very flat, but Beerus was agitated, quickly collected his divine power, and respectfully retreated to the side. After letting Beerus retreat, the grand priest with his hands behind his back walked slowly towards Raditz. "Just because of your hairstyle, I will save your life today and help you dye your blonde hair," the grand priest said to Raditz with a smile. "Hairstyle? Hair coloring?" Raditz looked confused. Monkey King and Bike. Ves and Beerus. At this time, a purple divine light emitted from the hand of the great priest. Although this divine light was not dazzling, it shocked Raditz. Sun Wukong and Vic could not move, even Weiss and Beerus were moved. With this being less than 1/10 of the great priest's divine power, it was already terrifying. "What the hell does my father think?" Weiss wondered. "What is the great priest for?" Beerus was also puzzled. Chapter 6. As the great priest approached step by step, Raditz shivered, fearing from the bottom of his heart. When he came to Raditz, the purple divine light emitted from the hands of the great priest enveloped Raditz. Shrouded in the divine light of the great priest, Raditz screamed in pain. He only felt that every cell in his body was ruptured, and it was simply better to live than to die. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Raditz's flowing black hair turned blonde. This is permanent hair dyeing, which is a technical job, but ordinary people can't do it. When the grand priest uses his divine power to help Raditz dye his hair, Raditz's hair will always be blonde. In addition to the change in hair color, part of Raditz's potential has also been developed, which has caused his combat effectiveness index to soar. D. Raditz's combat effectiveness detector sounded. "My combat effectiveness is actually improving." Raditz was incredulous. 1,500. 2,700. 4,000. 9,300. After helping Raditz dye his hair, the divine light in the hands of the great priest disappeared, and Raditz was no longer in pain, and his potential was no longer developed. Now, Raditz's combat effectiveness detector has exploded. Raditz's combat power detector is relatively garbage. The upper limit is 20,000, and when the combat effectiveness index exceeds 20,000, it will cause explosion. My current combat effectiveness is definitely more than 30,000, and it has increased by nearly 30 times, which is amazing. Raditz was ecstatic. "It's a bit of a failure." The grand priest looked at Raditz's hair and shook his head. "If you look at Raditz's hair from a distance, it's like a lump. This. Small technical blunders." At this time, Raditz looked at the great priest with great trepidation, and it was incredible that he could easily increase his combat effectiveness by nearly 30 times. "Although I don't know who these three are, they are all terrifying. If I am not what I used to be, if I become a giant ape, I should have the power to fight." Raditz thought to himself. Scions will turn into giant apes when they see the full moon, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved after transformation. Scions with less than 10,000 combat power become giant apes, and their combat effectiveness increases by 10 times, and the combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 becomes giant apes cannot be increased by 10 times. The higher the combat power, the smaller the combat power of the scion giant ape. If a scion has 1 million combat power, it is good to have 2 million combat power after the giant ape is transformed. In the original work, when Vegeta first came to Earth, he became a giant ape and fought with Sun Wukong. when Vegeta's combat power was close to 20,000, if it increased 10 times, it would be close to 200,000 combat power to become a giant ape. Even if he was injured, it should be very easy to kill Sun Wukong in seconds, but the truth is not at all. Normally, a gap of more than 20% in combat effectiveness can be killed in seconds. Whether it is a giant ape or a super race transformation, what is the normal combat power of how many times? It is true, but when the normal combat power is strong enough, this is not the case. For example, the Realm King Fist. The Great Priest learned to use a tenfold Realm King Fist, his divine power will increase, but it cannot be tenfold. When strong enough, the rules of the universe don't work. At this time, Raditz looked at his long hair. Raditz's long hair and waist, originally flowing black, but now it was made like a lump by the Great Priest, which made Raditz angry in his heart. Despite the anger, Raditz did not dare to make a move. After all, he also had brains. Angry? It's a pity that your anger is not enough. If the normal combat power is strong enough, coupled with anger, you can become a Super Saiyan. Work hard. I also hope to see you become a Super Saiyan 3rd rank. The Grand Priest said to Raditz with a smile. Saiyan anger can become a Super Saiyan, but there is also a premise, the need for normal combat effectiveness to reach a certain level. Like Raditz now more than 30,000 combat power, anger can become a Super Saiyan even if the big god loses. Even the mimic Super Saiyan is unlikely. As for the Monkey King, who does not even have 1000 combat power, it is even more hopeless. The legendary strongest warrior in the universe, Super Saiyan, can be transformed into by anger. Listening to what the Grand Priest said, Raditz froze. Becoming a Super Saiyan was Raditz's dream. He didn't dare to think about it before, but now, he has an idea. The Great Priest revealed a lot of information. The normal combat power is strong enough plus anger equals Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan has a 3rd order, which means that there is a 1st and 2nd order. Bang! At this moment, in a large crater hundreds of meters away, Raditz's spaceship was destroyed, and a little fart child wrapped in gas flew out. The little fart boy wears a hat with a 4-star dragon ball on the hat. This little fart is Sun Wukong's cub, called Sun Wuhan. Sun Wukong's grandfather is also called Sun Gohan, the earthling who adopted Sun Wukong. I have to say that Sun Wukong is really filial enough. He became a giant ape and killed Sun Wuhan when he was a child, and when he grew up, he named his son Sun Wuhan. Adopted Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan is unlucky enough. Don't bully me. Sun Gohan was crying as he flew towards Raditz. The chi that wrapped his whole body was stronger than Sun Goku and Bikes, but he didn't know how to use it. Raditz stretched out a hand and took Sun Gohan's blow. This kid has so much potential. If my combat effectiveness has not improved, I am afraid that I will be injured. Raditz was surprised. Monkey King and Vic were also surprised. Gohan is only 4 years old, and he has never practiced, and he has such a powerful potential, which is amazing. Sun Wukong couldn't believe it. The son of the Monkey King turned out to be. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Vic's forehead. Wow wow! Shouted Sun Gohan. His potential continued to be developed, and his combat power had reached about 1400, but he couldn't help Raditz at all. Chapter 7. The offspring born of the combination of scions and people from this lower earth have such potential. Raditz was moved. Raditz is already about 30 years old, and before the appearance of the Great Priest, his combat power was only 1200, which was similar to that of cultivators, but Sun Gohan, who was only 4 years old, burst out with a combat power of about 1400. Sun Gohan's outburst was only short-lived, and it was soft in less than 3 seconds. Bang! Raditz gently gave Sun Gohan, and Sun Gohan fainted. Kakarot, I will take your son first. Raditz is going to leave Earth. The Great Priest, Beerus, and Ves all put a lot of pressure on Raditz. Now that Raditz has more than 30,000 combat power, he can't wait to find Vegeta and Nappa to pack AB. Leave this little ghost, you can roll. The great priest spoke at this time. As soon as the great priest spoke, Radith's face was extremely gloomy. He really wanted to take Son Gohan, but he didn't dare to provoke the great priest. In desperation, Raditz obediently threw Son Gohan back to Son Goku. Raditz's spaceship was destroyed a lot by Son Gohan, but it still works. It's good for you that you can live on Earth. The Grand Priest said to Raditz again. Regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the Grand Priest still has reservations about Raditz. To become a Super Saiyan, there are many factors. Normal combat effectiveness must reach a certain level, anger is also essential, pure good or evil heart, and a stable mentality. Every Saiyan body has more or less S cells, and becoming a Super Saiyan needs a certain number of S cells, and then through the stimulation of anger to cause S cells to explode and grow. Raditz has a pure evil heart, and if his mind remains steady, the growth of S cells will be fast and fast. Living on Earth is of great help to Saiyans becoming super races. After becoming a super race, there are more children born, and it is much easier to become a super race. It's a pity that Raditz and Son Goku's parents didn't become Super Sai before giving birth to them, otherwise it would be easier for them to become Super Sai. Living on this lower planet. Raditz sneered in his heart, this kind of thing, he would not do it. If it weren't for his stupid brother, Raditz wouldn't have come to this lower planet. Get on the tiny spaceship and Raditz starts. SHHH. The tiny spacecraft door closed, and then it broke away from gravity and flew into outer space. Due to some damage by Son Gohan, Raditz's spaceship cannot fly too fast. Seeing Raditz leave, Sun Wukong and Vic also breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you? Sun Wukong looked at the three great priests curiously. Beerus tilted his head, looking proud, completely ignoring Sun Wukong. We came to Earth to play, and I heard that Earth has a lot of food. Wes smiled. At this time, Vic raised his head, and a figure descended from the sky, but it was the god of the earth. I saw that the earth god was dressed in a white robe, with the divine word on his body, holding a wooden staff, and his face was full of folds. The combat power of the earth heavenly god is really not great, but it has divine power. The dregs with only 5 divine combat power. Glancing at the earth celestial god, Beerus looked disdainful. Grand Priest. Battle 5 slag is Raditz's famous quote, but it is really interesting to say it from Beerus's mouth. Although the divine combat power of the earth celestial god is only 5, the combat power index is also about 300. God has a boundary element, the divine power of the earth god is the lowest boundary element. If it is a realm king, one divine power is at least equal to 100 combat power index, and the realm king god, one divine power is equal to more than 1000 combat power. To the great god such as this, one divine power is equal to more than 1 million combat power index. For an existence like the great priest, it is too troublesome to digitize the divine combat power and combat effectiveness index. When he saw the earth god, Vic had a cold face. The little gods meet the 3 great gods. The earth heavenly god trembled and bowed to the 3 great priests. You are the god of this little planet? Weak and pitiful. Beerus was contemptuous. Tenjin, do you know these 3? Sun Wukong came to the side of the earth celestial god and asked in a low voice. Seeing that the great priest easily increased Raditz's combat effectiveness, Sun Wukong also wanted to give him a look. Helping people develop their potential is not what the great priest is good at, and he is like Raditz, and he does more harm than good. Raditz was lucky, without the intervention of the great priest, he would have been killed, and now he not only survived, but also greatly increased his combat effectiveness. I don't know, but their realm is far above me. Earth celestial god whispered. There are many gods above the earth celestial gods, and the Hades of the earth mansion are a little more advanced than the earth celestial gods, and the realm kings of the galaxy are much more advanced. There are countless galaxies in the universe, and the Milky Way has 5 realm kings, but other galaxies do not. Vic threw his cloak and flew away. He was hit not lightly today, and he will work hard to cultivate next. Sun Wukong held the unconscious Sun Gohan and looked at the great priest eagerly. By the way, what is a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong suddenly asked curiously. Previously, the great priest mentioned the Super Saiyan to Raditz, and said that he expected Raditz to become the third rank of the Super Saiyan, and Raditz said that the Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior in the legendary universe. Although Monkey King does not recognize Raditz, he also believes that it is his brother, then he is also a Saiyan. As long as it is a Saiyan, there is hope to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is a legend that is said to have appeared only in 1,000 years, and is the strongest warrior in the universe. The Earth Celestial God answered Sun Wukong's question. A legend that only appeared in 1,000 years? The strongest in the universe? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. You are a Saiyan, if you work hard, you have the hope of becoming a Super Saiyan. The great priest said casually to Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan. The Monkey King has a goal. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 8. At this time, Sun Gohan also woke up. As soon as he woke up, Sun Gohan cried, and he couldn't help but let Sun Wukong rush and coax. Looking at Sun Wuhan's nest of sacks, the great priest secretly shook his head. Sun Gohan is a good seedling, don't become a wild rice. The great priest thought to himself. As the eldest son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan has great potential, but unfortunately he was delayed by his mother. Let him study as a scholar, and sure enough, knowledge changed fate. Study? Scholar? This kind of thing can be done by casually making a wish to the divine dragon of the earth, and from wild rice to divine rice, not to mention that the divine dragon of the earth can't do it, the divine dragon of Nami Nemesis can't do it, and even the divine dragon can't necessarily do it. Ves and Beerus were still worried about the food, and the great priest's stomach was a little hungry. It has been several days since I traveled to this world of Dragon Ball, but the great priest has not eaten. Ordinary people do not eat or drink for a few days to hang, but the great priest is a great god who has surpassed the apex god of the 12 universes, not to mention that if he does not eat or drink for a few days, even if he does not eat or drink for a few days, he will not die for months or years. Let's go get something delicious first. The grand priest said. As soon as they heard that they were going to eat food, Ves and Beerus also came to the spirit. The Earth Celestial God and Sun Wukong, who was holding Sun Gohan, accompanied the three great priests. Zidu, which is the most prosperous city in the western part of the earth. As soon as I came to Zidu, I saw high-rise buildings everywhere, cars on the street, subways, hover cars, etc. The gods rule over the earth, know everything about the West, and know exactly where the food is the most delicious. As for the currency on earth, the gods can also handle it. Accompanied by the heavenly gods, the three great priests only eat, drink and have fun, and consumption does not need to be worried. The reason why Sun Wukong followed was to get the guidance of the great priest. Pointing the Monkey King? The great priest's understanding of cultivation methods was also limited, and the memory of his predecessor had only digested a little. Compared with his predecessor, the strength of the great priest is much worse, and he is more reluctant to do his best. In terms of combat skills, the great priest is afraid that he is not as good as Whis and Beerus, but with his powerful divine power, it is not a problem to kill Whis and Beerus in seconds. Skill is important, but the strength of divine power is even more important. Under the guidance of the gods, the group came to a 9-star hotel. Bring all the food and drinks in your store. Tenjin waved his hand. So, Tenjin, do you have money? Sun Wukong pulled the celestial god aside and asked in a low voice. Sun Wukong also knows the importance of money, and the money needed to come to such a high-end hotel to spend is definitely not a fraction. I'm also a god, do I still have money? You can get a nuclear-powered money printer, you can also exchange jewelry for money, there are many treasures on the earth, maybe summon the dragon to make a wish to become the richest man on the earth. Tenjin said with a smile. Just kidding, the gods can even make dragon balls, and they can still be poor for money? Listening to the gods say this, it seems that it is indeed very simple. Sun Wukong muttered. It's simple. Tenjin belly slander. But Kiki thinks I won't make money. Sun Wukong said again. The gods didn't bother to talk to Sun Wukong more. Soon, the food was served. Weiss and Beerus did not dare to move first, but tasted the great priest first. I still know humility. The great priest said in his heart. At that moment, the great priest was tasting food and drinks. Scions have great appetites, but angels have even greater appetites. Hundreds of delicacies, dozens of drinks, the great priest tasted them one by one, eat more if they were delicious, and spit them out if they were not delicious. Weiss, Beerus, Son Goku and Son Gohan also started, but the gods did not eat. Tenjin is a Nami nemesis, and Nami nemesis are very special, as long as they drink water, they can be used to provide physical energy through photosynthesis, and they don't need to eat food at all. Nami nemesis also has a regeneration function, as long as the head is completed, missing arms and broken legs can also be regenerated, the antennae on the head can emit electricity, the arms can be lengthened, and the body can be huge. The food of this world is really good. The great priest thought to himself. After eating and drinking, the great priest began to calculate. Next, let's go to the king of the northern realm to have fun. The great priest thought to himself. The king of the northern realm created two good tricks by himself, one is the Yuan Chi bomb and the other is the king of the realm fist, and the great priest is a little interested. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was eating and drinking in the sea, the great priest smiled and asked, "Your name is Sun Wukong. Do you want to get stronger? Get stronger?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, swallowed the food in his mouth, and stared eagerly at the great priest. "You can make me stronger. If you want to get stronger, I can take you somewhere." The grand priest said. Ves and Beerus. Tenjin is also confused. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong enviously. What's so special about this scion named Monkey King? Lord Great Priest seems to look at him differently. Beerus thought to himself. Wouldn't my father's purpose in coming to Earth be for this scion named Sun Wukong? But to his father, the Monkey King is as small as dust. Weiss frowned slightly. Do people pay too much attention to a dust? For Weiss, saying that Sun Wukong is dust has been lifted, the current Monkey King is too weak. If Sun Wukong becomes a super scion, he is still qualified to be a dust, and now he is not even as good as a dust. Where to go? Can I bring Gohan with me? Monkey King asked. When you get to that place, you will know. As for your son, the potential is good, and if you train well, you will be an excellent fighter. The great priest said lightly. Uttering the 5 words of excellent warrior from the mouth of the great priest was enough to make Weiss, Beerus and Tenjin all value Son Gohan. Alas! But Kiki wants Gohan to study and become a scholar. Sun Wukong's face was distressed, he was a wife and strict management, and as soon as Kiki was angry, he was stunned. Then it's a pity for his potential. The Grand Priest said. Chapter 9. After eating and drinking, leaving the god to pay, the Great Priest and Sun Wukong walked out of this 9-star hotel. Son Gohan, who was being held by Sun Wukong, was already asleep. Where will it go? Can it really make me stronger? Sun Wukong's heart was curious and expectant. At this time, the Great Priest sensed the breath of the lower northern realm king, and released a little more divine power. A faint purple divine power distorted the space. In an instant, Sun Wukong only felt a flower in front of him, and found that he had arrived in a strange place. This is a snake road, with a sea of yellow smoke clouds below, and a snake's tail not far ahead, and a small planet above. What is this place? The question mark at the end of the Monkey King. The snake path of hell, the small planet above the end is the king of the northern realm, and the king of the northern realm lives on it. The great priest said lightly. At this time, the great priest was a little depressed in his heart. He first sensed the breath of the king of the northern realm, and then moved instantly with Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, but there was still a little deviation. Teleportation still needs more practice. The great priest was worried. When he heard that he had come to hell, Sun Wukong was also startled, but he quickly calmed down. King of the northern realm? Is it awesome? Sun Wukong asked curiously. In terms of combat power, it is several times stronger than you are now, but for God, combat is not particularly important. The great priest thought for a moment and said with a smile. It is true that power is supreme, but gods are all divine. The heavenly gods of the earth have to govern the earth, the realm king has to govern a galaxy, the realm king god has to govern the order of the universe, and the destruction god is responsible for destroying some existences in the universe. The great priest is above the 12 universes and can be very leisurely. The northern realm king's divine combat power is very weak, and it is only a few thousand in terms of combat power index, and even 10,000 cannot be reached. How many times stronger than me? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. When he came to the tail of the snake, the great priest flew towards the northern realm king. Sun Wukong hugged Sun Gohan and also used the dance air technique to keep up. This northern king is small, has a small house, has a car, and can drive around the planet in a few seconds. The king of the northern realm wears sunglasses, blue skin, and is dressed in the uniform of the king of the realm, with a chubby body, 2 long and thin tentacles on his head, and an orangutan and grasshopper beside him. Little gods meet big gods. The king of the northern realm looked respectful. Because of the invisible coercion of the realm element, the king of the northern realm knew whether the great god was a god or a high-level god, and he was more advanced than the realm king god. The realm king god is already the apex god of the universe, and the gods higher than the realm king god are undoubtedly from outside the universe. As a realm king, the king of the northern realm knows that there is a universe beyond the universe, and there is a multiverse in the endless void, and he is only in one of the multiverses. No need to be polite, I'll bring Sun Wukong to play. The grand priest said with a smile. It is the honor of the little gods that the great gods can come. The king of the northern realm said. At this time, Sun Wukong was lying on the ground, and Sun Wuhan also woke up. Although the planet of the king of the northern realm is small, its gravity is 10 times that of the earth, and the great priest does not feel it, but Sun Wukong directly can't stand it. Sun Gohan cried again. The gravity of this planet. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Standing on this small planet, Sun Wukong only felt that his physical strength was rapidly consumed, and he took a few steps, and his physical energy was even greater. I have 10 times the gravity here than the earth, and it's not easy for ordinary people to adapt. The king of the northern realm said. Gravity also helps you practice, and if you adapt to the gravity here, your combat effectiveness will increase a lot. The great priest said to Sun Wukong. Soon, Sun Wukong adapted a little. After all, he had cultivated in the temple of the earth. Sun Wukong couldn't get up. By the way, you have 2 self-created tricks that are still so teach them to Sun Wukong. The great priest said to the king of the northern realm. The great god is talking about the realm king fist and the Genki bomb. King of the northern realm. Good. Although the great priest did not evaluate the realm king fist and the Genki bullet well, and used a commanding tone to let the northern realm king teach Sun Wukong, the northern realm king was not angry either. What are the realm king fist and the Genki bomb? Monkey King asked again. Northern realm king fist is a trick I created. You can comprehensively increase your own state, greatly increase your strength, speed, attack power, defense, etc., double the Realm King Fist 150%, double the Realm King Fist 200%, triple the Realm King Fist 300%, and so on. For example, your combat power is 1000, making double Realm King Fist is 1500 combat power, making twice the Realm King Fist is 2000. Listening to what the King of the Northern Realm said, Sun Wukong counted with 10 hands, which made the great priest a little speechless. That's awesome. Well, after a while, Sun Wukong understood the Realm King Fist. The power of the Yuan Qi bomb can be large or small depending on the amount of Yuan Qi. The more Yuan Qi, the longer it takes, not only your own Yuan Qi, but also the Yuan Qi of all life. The King of the Northern Realm said lightly. What is Genki? Is harmony not the same? Monkey King asked. Yuan Qi is the energy of life, which is much higher than the Qi in your cognition. As long as it is life, there is vitality, and if the vitality is greatly injured, it will lose life, and the body will be weak. Different levels of life, the vitality is also different. Mortal vitality is compared with the divine power of low-level gods, and the vitality of gods can exceed the divine power of high-level gods. Whether it is the heavenly god of the earth or this northern realm king, the vitality possessed by it is a little higher than the divine power of the great priest, and the vitality of the great priest can be called terrifying. After knowing the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Qi bullet, Sun Wukong was excited to learn. The King of the Northern Realm did not avoid the great priest, and directly taught the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Qi bomb to Sun Wukong, which was equivalent to teaching the great priest. The Realm King Fist and the Yuan Qi bullet are not complicated. In just a few minutes, the great priest learns it, but Sun Wukong cannot. What a gap between gods and mortals beyond the 12 universes! Chapter 10. On the small northern king star, the northern king is lying on the ground counting grass, and an orangutan is chasing grasshoppers. Sun Gohan sat on the ground. Sun Wukong is trying to learn the King of the Realm Fist. The great priest looked down at the snake path and the hell smoke cloud below, but he was focused on two things. He was currently figuring out the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Qi bullet. Although the Northern Realm King's divine power is low, and the Realm Yuan is also low, the Realm King Fist and Yuan Qi bullet created are still possible. The Realm King Fist can multiply people's combat power, and it can also multiply the combat power of gods, but the greater the combat power increased, the greater the load on the body. If a strong person like the great priest casts the Realm King Fist, even if it is only the lowest double Realm King Fist, his body is afraid that he will collapse. The Realm King Fist is a good trick, that is, the load is too large, and it is nothing when the combat power is low, and the combat power is high. The great priest sighed helplessly in his heart. For tricks such as the Realm King Fist, it is impossible to say that there is no load, but the load can be large or small. It would be great if you could improve the Realm King Fist and make the load smaller, but this is easier said than done. At this time, the great priest exerted his brain. After thinking for a few minutes, the great priest had an idea. If you can transfer the load generated by casting the Realm King Fist, it will be cool. Imagine that when you use the Realm King Fist, your combat power is multiplied, but the huge load generated is borne by others. The idea is very good, but with the divine power of the great god, even if he uses the double Realm King Fist, the load generated is terrifying. Even if he can't destroy a universe, it is not a problem to destroy the galaxy. 12 universes can't withstand the toss. After thinking about it again, a smile appeared at the end of the great priest, and the aura in the back of his head could solve the problem very well. The aura of the great priest can transform a black hole on the front and a white hole on the reverse, and if used well, it is possible to create a multiverse in the endless void by transforming the power of the load with the black hole and white hole. Realm King Fist and my aura, there is hope to create a multiverse. The great priest was worried. The load generated by the body is also a kind of energy. The black hole can absorb matter and energy and convert it into pure energy, and the white hole can convert pure energy into various substances, so as long as the load of the great priest is not too terrifying, his aura can absorb and transform. With the idea, the great priest simulated it in his mind. At the level of the great priest, the cultivation tricks can be simulated in your mind. Simulation again and again in the brain, but constantly fail, and sum up experience in failure. After failing 18,772 times, the great priest finally succeeded in simulating. The great priest's current limit is the 7-fold realm king fist, and the load generated by the 8-fold realm king fist is not something that his aura can handle. The divine combat power can skyrocket by 700%, and it can create a multiverse, and the great god's heart can be said to be happy. Realm king fist plus great priest's aura equals a trick of the great priest self-created. It is not very appropriate to call it the realm king fist, so the great priest thought about it a little and named it the god king fist. Based on the realm king fist, the god king fist was created, and the great god officer was considering using the Yuan Chi bullet as the basis to create a unique move. The great priest is a high-level god above the 12 universes, his Yuan Chi is terrifying, and the divine combat power exerted by condensing the Yuan Chi bomb with his Yuan Chi is absolutely terrifying. By the way, you can change the Yuan Chi bomb to the Yuan Chi slash. The great priest said in his heart. In the original work, Klin created a Chi round chop, which can be called perverted. The Chi round slash is a throwing bomb that concentrates all the mighty Chi in the body on the arm and generates a disc-shaped disc above the palm of the hand with a slashing and cutting effect. In the anime, Shalo took the gas round chop, but no one in the manga could take it. The disadvantages of the gas round chop are obvious, but the advantages are also obvious. With the great priest's divine realm element, coupled with his divine power, using Yuan Chi to form a Yuan Chi slash, it is simply unimaginable to what extent the power will be metamorphosed, but one thing is certain, it is not difficult to destroy the multiverse. At that moment, the great priest was simulating in his mind to form the Yuan Chi into a Chi Yuan slash, but it was extremely difficult. It took a long time for the great priest to succeed. The Yuan Chi slash created by the great god can lock onto a target that can speed 10 times the speed of light, but he is not too satisfied. The great priest idealized that his Yuan Chi slash should be able to travel through time and space. Self-created 2 tricks, the great priest did not use it, this 7th universe cannot withstand his power, and he does not control his own powerful power very well. In case of accidentally destroying this 7th universe, it is not very good. It's too powerful and a little distressing. Of course, the great priest can also use only a little Yuan Chi, but it is not too small to condense into Yuan Chi slash, and the fluctuations after condensing Yuan Chi slash are enough to disrupt the entire galaxy. Double Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. Red aura emanated from Sun Wukong's body, and his combat power increased by 50%. Sun Wukong has successfully learned the Double Realm King Fist, and his combat power can reach 150%. After successfully using the Double Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong's face changed greatly, but his body suddenly suffered a huge load. After only lasting less than 10 seconds, the red aura on Sun Wukong's body disappeared, and his combat effectiveness dropped from 150% to less than 90%. Haha! Sun Wukong supported his knees with his hands and bent over. Now, Sun Wukong is weak, and he feels very tired. The Realm King Fist is so powerful. Sun Wukong sighed. The Realm King Fist is indeed very powerful, but the load is also large, only double the Realm King Fist, less than 10 seconds. Sun Wukong's body is weak, if he comes to a double Realm King Fist, his body will be damaged. Learning the Realm King Fist in such a short period of time, without 1000 combat power, using the double Realm King Fist without 1000 combat power, the body is not detached, and the Scion physique is really terrifying. The King of the Northern Realm praised. Chapter 11. Double Realm King Fist. Double Realm King Fist. Double Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong's perseverance can, whenever his physical strength recovers, he will cast the Realm King Fist, and he will become a dog in less than 10 seconds. The gravity of the Northern Realm King Star is 10 times that of the Earth, and in this environment, Sun Wukong has made great progress in cultivating the Realm King Fist. The King of the Northern Realm was full of praise for Sun Wukong's progress. I have to say that the load of the King of the Realm Fist is really large enough, and it is no wonder that none of the people in the original work, such as Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Bic, have learned. Although it was the King of the Northern Realm who created such a trick as the Realm King Fist, he himself could only double the Realm King Fist, and he could not withstand twice the load of the Realm King Fist. Theoretically, the Realm King Fist is an invincible move, which can be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, there is no upper limit, the premise is to be able to withstand the load of the body. The God King Fist created by the great God Officer perfectly solved the problem of body load, but it could only be 7 times the God King Fist. Hey! Scions are infighting. The King of the Northern Realm looked surprised. Scion infighting? There are few scions in the 7th universe, but there is infighting, which makes the Great Priest also a little interested. A pair of tentacles on the head of the King of the Northern Realm can sense the entire galaxy, and he can also talk to his heart. Coming to the side of the Northern Realm King, the Great Priest put a hand on the Northern Realm King's shoulder, and all of a sudden, what the Northern Realm King sensed was also shared with him. On a barren planet, Raditz is confronting 5 people. The leader of the 5 people who confronted Raditz was a scion who looked almost exactly like Monkey King. I didn't expect that besides me, Vegeta, Nappa, and my stupid brother, scions and survivors, it's amazing that you look exactly like my stupid brother. Raditz sneered. Exactly like your brother? Humph, I was going to take you as my subordinate, but now, I have changed my mind. This scion who looks like Sun Wukong has a gloomy face. Could it be my father's illegitimate son outside? Raditz thought to himself. Before you die, remember my name firmly, my name is Darren's. First, 4 of Darren's men laid siege to Darren's. The combat effectiveness of these 4 subordinates of Darren's is not bad, the lowest is more than 3,000, and the highest is close to 10,000. If you want to kill me Raditz, you scum can't do it. Raditz used part of his chi to avoid the attacks of 4 of Dale's men, and each of his hands penetrated the body of one person. Blood dripped from Raditz's hands. Seeing that Raditz killed his 2 subordinates as soon as he struck, Dales was also surprised. When Dales came to his senses, his 2 remaining men also received a boxed lunch. Fortunately, his combat effectiveness has reached more than 30,000, if it is still 1,200, he will die today. Raditz was not without joy in his heart. More than 30,000 combat power to deal with 4 existences that do not even have 10,000 combat power, it is completely an overwhelming advantage, and it can be easily killed in seconds. I underestimate you, but you can't defeat me. Darren said. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura emanated from Dales. Raditz still doesn't know how to sense chi, but he also has a lot of pressure. The afterimage flashed, and Dales had already come behind Raditz and punched Raditz. Fast. Darles was amazingly fast, but Raditz's reaction was not slow. Bang! Without turning around, Raditz blocked Dale's attack with a backhand. Bang bang bang! The fierce battle is in full swing, and Raditz and Dales are in full swing. Powerful chi erupted from the 2, and the barren earth cracked and shattered. After dozens of moves, it was Raditz who was slightly better. Obviously, Dale's combat effectiveness was weaker than Raditz, but the gap was not too big. That's all you have? With such strength, he cannot defeat me. Raditz scoffed. Abominable. Dales made a cold face. Dales's combat power is slightly weaker than Raditz's, but his combat experience is richer, and he has a lot of powerful moves, so it is difficult to win or lose. There are 2 scions who look exactly the same, are they twin brothers? The King of the Northern Realm muttered. The Great Priest fell into deep thought. The scion who fought Raditz must be Dales, and that cargo has the seed of the spirit tree on it. The great priest thought to himself. Dales is also a lower-level warrior among the scions, and like Sun Wukong, 9 times out of 10 he is Bardok's illegitimate son. The great priest was more concerned about the seeds of the spirit tree. The spirit tree is a kind of divine tree. After the tree takes root, it will absorb all the earth to nourish, so that the land of the planet will become a barren desert, and hundreds of years later, not even a single grass will grow on the land. Originally, the fruit of the spirit tree could only be eaten by God. I don't know where Dales got the seeds of the spirit tree, so he ambitiously wants to use the power of the spirit tree to conquer the universe. After thinking about it, the great priest teleported and left the northern king star and came to the sky above the battle between Raditz and Darrens. At an altitude of thousands of meters, the grand priest looked down at Raditz and Darrens below with his hands behind his back. Dales. The great priest spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Dale's ears. Suddenly someone called his name, but Dales only felt that the voice came from all directions. At that moment, Dales couldn't care about fighting Raditz, withdrew, looked around, and soon found the great priest above. What are you? Dales' eyes were cold, but he was jealous. Hand over the divine tree seed on your body. The things of the gods are not something that mortals can control. The great priest said lightly. Chapter 12. As the great priest's words fell, Darrens's face was gloomy, but the surprise in his heart was not small. The appearance of the great priest was very abrupt. Darles did not notice it at all. If it were not for the great priest to speak, he would not have discovered it until now, and it was a secret that he had a spirit tree seed. Except for him and his men, everyone who knew was dead. Who the hell is this guy? How do I know I have the seeds of the spirit tree? Darren's gaze was fixed on the grand priest. It's him. Raditz's pupils also shrank. Because of the great priest, Raditz's long flowing hair turned into a soaring color, but his combat effectiveness also skyrocketed from 1,200 to more than 30,000, which made his heart very complicated. Scions are supreme in power, and more than 30,000 combat power has already made Raditz very excited. In Raditz's shallow cognition, more than 10,000 combat power is already an extremely powerful scion, and more than 20,000 combat power is unimaginable, let alone more than 30,000. With a flickering gaze, Dales condensed all his chi and sent out an energy wave. When the energy wave emitted by Darrens approached, the great priest stretched out a finger and turned this energy wave into invisibility 10 meters away. Nanny! Dales' eyes widened, and Raditz was stunned. With just one finger and 10 meters apart, the powerful energy wave of Dales turned into invisible. How powerful is this? An understated finger defused Dales' attack, and the great priest's hand moved slightly, and suddenly, Dales' body was controlled by the great priest. Now, Darles can't move even a finger. Under the control of the great priest, Dales couldn't help but take out the seeds of the spirit tree. The seeds of the divine tree were in hand, and the great priest didn't bother to pay attention to Dales and Raditz, and left with a teleportation. Thump! Darrens was stuck on the barren sand, his legs twitching. At this time, Raditz smiled sinisterly. He did not attack Darrens again, but an energy wave destroyed Darrens and the spaceship under Darrens, and then left the barren planet on the spaceship. Without the spaceship, although Dales survived, he could not leave this barren planet. After all, scions could not survive in the universe. The great priest did not return to the Northern Realm King Star. He went to the Northern Realm King Star for the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bomb. Since he got it, there was no need to go to that small planet. A planet dozens of light years from Earth. This planet is vibrant. 7 out of 10 is oceans, 3/10 is land, and 90% of the land is forest. Coming to this planet, the great priest casually planted the seeds of the spirit tree, and then used a little divine power to accelerate the growth. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the sacred tree grows vigorously, absorbing the vitality of the earth as nutrients. As the sacred tree grew larger and larger, with the sacred tree as the center, desertification began in all directions. Experimenting with the spirit tree at the cost of a planet's life, the great priest's heart was calm. Although it had only been a few days since he crossed into this world, the great priest had basically adapted. Now, the great priest can even create the universe, and destroying some galaxies in this seventh universe is nothing, let alone a planet. This planet is not small. Originally it took 2 or 3 days to absorb all the vitality according to the growth rate of the spirit tree, but because of a little divine power of the great priest, the speed was greatly accelerated. In less than half an hour, the planet was completely desertified, a barren land, no longer a little life, and a grass would not grow for hundreds of years, while the spirit tree was hundreds of meters tall and bearing 2 small fruits. Picking a spirit tree fruit casually, the great priest studied it and also knew the secret of this divine tree. The fruit of the divine tree can enhance the combat power of mortals, develop wisdom, and enhance the divine power of gods, but it is only used against low-level gods. Like the earth heavenly god, Yan King, Realm King, etc. can use the fruits of the spirit tree to enhance their divine power, and the Realm King god and the god of destruction will have no effect eating the fruits of the spirit tree. In addition to improving combat effectiveness and divine power, developing wisdom, the spirit tree also has a role. This spirit tree is ownerless, and it can be refined with divine power, and after refining, it is the owner of the spirit tree, and the fruit of the spirit tree has changed. For example, if the great priest becomes the master of the spirit tree, then the fruit produced by this spiritual tree is eaten by the god who has a lower realm than him, and the god who eats the fruit is loyal to him. For example, if the great priest and the king turn their faces, Beerus will definitely stand on the side of the king, and the great priest will become the master of this spirit tree, and then give the fruit of the spirit tree to Beerus to eat, and Beerus will stand on his side. Moreover, after becoming the owner of the spirit tree, the fruit of the spirit tree can unlock genetic locks, improve the level of life, and develop the brain. Mortals have gene locks, and gods also have them, and mortal gene locks are difficult to unlock, and gods' gene locks are even more difficult to unlock. With the great priest's divine realm element, his gene lock is also extremely terrifying to unlock the first order. As for the development of the brain, even the brain of the great priest has only used less than 30%, and more than 70% is in a deep sleep, and if it is fully awakened, it will definitely blow up the sky. The ownerless spirit tree fruit can develop the mortal brain to a certain extent and unlock the first order gene lock of mortals, but it is invalid against the gods, and the spirit tree fruit with the master is only effective for the owner. Good thing, this time the harvest is really big. The great priest smiled happily. The great priest originally didn't care too much about the spirit tree, just got it to play, and in the future, he would give some spirit tree fruits to see who was pleasant, such as artificial man number 18 or something, but he didn't expect that this spirit tree gave him a big surprise. After eating the small spirit tree fruit in his hand, the great priest only felt that the taste was good. The ownerless spirit tree fruit had no effect on the great priest at all. Chapter 13. In the vast universe, the Milky Way is dozens of light years away from Earth. This is a barren planet, lifeless, without the slightest bit of life, but just half an hour ago, it was alive. The great priest had a purple divine light in his left hand, but in the divine light was a plant seed. This is the seed of the spiritual tree, which mortals cannot refine, only gods can. If it was a realm king god or a destruction god, it would take a few days to refine the seeds of the spirit tree, but the great priest could do it in just 3 or 5 minutes. I have to say that the spirit tree is a good thing. Let's get some fruit first. As soon as he thought about it, the great priest wrapped this kind of seed with divine power. I saw that in the great priest's divine power package, the seeds of this spirit tree levitated and came to the aura behind the great priest's head. The great priest's aura turned into a black hole on one side and a white hole on the other, while the spirit tree was rooted in the aura. Vitality is also energy, and pure energy can nourish the spiritual tree. Double God King Fist. Silently thinking in his heart, the great priest unleashed a double God King fist. Suddenly, the great priest's divine combat power increased by 50%. Although the great priest had taken full control, the entire seventh universe was still violently shaking, and there was a tendency to destroy. After only 0.0001 seconds, the grand priest had to stop. This seventh universe is too fragile to withstand the power of the great priest. Because the time was so short, no one noticed it except for Ves and Beerus on Earth. Although the great priest only used twice the God King fist and fully controlled the divine power, it still caused at least tens of thousands of planets in the galaxy to explode, hundreds of thousands of planets to be damaged, and some planets outside the galaxy exploded and were damaged. What a distress! The great priest smiled bitterly in his heart. The power is too strong, but it is impossible to control perfectly. Although the great priest only used 0.0001 seconds to double the Realm King fist, it also produced a considerable load, which was transferred from his body to the aura, turned into pure energy by the black hole, and nourished the spirit tree. The barren planet at the feet of the great priest turned into powder. In the universe, above the head of the great priest, a giant tree of hundreds of thousands of meters, the roots of the tree must be pierced into the great priest's aura. A lot of fruit was produced on this huge spiritual tree. At least hundreds of fruits, large and small, small no more than the size of an egg, and large as the size of a basketball. As soon as the great priest stretched out his hand, he sucked a fruit into his hand hundreds of thousands of meters apart. Let's try a fruit first, the taste is very good and the effect is good. Eating a spirit tree fruit, although the great priest's divine power did not increase, his gene lock showed signs of unraveling, and his brain was also a little developed. Earth, a roadside stall in Zidu, Ves, and Beerus are barbecue, drinking beer. It's the breath of the great priest, the whole universe is shaking, could it be that someone has upset him? Beerus was extremely nervous. If the great priest is angry, he will destroy this universe if he can't get it, and then Beerus, who is the god of destruction of this universe, will be miserable. Father's breath came from tens of light years away, and he left Earth. Weiss wondered. Earth, the temple of the gods. The great priest suddenly teleported. Seeing the sudden appearance of the great priest, the celestial god and the celestial god's servants were nervous. I'll go to the time house. The grand priest said. This temple has a time house, which is very peculiar, 1 year inside the house, and 1 day outside, with a time difference of 365 times. In the previous life, the great priest was very interested in the time house, and now of course he has to take a good look. Little god, this will take you to the time house. The gods are extremely respectful. As if he was very satisfied with the attitude of the heavenly god, the great priest took out a spirit tree fruit and gave it to the heavenly god. This is a reward for you, and eating it can enhance your divine power, develop your wisdom, and even raise your life level. The great priest said lightly. Upon hearing what the great priest said, the heavenly god froze, and his servant's eyes widened. Lot, thank you for the love of the great god. The heavenly god's hand holding the spirit tree fruit was shaking, and his tone was very excited. Eat it. You can't keep it fresh, and it won't work well for a long time. The grand priest said. At that moment, the god thanked again, and only then did he eat the fruit in his hand. After the fruit is eaten, the divine power of the heavenly gods continues to increase, and the brain is also developed. Originally, the divine power of the heavenly god was converted into a combat power index of less than 300, but now, it is soaring wildly. 1,100. 3,700. 18,000. 45,000. In less than a minute, the combat power of the heavenly god increased from less than 300 to about 270,000. Feeling the surging divine power in his body, the heavenly god was extremely excited. In addition to the increase in divine power, the brain of the heavenly god has also developed some, and he is already extremely loyal to the great priest. Now, the great priest asked the heavenly god to commit suicide, and he would definitely not hesitate. It's still too weak. Sensing the divine power of the heavenly god, the great priest muttered to himself. The realm of the heavenly god is too low, and the divine power is too weak, and it is only a few days to eat a spirit tree fruit, otherwise, the great god can give more, and it is not difficult to increase the combat power of the heavenly god to more than 10 million. The combat power of about 270,000 is also okay, and it is not a problem to kill the Kinnit team in seconds, but it is not possible to deal with Frisia who has not transformed. Because Vic is the evil side of the celestial god and has a special connection with the celestial god, the combat power of the celestial god has soared from less than 300 to about 270,000, and Vic who practices somewhere on the earth has also benefited. Led by the celestial god, the grand priest came to the time house. The time house has all kinds of food, water, and rooms, but the air is thin, stuffy, and abnormal. The temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius, the gravity is 10 times the usual, there is a space as vast as the earth, and it is easy to hallucinate if the will is weak and the spirit is not concentrated. Whether it is a mortal or a god, he can only live in the time house for 2 years, that is, 2 days in the outside world, and before he comes out of time, the exit will disappear. Chapter 14. The environment in the time house is indeed harsh, but the great priest is not uncomfortable. Compared to the harsh environments in the universe, this is nothing. When interest comes, the great priest can even go to the stars to play. The heavenly god followed behind the great priest respectfully, but he was very uncomfortable. If the will is weak or the mind is not concentrated enough, hallucinations will occur, so the gods do not dare to be careless. You go out first. The great priest said lightly to the heavenly god. Yes, the little god retreated. When the gods left, the great priest carefully perceived. No one disturbed, and there was only one great priest in the room for the whole time, and he could also perceive it without distraction. The space of this time house is really not small, slightly larger than the earth, but empty. Suddenly, the great priest sensed the core of this time house. The purple divine light appeared at the feet of the great priest, and he teleported across tens of thousands of kilometers to the core of the time house. An enchantment formed by the energy of the sun. With a gentle smile, the great priest poked his finger, and the space in front of him rippled. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, this is the enchantment formed by the energy of the sun, and the core of the time house is within this enchantment. Bang! With a flick of the great priest's fingers, the fireball disappeared invisible. A clock. The frozen clock, quaint, transparent and colorless, cannot be seen by mortals, but can be clearly seen by the eyes of God. This transparent clock frozen contains divine power. Godhead. The great priest looked surprised. The Godhead is the foundation of a god, not only the source of God's power, but also the core of God's life. Like the great priest, there is a Godhead in his body. When the Godhead is broken, God falls, and likewise, when God dies, the Godhead in the body cannot be preserved. In front of him, a Godhead that was frozen in ice could not help but surprise the great priest. This frozen Godhead realm element is lower than the great priest and can be compared to Beerus. Each Godhead has characteristics, and according to the characteristics of the god, the characteristics are different, and this frozen Godhead characteristic is time. Time is a kind that even gods cannot control, and although the great priest has the ability to control time, it also has limitations. Because there is no enchantment protection of solar energy, the cold ice of the frozen Godhead is also unstable. Obviously, before the fall of an ancient god, he sealed the Godhead, hoping for a chance to be resurrected, and after that, he had this time house. It is certain that once the seal is gone, this Godhead will be shattered. With a slight smile, the great priest controlled the aura behind his head and went towards the frozen Godhead. Before the seal was lifted, the aura of the great priest had already covered the Godhead. The aura of the great priest can devour the Godhead, but directly devouring someone else's Godhead will cause him to have a second personality, but devouring the complete Godhead left by a fallen God is different. Time is distorting, and this alien space has a tendency to collapse. A special artistic conception emanated from the aura of the great priest. God's grace is like the sea, and the divine power is like hell. When the aura of the great priest completely swallowed the frozen Godhead, this alien space also completely collapsed, and the exit disappeared. The turbulence of time and space is raging, and ordinary people in such an environment are certain to die, and the great priest also has to hold up a protective shield. The aura that devoured the Godhead returned to the back of the great priest's head. The great priest only felt that his divine power had increased a little, and his control over time had also been strengthened, as well as some other benefits. It's really good to devour a Godhead that is not low in the realm. This is only a preliminary devouring. If it is completely devoured, the benefits will be at least 10 times. The great priest thought to himself. Devouring the Godhead was never the predecessor of the great priest. The God falls, and the Godhead is sealed before death, which is nothing, but it is difficult to make the Godhead exist for a long time and is still intact, and it is estimated that there is nothing else except the time Godhead. Thundered. The house of time collapsed, and the gods were shocked. What happened? Why did the time house suddenly collapse? The gods were surprised and worried. Because he had eaten the fruit of the great priest's spiritual tree, the heavenly God had become loyal to the great priest, and the time house was destroyed, but the great priest was still inside, and the heavenly God was worried that the great priest would not be able to come out. Without an exit, it is not easy to get out of the space inside the time house. To break through time and space, it is much more difficult than destroying the planet. After another moment, the space fluctuated, and then, a spatial crack appeared, and the great priest walked out of the spatial crack with a calm face behind his hands. It's great that you're okay, my lord. Seeing that the great God was safe and sound, the heavenly God was also relieved. Was the time house founded by the first earth god? The great priest casually asked the celestial god. Yes. Show me the information about the earth's past gods. Grand priest. A realm element that can be compared to the god of destruction is sealed, or the god of time. This is extraordinary, the great priest has to investigate. There are many files in the temple, which record the situation of the gods of the past, and it may be possible to find some clues from them. As soon as the great priest spoke, the celestial god immediately respectfully went to take the information of the previous celestial gods. The servant of the gods is a black man, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, low and stout, like a 3, called Bobo, with a combat power of more than 1,000, but not 1,100, and now he also helps the god to get information. The combat power of the celestial god is not comparable to Bobo, and the combat power of Beerus is not comparable to that of Weiss, and according to this, the whole king should also be inferior to the great priest. Breathing in a thin breath, the great priest's mind communicated with the aura in the back of his head. Using the aura, the great priest can give grace and power, and the divine grace is like the sea of Wang Yang, and the divine power is like hell. Not long after, Tenjin and Bobo came together carrying a large box, which was full of books. The materials of the past gods are here. Tenjin said. Chapter 15. A large box of books, most of them worn, but all clean and free of dust. I picked up a book and looked through it, but it was the information of the third god of the earth. It was too troublesome to read, and the great priest used his mind. Huge thoughts of formlessness and quality emanated from the brain of the great priest, shrouding this large box of books, and suddenly, the words of the books turned into information and were received by him. In less than a minute, the information of the earth's past heavenly gods was clear. The first generation of Tenjin accidentally discovered a different space, so he built the time house and the temple. At this moment, the light blue aura behind the great priest's head fluctuated, and transparent and colorless ripples were rippling. The godhead of a god who initially devoured a cosmic apex, although it is ownerless and will not give the great god a second personality, but there are also some hidden dangers, so he needs to refine the devoured godhead as soon as possible. The power of faith. I need the power of faith. The great priest was worried. The power of faith is a prayer energy that can also be called incense. Glancing at the respectful heavenly god beside him, the great priest smiled slightly. As a celestial god of the earth, he has considerable power of faith, but unfortunately, he does not seem to know how to use it. Not only the gods of the earth, but also the 12 universe no god knows how to use the power of faith, and even the whole king does not necessarily understand. The predecessors of the great priest also had limited knowledge of the role of faith. Today's great priest is a traverser, a god who transcends the apex of the universe, and has figured out the role of the power of faith. The power of faith can be transformed into divine power, but it is an external force. It is not appropriate to use the power of faith to make the divine power strong. If the believers no longer believe, if a large number of people die, the divine power will plummet and is very unstable. In addition to transforming into divine power, the power of faith is also a fuel that can produce a special flame that helps the aura of the great priest to completely refine the divine personality. After eating the spiritual tree fruit of the great priest, the earth heavenly god is not only loyal to the great priest, but can also be said to be the god of the great priest. With a god, and then a kingdom of God, you can completely create a god system. And since the earth god is the god of the great god, then the great god can also use the power of the belief of the heavenly god. Anyway, the gods don't know how to use it, so let's use it. At that moment, as soon as the great priest stretched out his hand, the purple divine power turned into an aperture, shrouding the heavenly god. Being in the aperture of the great priest's divine power, a mass of faith power broke away from the body of the heavenly god. I saw that this power of faith was a holy white light. This is willpower? Tenjin. A question mark appeared on Bobo's head. With the shallow understanding of the gods and Bobos, they do not understand the correct use of the power of faith at all. The power of faith in the heavenly god was extracted, and the great priest snapped his fingers with his right hand, and this group of power of faith burned. The holy white flame does not seem to have a high temperature. The aura of the great priest came above this white flame. The flame generated by burning with the power of faith calcides the aura, refining the time Godhead devoured by the aura, and everything is orderly. Still. The great priest snapped his fingers again, and suddenly, the time of the entire earth stood still. Except for the great priest, Beerus, and this white flame were unaffected, everything else was still, including the celestial god and Bobo. It's just that the time of standing still on earth is too easy, and if you are still the time of the entire seventh universe, it is somewhat difficult. The great priest was worried. In addition to stationary time, there is also time acceleration and backwards. If the manipulation of time can reach the extreme, it is also possible to turn all life in the universe into its original form. Suddenly, Ves and Beerus teleported and appeared not far behind the great priest. Father, this is... Weiss wondered. It seems to be a flame generated by the energy of prayer. Why did Lord Great Priest use this flame to forge the Ring of God? Beerus had a question mark. A small problem needs to be solved. The Great Priest said lightly. Seeing that the Great Priest didn't want to say more, Weiss didn't ask more. The white flames were still constantly calcining the aura of the Great Priest, while the power of faith of the celestial god was constantly consumed. The time of the entire earth is still standing still. After a long time, the time on earth did not return to normal, which surprised both Ves and Beerus. Father's manipulation of time to this extent? Far above me. Originally, I thought that the gap was not too big. It seems that everything is my own illusion. Weiss smiled wryly in his heart. Standing still the time of the entire earth, the great priest is only to make the white flame generated by the power of faith of the celestial god more stable. The power of faith is the energy of prayer, which comes from the intelligent life on the earth. When the intelligent life no longer believes, the power of faith disappears, and the faith is shaken, and the flame generated by the power of faith will not be too stable. If the great priest does not stand still in time on earth, the power of this group of beliefs of the celestial God may be slightly reduced, or it may increase slightly, but the stability will be slightly worse. In short, time to stand still on earth is still necessary. Although Weiss and Beerus were very puzzled, they did not ask more, but watched from the sidelines. In Beerus's hand was also holding a bucket of instant noodles, and in Weiss's hand were 2 packs of spicy strips. While watching, Weiss and Beerus enjoyed the good food. The power of faith of the heavenly gods completely disappeared, and the white flame was also extinguished. The great priest felt that the divine personality devoured by his aura had not been completely refined, only about 87% had been refined. Or is the power of the belief of the heavenly gods too little? If there are more, it can be completely refined. The cat on the Karantat is a demigod, and it should also have some power of faith, as well as Hades, Realm King, etc. The great priest's heart was calculating. Chapter 16. The seventh universe, the earth, the temple. The great priest snapped his fingers, and the stationary earth time was restored. At this time, Beerus also finished eating a bucket of instant noodles in his hand, while Weiss drained 2 packs of spicy strips. This is the fruit of the spiritual tree that only God can eat. The grand priest took out 2 spirit tree fruits to Weiss and Beerus. At present, the great priest's god is only the earth heavenly god, and the combat power is not even 300,000, which is really not enough to see. It is necessary to make Weiss and Beerus his gods. Only gods can eat the fruit of the spirit tree. Both Weiss and Beerus were staring. Neither Weiss nor Beerus were unsuspecting. After all, it was easy for the high priest to deal with them. Soon, both Weiss and Beerus ate a spirit tree fruit. Unlike the earth gods, a spirit tree fruit did not make Weiss and Beerus loyal to the great priest, but only deepened their loyalty to the high priest. Although they are both gods, but the realm element is different. Weiss and Beerus are the gods of the apex of the universe, and the earth gods can be said to be the lowest gods. I've heard about the fruit of the spirit tree before, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Weiss said with a smile. Thank you, Lord High Priest, for the reward. Beerus opened his thanks. Just call me a great god. The great priest said lightly. The 5 words of the great god Lord sound a little awkward. In comparison, the great god is simple and clear. Yes, Grand Priest. Great God. Beerus is respectful. Weiss. The Grand Priest glanced at Weiss. Father, what are your orders? Weiss asked with a smile. Let the 5 realm kings of the galaxy come to this temple of the earth. The Grand Priest ordered. Yes. At that moment, Weiss took out the angelic scepter and began to inform the 5 realm kings of the galaxy. King of the Great Realm, King of the Eastern Realm, King of the Southern Realm, King of the Western Realm, and King of the Northern Realm, I am Weiss, the steward of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and the great god has ordered you to come to the Temple of Earth in the shortest possible time. Weiss said to the scepter in his hand, and his voice would clearly reach the ears of the 5 kings of the galaxy. After notifying the 5 realm kings, Weiss asked the great priest curiously, Father, what did you let the 5 realm kings of the galaxy do? When the kings of the 5 realms come, you will know. The great priest sold a pass. It's not fun to say it in advance, it's fun to keep it a little mysterious. Seeing that the great priest didn't want to say it, Weiss had to smile bitterly, knowing that it was useless to ask again. Unless it is the whole king, what the father does not want to say, it is useless to ask. Weiss said in his heart. In the past, if the whole king wanted to know something, the great priest would answer truthfully even if he didn't want to say it, but now the great priest won't, at least he must be more fooled and routine. With the teleportation, the great priest left the temple and came to the underworld. Hades is at work, judging soul after soul to hell or heaven. Yan Wang, also called Yan Devil King, is 10 meters tall, bearded, dark-skinned, wearing a suit, tie, and a horn hat on his head, with a Yan character on it. The intelligent life of the entire 7th universe died and belonged to the King of Yan. Many souls lined up in a long line, obeying the judgment of the king one by one, and some souls resisted, but were taught a lesson by the ghost soldiers of the prefecture who maintained order. In the netherworld, no matter how powerful the mortal soul is, it is no match for Hades, but it is not the same if it has a physical body. With a physical body, and another 10,000 combat power, it is not a problem to hang the King of Yan. It can be said that even if the mortals in the Yang realm can beat the gods of the apex of the universe such as the realm king god, once they die, the soul will not be able to defeat the Hades king. The soul of the god is different from that of mortals, and it can be called the soul of the god, so the soul of the god with a combat power of 10,000 can come to the netherworld and can beat the King of Yan. God has many privileges compared to mortals. Don't cut the queue. It doesn't seem to be a soul body. There is a flesh. What's the aura in the back of his head? The sudden appearance of the great priest caused quite a commotion in the Yan King Hall. Hades raised his head and looked directly at the great priest. Yan Wang is the highest god in the netherworld, but his realm element is not high, and it is not as good as the 5 realm kings, and it is far worse than the realm king god and the destruction god. The low-level gods will feel the invisible coercion in the face of the high-level gods, which is the oppression from the realm element. At this moment, Yan Wang's face turned pale and he sweated coldly. Such a powerful oppressive force, even the realm king god does not have such terrible coercion. Yan Wang said in his heart, "You are the Hades of the 7th universe." The great priest smiled. "Small, the little god is, I don't know if the big god is." Yan Wang was nervous. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to borrow some of the power of faith from you," the grand priest said. "The power of faith? That is, the energy of prayer. Hades rules whether all mortals in the 7th universe go to heaven or hell after death, so countless lives fear him and countless lives believe in him. Although the power of faith in the earth gods is considerable, it is far from being compared to the King of Yan. The great god needs it, but use it," Yan Wang said with a smile. Yan Wang also did not know how to use the power of faith, so although he had a huge power of faith, he never used it. "I'll give you some favors too." The great priest took out 3 spirit tree fruits and threw them to King Yan. "This is..." Hades looked curious. "A fruit that only God can eat." As soon as he heard what the great priest said, Yan Wang also ate curiously. After eating the fruits of the 3 spirit trees, the battle power of the King of Yan reached about 870,000, and he was loyal to the great priest. Today, the great priest has 4 gods, the earth god, Ves, Beerus, and this Hades, and the earth god and Hades are all loyal, and Ves's loyalty is okay, and Beerus's loyalty is the lowest. The great priest is also not in a hurry. "Come to Japan, take your time, as long as Weiss and Beerus eat more of his spiritual tree fruit, sooner or later they will be loyal to him." Chapter 17. In Hades' office, the great priest snapped his fingers, and time stood still, but he and Hades were unaffected. So easily controlled the time of the prefecture? It's amazing. King Yan was surprised in his heart. At this time, the great priest released a cloud of divine power. I saw that the purple divine power of the great priest lingered around the body of the King of Yan, extracting the power of King Yan's belief. Compared to the earth heavenly god, Hades' power of faith is much more. Let the power of Hades' faith burn, and then the white flame calcined the aura of the great priest. It didn't take long for the great priest's aura to completely refine the time godhead it devoured. At this moment, the great priest's control of time has reached another level. Now that the goal had been achieved, the great priest also let the white flame be extinguished and return the power of faith to the King of Yan. The power of faith is no longer needed, so there is no need to waste it, maybe it will be used in the future. The Temple of the Earth, the 5 realm kings of the galaxy are waiting. The king of the Western realm, like the king of the Northern realm, is also a fat man, wearing a black hat and glasses in his left eye, and is fighting with the king of the Northern realm, and he knows that the relationship is not harmonious at a glance. The king of the Eastern realm is a fat woman, and the king of the Southern realm is slightly taller, not too fat, and has a terrible singing voice, which can make people lose their combat effectiveness and even make people die with their singing voices. The king of the Great Realm is an old man with white hair, kind eyebrows, and a bit similar to the turtle immortals. The combat power of the king of the Northern Realm is only a few thousand, the king of the Western Realm, the king of the Eastern Realm and the king of the Southern Realm all have a combat power of more than 10,000, but it cannot reach 20,000, while the king of the Great Realm's combat power is amazing, and it is not a problem to beat people like Frisia. The 4 great realm kings of the East, South, and Northwest and the king of the Great Realm are slag. As strong as the king of the Great Realm, he was also trembling in front of Beerus, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. When the great priest appeared, Beerus immediately came over and saluted, "Great God." Weiss bowed slightly, and the heavenly god, Bobo, and the kings of the 5 realms all knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Great God. Get up." The great priest spoke lightly. Standing up, the kings of the 5 realms were still very restrained. "There is a world's first martial arts association on the earth. I plan to hold a galaxy's world's first martial arts meeting, called the Heavenly List Competition, and the location of the competition is in the Temple of the Earth. The time is set for a month later. The 5 of you are responsible for publicity. Be sure to let the strong people in the galaxy know." The great priest said to the 5 realm kings. The Milky Way is large, 100,000 light-years in diameter, far from Earth, and it takes tens of thousands of years for the speed of light to reach Earth. In just 1 month, there will not be too many strong people in the galaxy who can come to Earth, but this is only the first Heavenly List competition. The world's first martial arts meeting on the Earth is a little interesting. But the Earth is too small and there are no masters, so the great priest held the world's first martial arts meeting in the entire galaxy. The world's #1 martial arts association in the entire galaxy. Heavenly List competition. Here in a month. The 5 realm kings were all stunned, the gods and Bobo looked at each other, and Ves and Beerus were also surprised. With the ability of the 5 realm kings, the news of the Heavenly List competition can be publicized in the galaxy in a short period of time. The entire galaxy, with a combat power of more than 10,000, heard the voices of the 5 realm kings at the same time. A month later, the Temple of Earth will hold the first Heavenly List competition, and the first place in the competition will be the first strong in the galaxy. The Heavenly List competition is held by the Great God, and I hope that the powerhouses of the galaxy will actively participate. The first place in the competition also has a reward. Even the reward of our 5 realm kings are heartwarming. If you are interested, take action immediately. With the publicity of the 5 realm kings, the powerhouses of the entire galaxy knew about the Heavenly List competition. Earth's location in the Milky Way is no secret anymore. Within a month, after all, only a few can come to Earth. Some strong people are too far from the Earth. It takes months or years, or even decades to reach the Earth by spacecraft, and some strong people are located on the planet with backward technology, no spaceship, and cannot survive in the universe, so they cannot leave the planet, and some strong people are not interested in the Sky List competition. However, the title of the first strong man in the galaxy has moved countless strong people, and there are rewards that make the hearts of the kings of the 5 realms. Heavenly List competition? Can I also participate? On the king of the Northern Realm, learning that the great priest was going to hold the first Heavenly List competition in the galaxy, Sun Wukong was excited. The king of the Northern Realm shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not okay," the great god said. "The minimum standard to participate in the Heavenly List competition is 10,000 combat power. Do you have 10,000 combat power?" 10,000 combat power. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed. Sun Wukong has not been a long time in this northern realm King Star, although he has cultivated hard and learned the realm King Fist. His normal combat power is only about 1,300, and he can only briefly use the double realm King Fist, which is far from 10,000 combat power. Wukong, with your current combat strength, you can't participate in this year's Heavenly List competition. Work hard and strive for the next one. The King of the Northern Realm comforted. In 1 month, if my combat power can reach 5,000, plus twice the realm King Fist, I will have 10,000 combat power. Sun Wukong's face was firm. Earth's world's first martial arts will be boring for Sun Wukong, and the Heavenly List competition is too attractive for him. He must participate. Increase the combat effectiveness to 5,000 in a month? Do you want to double the realm King Fist? The King of the Northern Realm did not think that Sun Wukong could do it. Although he didn't think that Sun Wukong could do it, the King of the Northern Realm decided to help a group of Sun Wukong. Karin Immortal has fairy beans, it will help you. I will help you ask for some. The King of the Northern Realm said to Sun Wukong. Sendu. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He had been to the Karin Immortal to practice, and the effect on the Immortal Bean was clear, and with the help of the Immortal Bean, his grasp was much greater. Chapter 18. The tallest building on Earth is undoubtedly the Karin Tower. A long time ago, the Karin Tower existed. This tower towered into the clouds. It was difficult for mortals to climb to the top of the tower, and the most powerful modern flying machines could not reach the top of the tower, and countless people challenged this tower, but they all gave up halfway, and some people did not give up, and finally fell to death due to physical exhaustion. At the top of the Karin Tower, in a pot lid-like room, a fat white cat held a spirit tree fruit in both hands. Before, the King of the Northern Realm came to take away 1 altar of immortal beans, and the heavenly god took away the remaining 2 altar immortal beans, but when he left, he gave the Karin Immortal a spirit tree fruit. Is this a fruit that only God can eat? Carlin meowed and squinted and happily ate the fruit in his hand. This fruit is not large. Carlin Meow eats it in a few bites, and after eating, his combat power soared to about 110,000, and his wisdom was also developed. Not to mention Karin Meow, the Earth Celestial God held an altar of fairy beans in one hand and flew back to the temple. The reason why the heavenly god went to take the immortal beans and give the Karin Immortals a spirit tree fruit was all on the orders of the great priest. Back at the temple, the god gave the 2 altars of immortal beans to the great priest. The greedy Wes and Beerus looked at the fairy beans. They had not eaten them yet, and they looked delicious. With a slight smile, the great priest gave Ves and Beerus a fairy bean respectively. Whether mortals or gods, after eating fairy beans, you cannot be hungry for 10 days, and you can also restore your physical strength to the best state, that is, you lack an arm and a broken leg, and you can also recover by eating fairy beans, but fairy beans cannot cure diseases. In the original book, Sun Wukong has a heart attack, and eating fairy beans does not work. Weiss and Beerus each ate a fairy bean, but they were depressed, because it was not delicious, and they were not hungry. Eating even the most delicious food without being hungry is greatly reduced. This one called Xiando is so rubbish, I already knew that I wouldn't eat it. Beerus complained. It's a good thing to restore physical strength, but it's not worth eating a small fairy bean to not be hungry for 10 days. Weiss also said. At this moment, 2 high-level god breaths descended on the earth, passed through the atmosphere, and flew towards the temple. The Grand Priest was the first to perceive, followed by Ves and Beerus. When the heavenly god sensed it, the 2 high-level gods had already arrived at the temple. A short realm king god, a tall and unsmiling realm king god retinue. There were originally 5 realm king gods, but now there is only 1 eastern realm king god. I saw that this Eastern Realm King God was about 1 meter and 4 meters tall, with a white punk head, purple skin, and wearing the uniform of the Realm King God. The King of the Eastern Realm is called Xin, and his entourage is called Jebet. Upon arriving at the temple and seeing Beerus, Sheen, and Jebet trembled. As the Realm King God of the 7th universe, as well as the entourage of the Realm King God, of course, Xin and Jebet will not know Beerus, and even if they do, it will be clear through the coercion of the realm element. The Realm King God and the God of Destruction are one realm element, and Ves is also a realm element, but compared with the Great Priest, it is one realm element. The level of the boundary element has invisible coercion. In the original work, Vic fused with the Earth Celestial God and became a demigod, with combat power above Xin, but because of the invisible coercion of the God realm Yuan, he was almost shocked and unable to move in front of Xin. The realm of gods can only be perceived by demigods and gods, and mortals cannot perceive it. Then, Lord Beerus! Cold sweat oozed from Sheen and Jebet's foreheads. Because of the publicity of the 5 realm kings, the Earth Temple held the heavenly list contest in the galaxy, and the powerhouses of the galaxy knew it, and Xin and Jebet came to Earth specifically, but they did not expect to meet Beerus. As a realm king god, he is weak and pitiful. Beerus looked contemptuous. At this time, Xin and Jebet also noticed the archpriest. Great, big, Lord Great Priest. Facing Beerus, Xin and Jebet were extremely nervous, and in the face of the Great Priest, they were even more faceless and knelt on the ground. Looking at Xin and Jebet, after a little perception, the Great Priest also understood their divine power. I have to say that both Xin and Jebet's divine power is too weak. The High Priest even doubted that Sin could defeat Frisia. Frisia's apparent combat power is 530,000, so both the Realm King and the Realm King God seriously underestimate Frisia, but they don't know that Frisia has 3 transformations, and each transformation doubles his combat power. Frisia has 120 million in full combat power. In the theatrical version of Dragon Ball, many villains appear as more powerful than Frisia, such as a Nami nemesis named Shrag, and in terms of performance, whether there is a combat power of 530,000 is a problem. Since Xin and Jebet came all the way from the Realm King God realm to Earth to hold the scene, the Great Priest could not fail to express it, so he took out 2 large spirit tree fruits. Spirit tree fruit. Xin is still relatively discerning. Thank you Lord High Priest for your reward. Jebet is respectful. In 1,000 thanks, Xin and Jebet reached out and took the spirit tree fruit, and then ate it. Since Xin and Jebet were both high-level gods, the Great Priest's spirit tree fruit did not increase their divine power, but it also had some effect, and more importantly, their loyalty to the Great Priest increased significantly, although not to the extent of loyalty, but it was okay. I don't know if the king will be loyal to me after eating the fruit of the spirit tree. The Great Priest thought to himself. Self-created God King Fist and Yuan Chi / the strength of the Great Priest has skyrocketed, he has absolute confidence that he can kill the 2 guards of the king, and the king of the whole looks like a weak chicken, but he can delete everything, too perverted, so that the Great Priest does not dare to act rashly. It is said that the prototype of the whole king is the eraser of Akira Toriyama, and, according to the setting, the god of destruction is dead, the god of heaven is going to sleep, the whole king is hanging, and the Great Priest is also going to sleep? All kinds of concerns, so that the Great Priest wants to kill the whole king, but he does not dare to move lightly, if he can make the whole king loyal to himself. There is no need to kill the whole king, let the whole king continue to be the supreme god is nothing, anyway, it is also a puppet. Chapter 19. In fact, in addition to watching the Heavenly List competition, the Eastern Realm King God came to Earth this time to have another purpose, but it was related to Majin Buu. Majin Buu is an ancient demon species in the 7th universe, terrifying and ferocious, killing the king god of the realm, but being sealed by a magician named Bibidai. Bibidai's son Babadai is ambitious and bent on conquering the universe, so he wants to unlock the seal on Majin Buu and use the power of Majin Buu to realize his ambitions. This first Heavenly List competition must have many strong people from the galaxy participating, and Xin thinks that Babadai will join in the fun. Although the competition is still a month away, the ring must also be prepared in advance. At that moment, the great priest raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a large piece of black metal appeared out of thin air. This is the hardest metal in the seventh universe. Under the idea of the great priest, this large piece of black metal split and reorganized, forming a boxy ring in an instant, and the ring was surrounded by a protective shield, which even Beerus could not break. After getting the ring of the competition, the grand priest left the temple. For the rest of the day, the great priest plans to play casually on Earth. Traveled to this Dragon Ball world, and became such a powerful figure as the great priest, almost standing at the peak of his life. Holding the heavenly list contest is just to have fun for yourself. Standing on the top of a mountain near the western capital of the earth, with both hands behind his back, he can see the mountains and small mountains, but he also has the feeling of being cold from a high place. It's necessary to set a small goal. Destroying the universe is not challenging for you, so play and create. First create a planet, then create a galaxy, and finally the universe. It should be a little interesting to engage in an infinite flow of the main god, so that Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the like become reincarnators. The great priest's mind was calculating. Regarding the creation of planets, the great priest plans to wait until the heavenly list contest is over and try again. Suddenly, the great priest sensed an aura in the distance, and the combat power was around 800. A combat power of about 800 is still okay on Earth at this stage. The breath was approaching, and soon, a bald man with developed limbs came to the great priest. Looking closely, this bald man, who is more than 2 meters tall, has some mechanical parts on him. Android? That's right, this bald man is an artificial human. As soon as he saw the artificial human, the Grand Priest immediately thought of Dr. Gro. The science and technology expert of the Red Ribbon Legion. Because Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion, Dr. Gro hated Sun Wukong very much, vowed to kill Sun Wukong, and hid in the desolate mountains to develop artificial humans. In the original work, the artificial humans 16, 17, and 18, created by Drive Gro have a combat power of more than 100 million, and Shailu, who is known as the perfect warrior, is even more amazing. Dr. Gro is a talent, and if it can be used by me, it is not impossible to create an artificial human that surpasses Shailu. The great priest was secretly worried. With the ability of the great priest, he can even provide 12 universe destruction god cells to Dr. Gro. In other words, the whole king should also have cells. If there is, the grand priest can get it. If he had the cells of the whole king, let Dr. Gro create the all-king version of the artificial human, it should not disappoint the great priest too much. It seems to be a good body, the doctor should like it. The artificial man stared at the great priest. Dr. Gro needs a special human body, as well as various cells, and various technologies to create the perfect warrior. This artificial man did not know whether he was dead or alive, and he actually wanted to move the great priest. Gro is collecting Dragon Ball. The great priest glanced at it and found that the artificial man was holding a Dragon Ball in his right hand. There are 7 Dragon Balls scattered all over the earth, and once collected, you can summon dragons, you can make wishes to dragons. There have been people who became kings by making wishes to dragons, and some people have obtained treasures. In addition to Earth has Dragon Ball, Nami Nemesis also has it, as well as Super Dragon Ball. The great priest is not interested in Earth's divine dragon, nor is he interested in Nami's nemesis, but Super Dragon Ball does. The Dragon Balls of the Earth and Nami Nemesis summon the divine dragon, and the planet becomes night, so it is too obvious to summon the divine dragon in the daytime, and it is not too obvious to summon the divine dragon at night. This artificial man attacked the great priest with one punch. An artificial person with a combat power of about 800 dared to do something to himself, and the great priest was also a little angry. To deal with such a weak existence is really to lose the identity of a great priest. Bang! This artificial man's fist was still 2 meters away from the great priest, and he couldn't inch. Time within 100 miles has stood still. Although the great priest was not serious, his casual static time, not to mention that the combat power of about 800 could not be broken, even the combat power of 80 billion could not be broken. Boom! The great priest's eyes widened, and the artificial man in front of him exploded, and the corpse was gone, and a dragon ball in the artificial man's hand was in the hands of the great priest. A faint divine light emanated from the hands of the great priest and enveloped this dragon ball. When the divine light completely covers this dragon ball, the great priest can also accurately know the location of the other 6 dragon balls, which is much more powerful than any dragon ball radar. Son Gohan has a dragon ball on his hat, currently in the Northern King, and 5 more dragon balls gathered together, deep in the mountains in the distance to the southeast. The place where the 5 dragon balls gather should be where Dr. Grow is. The great priest thought to himself. At that moment, the great priest teleported to the gathering place of the 5 dragon balls. It is a hidden cave. An old man with a gloomy face, but it was Dr. Gro. The sudden appearance of the grand priest frightened Dr. Gro. Came here in an instant through the induction of the dragon ball. Dr. Grow was not stupid, he immediately understood, but he was also extremely nervous. For now, Dr. Grow is still a human, and he has not made himself a human being. It is not an exaggeration to say that today's Dr. Gro is a War 5 scum. Chapter 20. At this time, Dr. Gro was panicked in his heart. The artificial human who was killed by the great priest before was the strongest created by Dr. Gro, but it was vulnerable. Taking out a remote control, Dr. Grow pressed the switch, and suddenly, 3 artificial human half-finished products came to protect him. The combat effectiveness of these 3 artificial humans is about 200, and their physiques are relatively strong. With the protection of 3 androids, Dr. Grow did not feel safe. Even if your 3 artificial humans are 10,000 times stronger, they can't protect you, but you don't have to worry, I don't plan to kill you, on the contrary, I want to give you a creation. The Grand Priest said to Dr. Gro calmly. As soon as he heard what the Great Priest said, Dr. Gro sneered in his heart. In his opinion, although his 3 artificial people are still half-finished, their strength is not bad, and they are 10,000 times stronger. Destroying the earth is child's child. Despite the sneer in his heart, Dr. Gro's face was silent, and the Great Priest said that he would not kill him, and he was not completely relieved. I can make you a god, and I can also give you great power. The Grand Priest said with a smile. It is not difficult to use Dr. Gro for himself, but it is difficult for Dr. Gro to be faithful to himself. It is certain that Dr. Gro's urine nature, even if he is forced to surrender to the Great Priest helplessly, once he creates a powerful artificial human, he is afraid that he will betray. In order to make Dr. Gro faithful to himself, the Grand Priest decided to make him a god and give him the fruit of the spirit tree. The earth can have gods, and other living planets can have it. In the galaxy, the earth is nothing, Frisia and the like can't look at the earth at all, and Sun Wukong was sent to the earth since he was a child because the Scions can't look at it. The Milky Way is nothing in the entire 7th universe. With the ability of the Great Priest, it is not difficult to make Dr. Gro a celestial god of a planet in the galaxy. Can I be a god? And give me great power? Dr. Gro, although not too convinced, also had a little expectation. Go, let's go out and take your 5 dragon balls with us. Grand Priest. Out of the cave, the Grand Priest threw one of the dragon balls in his hand on the ground, and Dr. Gro also put down the 5 dragon balls, so that the 6 dragon balls were piled together. There is still 1 dragon ball left to summon the Divine Dragon, and the Divine Dragon may not be able to make me a god and have great power. Dr. Gro said. The Great Priest didn't say much, and sent out a little divine power. I saw that the divine power of the Great Priest shrouded the 6 dragon balls, and suddenly, the 6 dragon balls shone. A dragon ball far away in the Northern King was summoned and flew towards it. With the Archangel snapping his fingers again, the time of the 7 Dragon Balls was manipulated. Dr. Gro only felt that a Dragon Ball had flown in front of him, so that the 7 Dragon Balls were complete. "Come out, Shenlong." Suppressing the surprise and ecstasy in his heart, Dr. Gro opened his mouth to summon the dragon. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted dazzling brilliance, and the sky of the entire earth turned into night. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and in a golden pillar of light, the Earth Dragon appeared. From the point of view of appearance, the Earth Divine Dragon is still relatively powerful, but its combat power is weak. Because of the invisible coercion of the realm element, the Divine Dragon trembled in front of the Great Priest, and his tone also trembled. "Great, great God. Is he a god?" Shenlong looked scared. Dr. Gro looked at the Grand Priest in surprise. "Let him become a god." The Grand Priest pointed at Dr. Gro and gave orders to the dragon. "This, I have limited ability, I can't do it." Shenlong broke out in a cold sweat. "I have to say that the Earth Divine Dragon has enough garbage. None of this can be done." The Great Priest frowned. "I'm sorry." Shenlong was nervous. "It's really wasteful." The aura behind the Great Priest's head emitted a ray of divine light, and this ray of divine light shone on the Divine Dragon, and suddenly, the Divine Dragon's ability temporarily improved. "It can be done now." Shenlong's eyes glowed red, and the red light shone on Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro had a feeling like never before. "Am I a god? A celestial god of Planet Oaks?" Dr. Gro was surprised and delighted. Planet Oaks is a living planet in the Milky Way, located 219 light-years from Earth, which is 219 years from Earth to Planet Oaks. As long as it is a planet with life, there can be a god, and there are too many living planets in the galaxy without a god. If the wish is fulfilled, then there will be a period later. The dragon disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned into stone, scattered all over the earth. "Thank you, my lord." Dr. Gro quickly thanked the Grand Priest. Becoming a god, Dr. Gro's combat effectiveness has also improved somewhat, and now, he is not a Battle 5 scum, and his combat power has about 100. Eating this fruit can greatly enhance your divine power. The Grand Priest took out a spirit tree fruit and threw it to Dr. Gro. After another thanks, Dr. Gro took the fruit and ate it. After eating the fruit, Dr. Gro's combat power soared to about 150,000, and he was loyal to the Great Priest. King of the North. How did the Dragon Balls on Gohan's hat fly away? Sun Wukong looked puzzled. Being summoned by the remaining 6 Dragon Balls is an unprecedented powerful divine power. The King of the Northern Realm had a solemn face. Temple. Ves, Beerus, and Tenjin were also aware. It was found to be related to the Great Priest, so no one traced it. The galaxy has one more god, which is not a big deal. Every year, many gods will be born in the galaxy, and many gods will die. Even the gods have a lifespan. Not only the heavenly gods, but also the Realm King and the Realm King God also have a lifespan. There were more than 10 generations of Realm King gods before Xin, and a certain old Realm King god 15 generations ago was still sealed in Excalibur. Chapter 21. Such a powerful force, except for adults, no one in the entire universe can defeat me. Feeling the power in his body, Dr. Gro looked excited. The Great Priest was a little speechless. The 3 illusions of life. In the original book, Vic also had the illusion of invincibility in the world before PK Frisia. It can only be said that Dr. Gro's cognition is too shallow. No wonder, Raditz can do whatever he wants on the earth, suddenly has a combat power of about 150,000, and has become a planet's god, and it is inevitable that Dr. Gro has the illusion of being the second in the world. At this moment, a fat woman flew in from a distance. Another artificial human with a combat power of about 400, brought a teenager and a maiden. It is a pair of twin siblings, the teenager has black hair and the girl has blonde hair, and now they are unconscious. With just one glance, the great priest recognized number 17 and number 18 in the original work. "Doctor, my subordinates have found 2 good humans." The fat woman flew over and said to Dr. Gro with a smile. Dr. Gro took out an instrument to scan the constitution of unconscious teenagers and teenage girls. "The physique is very good, and it is very suitable for transforming adults and creating people." Dr. Gro looked excited. "This girl, I'll take it." The great priest spoke lightly. "Number 18 is the goddess of Dragon Ball, can't cheap Klin, since he met, the great priest can't let it go." In this short time, the great priest has already thought about it. First let number 18 practice with him. As for number 17, it is not bad to become an artificial human. The fat woman looked at Dr. Gro, and seeing Dr. Gro nodding, she handed the number 18 to the grand priest. When the 18th woke up and found that she was being held, her face couldn't help but blush, and she was worried about her brother when she thought about what happened before she fell into a coma. "You saved me? What about my brother?" Number 18 struggled and found that it was hundreds of meters in the air, and if she fell at such a height, she would be dead. "You practice with me first, and then find your brother later," the great priest said lightly. "Give number 18 a boost, and she'll work hard." When the great priest spoke, his tone was full of rebellion, and number 18 hesitated and remained silent. The great priest can also make number 18 a god, and then let number 18 eat the fruit of the spirit tree, so that number 18 will be loyal to him, and what he wants to do to number 18 will not refuse, but the great priest did not do this. The great priest had his considerations. "What are you?" "My name is Lazuli, what's your name?" Number 18 asked curiously. "Just flying at an altitude of hundreds of meters is not something that ordinary people can do, even powerful martial artists on the earth can hardly do." "I am a god," the grand priest said. "God?" Number 18's eyes widened. "The king of the northern realm, the celestial god, as well as Ves and Beerus, all paid attention to the earth, but could not see the great priest. The great priest didn't want to be discovered by the Northern Realm King and the others, so they couldn't find out. Coming to a place with a better environment, the great priest fell with number 18. Down to earth, number 18 sorted out her clothes, and couldn't wait to let the great priest guide her to practice. Number 18 did not open her mouth to ask the grand priest to help her save her brother. For mortals, the first step in practice is the perception of qi, followed by the use of qi. Under the guidance of the great priest, number 18 quickly sensed qi and could barely use it, and her talent was very good. In less than a day, the 18th already had a faint breath. Time passes day by day. One spaceship after another descended on Earth. There is a lot of pressure on humans on Earth. There are still 10 days left before the start of the Sky List competition, and there are at least hundreds of spaceships coming to Earth, large and small, landing all over the Earth. Another spaceship has arrived on Earth. This one is super large, the largest one so far. The huge ship landed deep in the mountains near Kalantat, and then, surrounded by hundreds of aliens, Frisia came out of the spacecraft. Frisia sits inside a small flying machine with a pair of sharp horns on his head, and behind him is an ugly fat man with pink skin and a beautiful man with green hair, but his 2 henchmen, Doria and Sob. It's really a backward low-level planet. Frisia laughed. I really don't understand, how can the Heavenly List competition be held on such a broken planet? Doria muttered. I don't know what kind of existence the great god in the mouth of the 5 realm kings is. Sob said. Realm king god? Or the god of destruction? Frisia thought in his heart that the gods who were above the 5 realm kings of the galaxy, except for the realm king god and the destruction god, Frisia could not think of any other gods. In the vast universe, there are countless galaxies. The Milky Way is just one of countless galaxies, but there are 5 realm kings, and other galaxies also have gods, but their status is not higher than the 5 realm kings of the galaxy. At most, they are equal. Neither the Realm King God nor the God of Destruction could afford to mess with Frisia. I wonder what rewards will be for the first place in the Heavenly List competition? Even the kings of the 5 realms are moved, and it should not be too bad. Doria laughed. With the participation of His Excellency Frisia, there will be no suspense for the first place in the Heavenly List competition. Sob said. Frisia's face is confident. The first place in the Heavenly List competition is still more attractive to him. On the one hand, it is the false name of the first strong person in the galaxy, on the other hand, it is a reward that makes the hearts of the kings of the 5 realms, and the strong people who participate in the competition will definitely not be less. Perhaps, he can recruit some strong people as subordinates. Frisia is not the first strong person to come to Earth, nor will it be the last. There are still 10 days to go, and there will definitely be some strong people coming one after another. This first Heavenly List contest won't be too boring. Chapter 22. The Earth has become the focus of attention of the powerhouses of the entire galaxy. Too many strong people want to participate in the Heavenly List competition, and even well-informed alien powerhouses are also interested, but time is too urgent, and only a few can reach Earth. The day of the Heavenly List contest is getting closer and closer. No less than 400 spacecraft have landed on Earth. The huge temple was already overcrowded, in groups of 3 or 5, many people were dressed in black robes and cloaks, very mysterious, but the aura was extremely powerful. When there are more strong people, there will inevitably be fights, and Xin and Jebit are responsible for maintaining order. If Xin and Jebit don't handle it well, it's Beerus who comes forward, but with Beerus's violent temper, it is often destruction and destruction. In general, everything is still under control. It seems that it is only 3 days before the Heavenly List competition. In the prefecture, on the Snake Road, Sun Wukong was running with Sun Wuhan on his back. After hard practice, Sun Wukong's normal combat power finally reached 5,000, and he was able to use twice the Realm King Fist for a short time. With a normal combat power of 5,000, using twice the Realm King Fist is 10,000 combat power, and it is also eligible to participate in the Heavenly List competition. As soon as he thought of the Heavenly List competition, Sun Wukong's mood was very excited, and many strong people in the galaxy gathered, which he did not dare to think about before. Compared with the Heavenly List competition, the number 1 martial arts association in the world on Earth is nothing at all. Sun Wukong was worried. Except for a very small number of scions, most scions are warlike by nature, and Sun Wukong is no exception. Sun Wuhan's normal combat power now is also 2,700, but he has not cultivated the King Fist of the realm. After all, Sun Wuhan is a mixed-race scion, not a pure blood, and it is difficult to cultivate the King Fist of the cultivation realm. In the clouds, the great priest flew unhurriedly towards the temple, and the 18th followed behind him. After the guidance of the great priest, he ate another spirit tree fruit, and the combat power of the 18th was also about 70,000, and although the use of Qi was not out of the ordinary, he did as he pleased. Originally, the great priest planned to return to the temple in 2 days. After all, there were still 3 days left in the Heavenly List competition, but he sensed that the whole king came to the 7th universe. Needless to say, Chuan Wang must know about the Heavenly List competition, and he wants to make a splash. Almost as soon as the Grand Priest and the 18th arrived at the temple, the king also appeared with 2 guards. Upon seeing Chuan Wang, Beerus, Xin, Jebit, etc. were nervous to death. Seeing that even the God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King were extremely nervous, the powerhouses who came to participate in the Heavenly List competition did not dare to make a second attempt. Chuan Wang Mingmeng's eyes swept over, and when he saw the great priest, he walked over. Lord Chuan Wang. In front of the king, the great priest bowed his head slightly. Bowing to the king, the great priest was also unhappy in his heart, especially in front of this crowd, but he did not dare to mess around. Great priest! Why didn't you notify me when you made such an interesting galaxy competition? Chuan Wang asked. It's just a martial arts meeting in a small galaxy, it's not interesting, so I didn't tell Lord Chuanwang. The Great Priest said with a smile. At this time, the Great Priest can also propose to hold a power conference of the 12 universes, so that the God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King of the 12 universes can select a few players to fight, and the whole king will definitely raise his hands in favor, but the time is not ripe. But I think it's funny. Chuanwang said. It would be nice to make Lord Chuanwang find it interesting. The Great Priest smiled slightly. How long until it starts? Chuanwang was a little impatient, he wanted to see the excitement as soon as he came, but the competition had not yet started, and there was no excitement to watch. 3 more days. The Great Priest answered truthfully, but there was a trace of gloom in his heart. Should the whole king start immediately? The Great Priest has already asked the 5 realm kings to publicize the time of the heavenly list competition to the galaxy, and if it is advanced because of the whole king, it will make him very faceless. It's going to take 3 days. Chuanwang looked dissatisfied. After thinking about it, the king turned his head to look at the 2 guards beside him and ordered, "You guys speed up the flow of time in the galaxy." The 2 guards of the king can also control time? Speed up the flow of time across the galaxy? The Great Priest secretly calculated. The 2 guards of the whole king are unfathomable, perhaps, this time can let the Great Priest see the depth of these 2 goods. When the king's order was given, the 2 guards beside him immediately carried it out. I saw that the 2 guards of the whole king were as always behind their hands, the top of their heads shone, and the red divine power turned into lightning. 2 red lightning bolts connected to form a red electric ball. With the red electric ball as the center, invisible fluctuations spread in all directions. In less than a minute, invisible fluctuations have covered the entire galaxy, and then the time flow rate of the entire galaxy began to accelerate. From the perspective of divine power, the 2 guards of the whole king are not comparable to me, not to mention that I still have the divine king fist. The Great Priest was basically clear about the divine power of the 2 guards of the king. If the Great Priest does not use the God King fist, and he fights 1 against 2, it is a bit tricky, but the odds of winning are at least 80%, and if he uses the God King fist, the odds of winning are higher. However, the Great Priest has not fully digested the memories of his predecessor, his use of a powerful divine power is not good enough, and he is not familiar with the various tricks of his predecessor. At the current galactic time flow rate, 3 days can be shortened to half a day. Reducing the time from 3 days to half a day requires an astonishing level of time control. Accelerating the time flow rate of the entire galaxy is also extremely expensive to consume divine power, and to maintain it for half a day, the divine power required is very terrifying. At least the divine power of Ves and Beerus together is not enough, but the 2 guards of the whole king can, which shows the strength of these 2 guards. All the powerhouses who participated in the heavenly list competition were deeply shocked. Let the flow of time speed up is enough against the sky, let alone the whole galaxy. The diameter of the Milky Way is 100,000 light-years. Chapter 23. Even if there were 2 guards of the king to speed up the flow of time in the galaxy, it would take half a day to start the heavenly list competition. Idle and bored, Chuanwang asked the Great Priest, "What is the reward for the first place in this heavenly list competition?" Upon hearing the question that the king asked the Great Priest, all the powerful people in the temple pricked up their ears. The powerhouses who rushed to participate in the heavenly list competition cared about the reward of the first place in addition to their ulterior motives and the false name of the number 1 powerhouse in the galaxy. The rewards that can make the hearts of the 5 kings of the galaxy move are definitely extraordinary. The prize for first place in the competition is 1,000 years of life. The Great Priest smiled. The Great Priest can extend the lifespan of mortals and gods. 1,000 years life? All the strong people who participated in the competition froze, and then, they were all ecstatic in their hearts. It can be said that all the strong people present hope to live a long life, and it is impossible to live for 1,000 more years. Like Frisia, he dreamed of immortality, and now, 1,000 years of life is just around the corner, depending on whether he can get it. The number 1 master of the galaxy, and 1,000 years of lifespan, is all my Frisia's. Frisia was secretly worried. Is it only 1,000 years to live? It seems that there is only one realm king god in this universe, and there are still 4 vacant ones, so let the first place in the competition become the realm king god. The king thought for a moment and said to the great priest. Yes. The grand priest nodded. Originally, 1,000 years of life expectancy was enough for the strong people who participated in the competition to be happy, and now, there is also a position of realm king god, which is even more exciting. The god of the realm king is the god of the apex of the universe. Of course, there are also people who think that the whole king is too messy, such as Weiss, Beerus, Xin, Jebet, etc. The quality of the king god is very important to a universe, but the whole king uses it for games. The great priest makes Dr. Gro a planetary god, which is nothing to the 7th universe, and the 7th universe has one more realm king god is a big deal, and a bad one will make the universe messy. However, the whole king did not care about the consequences, the big deal was to clear the 7th universe. There used to be 18 universes, but now there are only 12, because 6 universes were cleared by all kings. The speed of time flow throughout the galaxy is accelerating, and the Earth Temple is no exception, but everyone in the temple has a sense of contradiction, both half a day and 3 days, overlapping together, producing an unspeakable contradiction. Of course, this is a mortal feeling, but for God, it is normal. Gods and mortals have different perceptions, different realms, and different feelings. In just half a day, another 17 spacecraft descended on Earth. Sun Wukong also returned to the Yang realm and flew directly towards the temple. The red electric ball disappeared, and the 2 guards of the king no longer exported divine power. The time flow rate of the Milky Way returned to normal. In just half a day, the 2 guards of the whole king also looked tired, and it seemed that their divine power had been consumed a lot. The contest can begin. The king looked at the great priest. Yes, but you have to draw lots first to decide your opponent in the first round, number 1 and number 2 fight, number 3 and number 4 fight, and so on. The last player is singular, so you don't need to fight, and you can directly advance to the second round, although it is a little unfair, but luck is also very important. The great priest said lightly. Everyone who participates in the Heavenly List competition knows that the minimum standard is 10,000 combat power. Before the draw, make sure if each player meets the requirements. The great priest snapped his fingers with his right hand, and suddenly, the purple divine power formed an aperture with a diameter of 3 meters. In the aperture of divine power of the great priest, those whose combat power is less than 10,000 cannot stand. According to the request of the great priest, one by one, the contestants who participated in the Heavenly List competition entered the purple aperture. As long as you stand within the aperture for 3 seconds, you will pass. Frisia got down from the small flying machine, was the first to walk into the aperture, stood with a relaxed face, and after 3 seconds, he was ejected from the aperture, completely powerless to resist. After Frisia, a mysterious man in a black robe cloak walked into the aperture, and passed with great ease. Obviously, the combat power far exceeded 10,000. One by one the players entered the aperture and all passed, some extremely relaxed, some more difficult. There are also 2 players whose combat power is about 9,000, and they kneel down as soon as they enter the aperture, but their combat effectiveness is increased to more than 10,000 through transformation. It's Sun Wukong's turn. Come on! Sun Gohan cheers for Sun Goku. Sun Wukong smiled at Sun Gohan and walked towards the aperture. Seeing Sun Wukong, Frisia's face changed. That's Sion. Frisia's gaze was grim. Sun Wukong's father Bardock impressed Frisia very deeply, and Sun Wukong is almost exactly the same as Bardock, so Frisia thought of Bardock when he saw Sun Wukong. Because Sun Wukong's combat power is only 5,000, As soon as he enters the aperture, he lies on the ground. Seeing this, Frisia's cold gaze also has contempt. Twice the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted, used twice the Realm King Fist, the combat effectiveness reached 200%, and also successfully reached 10,000, insisted for 3 seconds, and passed the level. The Realm King Fist used by Sun Wukong made many people's eyes shine. Only by going all out is you qualified to participate in the Heavenly List competition. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly in his heart. Sun Wukong knew that he was just on the passing line, and among the players participating in the competition, his combat effectiveness was only the weakest. Even if the combat effectiveness is the weakest, Sun Wukong is fearless, but more excited, challenging the strong, watching the battle of the strong, he is very excited. After the Monkey King, another player passed. Since he knew that it took 10,000 combat strength to participate in the competition, those who dared to come to Earth would not be too weak, so all 581 people who participated in the competition passed. Chapter 24. After the draw, the 581st player was happy and could advance directly to the second round without fighting. The Monkey King is number 105, and his opponent is number 106. The Heavenly List competition finally began, and the Great Priest was relatively happy, although because of the short time and the powerhouses of the entire galaxy could not arrive one by one, but some masters came, such as Frisia, who was known as the Emperor of the Universe. If there is enough time, I believe that Frisia's brother Gula and his father King Kurdish will come, but there is no hurry. This is the first Heavenly List competition, and in the future, the Heavenly List competition of the 7th universe and the power competition of the 12 universes can be held, which will not be limited to the small galaxy. The ring of the match is the hardest substance in the universe, and there is a protective shield made by the Great Priest, so you don't have to worry about the battle destroying the Earth. The 581 fighters participating in the tournament all have the ability to destroy the Earth, and the Grand Priest has to get a special ring and protective shield. Xin was in charge of being the judge, and as his big fight began, number 1 and number 2 flew into the ring. In the first round, 290 players will be eliminated, the second round will eliminate 145 players, and in the third round, 73 players will be eliminated, and then there will be only 73 players left, so round after round of elimination, to win the quarterfinals, the final 4, and then the final, the champion. Player number 1 is a wolf-headed man, and player number 2 is a boar-headed man. The former has a combat power of 12,000, and the latter's combat power is 17,000, a gap of 5,000. The combat effectiveness gap is 5,000, if there is no special trick, there will be no suspense in winning or losing. It is worth mentioning that there are only 2 kinds of victories and defeats in this Tian List competition, one is to admit defeat, the other is to fall off the ring, and it is okay for the fighter to kill the opponent. At the beginning of the first battle of the first round, number 2 player emitted an energy wave, and number 1 player could not dodge at all. He could only resist with all his strength, but he could not resist, he was bombarded, and there were no bones. Player 2 wins. Sheen announced. Due to the large gap in combat effectiveness, the winner was decided at once. Cold sweat oozed from the forehead of the Monkey King who was watching the battle, and the number 1 player's combat power was stronger than the double Realm King Fist he used, but he was easily killed by the number 2 player. What a waste of time! Frisia pouted. In fact, Frisia really wanted to say that he could deal with the rest of the contestants together, but the rules of the competition were set by the Great Priest, and the Great Priest was above the Destruction God and the Realm King God, and he did not dare to be too arrogant. Behind Frisia, Doria also turned on the combat power detector, and the upper limit of his combat power detector was 100,000. 13,000 combat effectiveness, 19,000 combat effectiveness, 24,000 combat effectiveness, 80,000? There could be such a thing. While probing the combat effectiveness of one player after another, Doria exclaimed, only to detect a dozen players, his combat power detector exploded. Obviously, it detected more than 100,000 combat effectiveness. Saab also turned on the combat power detector, but only detected 7 players before exploding. It seems that there are quite a few combat effectiveness of more than 100,000. Saab looked solemn. The standard for participating in the competition is 10,000 combat effectiveness, and it is not unusual to have a combat power of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Frisia said nonchalantly. The winner of the competition must be His Excellency Frisia. Dorderia looked flattering. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Frisia's mouth, and he secretly said in his heart, I hope that there will be an opponent who makes me transform once. As soon as he thought of the benefits of becoming the champion of the competition, Frisia was excited. The name of the first strong man in the galaxy was enough to make him scream, and the 1,000 year life expectancy made him excited, and he could also become a realm king god. Once he becomes the king god of the realm, Frisia is the apex god of the 7th universe, and with divine power, the combat power will definitely rise, and it is difficult to say how much it will increase. Now, it's a battle between number 3 and number 4. The combat power of the number 3 player is only 15,000, while the combat power of the number 4 player is more than 30,000, the gap is more than doubled. When player number 4 releases his breath, he can't move in shock to player number 3. I throw in the towel. Player number 3 sighed and opened his mouth to admit defeat. Game after game. There are very few close battles. Finally, it was Frisia's turn. The non-transformed Frisia also has 530,000 combat power, and he can also transform 3 times, and each transformation has a sharp increase in combat power. Frisia's opponent is a fighter with a combat power of about 70,000. Admit defeat, you are not my opponent. Frisia said lightly. Ridiculous, I nicht trus Augustine Mach Iden. Omit a few hundred words, haven't failed once. Frisia. The crowd watching the battle. A name of several hundred words, which is really long enough. Then, I'll let you fail the first time. Frisia said. The gap in combat effectiveness is too great. Frisia has 530,000 combat strength, and his opponent only has about 70,000 combat strength, so it is completely overwhelming. I saw that Frisia did not move a step, and with one hand, he lightly blocked all the opponent's attacks, whether it was energy waves or fists and feet, and then put down the opponent with one punch, making it lose its combat effectiveness. It's really boring, I haven't even exerted half of my combat power. Frisia shook his head. 2 more battles, and it was Sun Wukong's turn. It's finally me. Sun Wukong was also nervous. After all, his combat power was the bottom of the contestants, and this was still the case of using twice the Realm King Fist. Without using the out-of-bounds King Fist, Sun Wukong's normal combat power is only 5,000. Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, the Great Priest was also a little looking forward to it. After all, Sun Wukong is the protagonist. Sun Wukong's odds of winning don't seem to be high. Glancing at Sun Wukong's opponent, the great god said in his heart. Chapter 25. With just one glance at Sun Wukong's opponent, the great priest accurately knew the combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness of 19,000. It is close to 20,000 combat power, and in the original work, Vegeta had a combat power of 18,000 when he first came to Earth, but the abuse of Sun Wukong was miserable. Monkey King should not be eliminated in the first round. The great priest muttered in his heart. However, the strength of combat effectiveness is not the only criterion for victory or defeat, and Sun Wukong is also the protagonist of the original work, and he is a scion, and he may be able to advance to the second round. Under the attention of the great priest, Sun Wukong had already taken the first step. Sun Wukong did not rush to use the out-of-realm King Fist, but a punch that looked ordinary. Today, Sun Wukong's normal combat power is 5,000, and his opponent's normal combat power is 19,000, a difference of 14,000. If the combat effectiveness of both sides is hundreds of thousands or millions, the difference of more than 10,000 is nothing, but the combat effectiveness is below 20,000, and the difference of more than 10,000 is fatal. Bang! Sun Wukong's fist was easily taken by the other party. It's ridiculous to dare to participate in the heavenly list competition just with this bit of combat strength. I know that you can increase your combat power to 200%, but it is impossible to defeat me, because even if your combat power increases to 200%, it is far below me. Perhaps it was Sun Wukong's protagonist aura that came into play, and his opponent began a taunt mode, not in a hurry to defeat Sun Wukong with overwhelming combat power. The villain dies of talking too much, and a good hand is broken. If this kind of opponent, Sun Wukong still has hope to win. The great priest said in his heart. That's awesome. Monkey King said. At this time, Sun Wukong had the feeling of fighting the great demon king of Vic for the first time, and that time, he was abused so badly that he almost died. Fighting someone stronger than himself is one of the great pleasures of Monkey King. Now, Sun Wukong's belligerent genes are active, and his face has excitement. It's really boring. The whole king complained. To Chuan Wang, it was as if bacteria were fighting. Using a microscope to see bacteria fighting, it's boring enough, it's good to have an ant fight. This is only the first round, and it will be a little interesting when it comes to the second round, and the more interesting it is, and you can also have more expectations. The great priest smiled and said to the king beside him. Is that really the case? All kings. That's right. The great priest said with a smile. The whole king still had great trust in the great priest, and at the moment, he was patiently watching the battle. In the ring, the battle was completely one-sided, and Sun Wukong had already used the double realm king fist, but he was still being hanged. Frisia, who was watching the battle from under the ring, sneered. The load on the body of the double realm king fist is relatively large, and Sun Wukong's current body cannot withstand it for too long. Triple realm king fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Now, Sun Wukong can only withstand the double realm king fist for a short time, and the load generated by the triple realm king fist is enough to make his body collapse. With Sun Wukong's triple realm king fist, his combat power also soared to about 15,000, greatly shortening the gap with his opponent, but his body was also on the verge of collapse. It's surprising that you can triple your combat effectiveness, but that's only to that extent. Although Sun Wukong gambled his life to use the triple realm king fist, he was still completely at a disadvantage. Turtle Pie Qigong. Sun Wukong drank loudly. The Turtle School Qigong concentrated Sun Wukong's qi. After Sun Wukong, who had a combat power of 15,000, used the Turtle Sect Qigong, his combat power suddenly soared to more than 20,000. What? Not only Sun Wukong's opponent was stunned, but many people watching the battle were also stunned. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's opponent did not dare to be careless, and sent out energy waves with all his strength. Suddenly, the two energy waves collided, but it was Sun Wukong's Turtle Wave Qigong that had the upper hand slightly. At this time, the cells and blood vessels in Sun Wukong's body ruptured, and his body began to collapse. Ha ha ha, can't your body bear it? There is a price to pay for enhancing combat effectiveness with special methods. Discovering the situation of Sun Wukong's opponent laughed. I didn't want to use fairy beans, but now I can't help it. Sun Wukong muttered. There are not many restrictions in this heavenly list contest held by the great priest. Even if you kill your opponent, you will not be disqualified from the competition. You can also transform, take weapons, drugs, etc., but you can't find helpers, you can only PK one-on-one. I saw that Sun Wukong sent out Qigong waves with one hand, and freed one hand to hold the fairy beans. After eating a fairy bean, Sun Wukong's collapsing body returned to its best state. Xiando is really a panacea, and it is too buggy to use in battle. Sun Wukong is not stupid, his normal combat strength is only 5,000, since he dares to participate in the heavenly list competition, he naturally has a dependence, and his reliance is Xiando. With Xiandu, Sun Wukong does not worry about the consumption of physical strength and qi, as long as the opponent cannot defeat him at once and falls into a stalemate, he will win. Sure enough, Sun Wukong's Qigong waves gradually overwhelmed the opponent's energy waves. How is this possible? No. Sun Wukong's Qigong waves completely overwhelmed the opponent's energy waves and blasted his opponent off the ring. Victory and defeat have been scored. Phew! Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. It is incredible that the combat power of the normal 5,000 defeated the existence of 19,000 combat power. The reason why Sun Wukong was able to win was on the one hand because of the opponent's carelessness, and on the other hand, the Realm King Fist and Immortal Beans, especially Immortal Beans. In order to defeat his opponent, Sun Wukong ate 5 fairy beans. After the battle, Sun Wukong unexpectedly found that the qi in his body was much stronger. Sion has a special physique, and recovery in the dying state can greatly enhance combat effectiveness, and Sun Wukong's body was in a state of collapse before, and he was saved with fairy beans, but it stimulated the potential of his Sion. Now, Sun Wukong's combat power has reached about 7,600. Chapter 26. Before Sun Wukong stepped off the ring, a powerful and tyrannical aura emanated from a black-robed cloaked person. This is killing intent, the killing intent against Sun Wukong. Angry killing intent. A powerful aura of terror and fury. In an instant, the black-robed cloak was shattered by the powerful qi, revealing a young man about 2 meters tall, with black hair tied in a braid at the back of his head, with a special mechanical forehead protector, and an indifferent face. Broly, calm down. Beside this young man, another black-robed cloaked man was anxious, but much shorter. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. The great priest's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect that Broly also participated in the heavenly list competition, which was a little unexpected. In the galaxy of this 7th universe, there is a legend that Saions appear every 1,000 years, a super soldier, the most powerful in the universe. Broly is a Saiyan, but he has 10,000 combat power from birth, and as he ages, his combat power will increase, and anger can also increase his combat power. The average Saiyan anger may increase combat effectiveness, but it is only temporary, while Broly is permanent. For Broly's combat effectiveness to double every year, the Grand Priest just smiled. When the combat effectiveness is low, Broly's combat effectiveness can be increased 100 times a year, but when the combat effectiveness is high, it is too difficult to double it in a year. At this time, the black-robed cloaked man next to Broly also lifted his disguise, a middle-aged Saiyan who was blind in one eye, but it was Broly's father, Paragus. Paragus is a greedy villain, his combat effectiveness is not great, not even 10,000. At this point, Paragath was nervous. Broly's brace is a machine that Paragus asked scientists to build to control Broly so that Broly does not get out of control, but now there are signs of uncontrollable, and everything is because of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong and Broly were born almost at the same time, but the combat effectiveness is very different. Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000, Sun Wukong only has 2, but Sun Wukong's 2 scared Broly to cry, which is really enough too. The qi emanating from Broly became stronger and stronger. Broly's combat effectiveness is also increasing rapidly. 300,000. 500,000. 700,000. In a short period of time, Broly's combat power reached about 1.5 million. Golden aura enveloped Broly's burly body, and the limiter on his forehead was also shattered by a powerful force. Without limits, Broly's pupils were disappearing, and he lost his mind. Oops, Broly is out of control. Paragath was flabbergasted. The rampage Broly has only one purpose, which is to kill the Monkey King. As if teleporting, Broly disappeared in place, and reappeared the protective shield that was close to the ring. Bang! Broly punched the shield outside the ring, but the shield didn't move. With Broly's current strength, he could not break this shield. A punch failed to break the protective shield outside the ring, and Broly was even more furious. Broly's strength is a bit weak. The great priest's brows furrowed. Now, Broly is also more than 20 years old. He was born with a combat power of 10,000, which doubles according to a year, and the current normal combat power should also go up to 10 billion, and then become a super race. Tens of billions of combat power should be appropriate. Or even hundreds of billions of combat effectiveness, but this is not the case at all. Today, Broly's combat power is only about 1.5 million, that is, it has become an ordinary super race, not even 100 million, even Frieza can't do it. Although it is weak in the eyes of the great priest, the 1.5 million combat power is unattainable for the current Monkey King. Your Excellency Frieza, 2 more scions. Darius' face was solemn. Paragas's combat power was too scum, and Frieza was completely inappropriate, but Broly's combat power deeply shocked him. With the combat power shown by Broly, Frieza can't fight once in transformation, and needs a second transformation. Broly was still young, which gave Frieza a lot of wariness. That scion is called Broly? Can't give him time to grow. Frieza also had killing intent in his eyes. Frieza is still very jealous of the legendary Super Saiyan, and now it seems that Broly is likely to be the legendary Super Saiyan, with a combat power of more than 1 million at a young age. Interesting. With Broly's rampage, the king also became interested. Broly, whether it is punches or air waves, cannot break the protective cover of the ring. The Monkey King is inside the protective cover, and Broly cannot attack the Monkey King without breaking the protective cover. Now in this situation, Sun Wukong did not stupidly come out to die. Enough, the competition will continue. Beerus stood up. This contest was held by the great priest, and with the whole king watching, Beerus could not let people stir up. In a flash, Beerus came to Broly. Broly punched Beerus, but was blocked by Beerus with one finger. Ah! In the angry shout, Broly's combat effectiveness increased again, from 1.5 million to about 1.7 million, but it did not make the slightest sense in front of Beerus. As soon as Beerus's finger flicked, Broly flew upside down more than 10 meters, fell to the ground, and fell unconscious. After all, Broly was one of the contestants, and Beerus did not kill, otherwise, Beerus's temper would have made Broly dust in the universe. Is this the power of the god of destruction? The players were stunned. My son is a legendary Super Saiyan who was defeated with one finger. Paragas couldn't believe it. Noticing Frieza's gloomy gaze staring at the unconscious Broly, Paragas snorted again. Now, Paragatha's heart was panicked. Looking at Frieza's eyes, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Broly. Broly gave Frieza a sense of crisis. Chapter 27. The Heavenly List contest continues. Seeing the combat power of Broly, Sun Wukong was amazed. The same scion, compared with Broly, the current Monkey King is too far away, which did not discourage Sun Wu, but stimulated his fighting spirit. Sun Wukong's nerves are even more in the face of difficulties and will not be afraid of strength. No matter how many times stronger than Sun Wukong will not lose his fighting spirit. After all, he is the protagonist, and Sun Wukong's mentality is very good. The first round of the competition ended with 290 players eliminated. By the second round, there were only 291 players left. Again drawn, number 291 does not need to fight to advance directly to the third round, and the remaining 290 players will be eliminated by half, that is, 145 people. Sun Wukong's luck was not good enough to draw number 291, but even if he could, he didn't like it. The reason why he participated in the Heavenly List competition was not for the first place, but to fight with the strong, that's all. As for the name of the first strong man in the galaxy, the Realm King God, 1000 years of life, these are not what he cares about. It can be called that Sun Wukong is a battle maniac and a martial idiot. Those who can reach the second round, the strength will not be too weak. Of course, the first round also has strong against the strong, resulting in some strong people being eliminated. To stand out in this competition, strength is very important, and luck is also indispensable. Frisia's gloomy gaze was fixed on Broly. As long as there is hope to fight Broly in the ring, Frisia will not let Broly survive. Under the eyes of the great priest, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, who acted as the referee, began to announce the start of the second round. Player 1 versus Player 2. Then, number 3 versus number 4. Looking at a game in the second round, Chuan Wang was also a little interested. It's a little more intense than the first round. Chuan Wang said with a cute smile. This is the second round, and then there is a third round, a fourth round, and it will be more and more exciting. The great priest said lightly. That scion named Broly seems to be interesting. Chuan Wang said. He is an outlier among the scions of this seventh universe, and his potential is okay, but he has not fully grown. The grand priest said with a smile. Broly's potential is strong, and if he grows up completely, it will be absolutely terrifying, and it is possible to hang Beerus. Suddenly, the great priest had an idea, if he exchanged the potential of Sun Wukong and Broly. With Broly's potential, Monkey King should be able to grow to an astonishing level in a short period of time. It is a little difficult to exchange the potential of Broly and Monkey King, but there are also simple ways, such as Dragon Ball. The Earth's divine dragon can't do Nami Nemesis's Shenlong, names Shenlong can't do Super Dragon Ball, and it can't even be Super Dragon Ball. As long as the great priest wants to exchange the potential of Broly and Sun Wukong, there is a way to get it. At this time, two mysterious warriors in black robes and cloaks stepped into the ring. One mysterious warrior is short, the other is tall. Are the beasts of the dark planet also go? Hehe, I didn't expect to meet such an opponent, interesting. The diminutive mysterious warrior chuckled. Warcraft also? The tall mysterious warrior shouted. And the black-robed cloak on his body shattered, revealing his true face. Huge green claws, a bit like an ostrich's head, and a bit like a frog, the huge monster is a little hideous. This monster is the monster of the dark planet, called Yego, which can eat light and convert light energy into its own energy, which is very powerful in the dark. Yeji opened his mouth, and a huge darkness enveloped the entire ring. Even the Realm King God couldn't see the two figures in the ring. Oops, I can't see it. All kings. At this time, the guard on the left side of the king stretched out his hand, and the red divine light illuminated the ring, so that everyone could see the two figures on the ring. The divine light of the king's guard is not something that can be devoured. There is an M symbol on the abdomen of Yego, which is the symbol of the evil magician Babadai, and the body with this symbol indicates that the mind is controlled by Babadai's evil magic. An astonishing aura emanated from Yego. At this time, Yeg's combat effectiveness definitely exceeded 10 million. The short mysterious man who fought against Yeg was not strong, it was more than 100,000, not even 200,000. Go and die. Yego sneered, and the green claws attacked the short mysterious man. In front of the real demon race, a half-hung demon beast is not qualified to be presumptuous. The diminutive mysterious man sneered. A red blood-like magic light emanated from the hands of this diminutive mysterious man. Shrouded in blood-red magic light, Yego screamed in pain, and the M mark on his abdomen was also fading, and soon disappeared. Throw in the towel. The short mysterious man ordered lightly. I throw in the towel. Yego directly obeyed. Everyone watching the battle was surprised. The great priest frowned and stared at the short mysterious man in the ring. However, with more than 100,000 combat power, he easily cracked the evil magic that Babadai put on Yego, and surrendered Yego. A real demon? That blood-red magic light seems to. Demon star? That little man is Carrick too. The great priest has already guessed the identity of the short mysterious man. The demon star is a special planet in the 7th universe and a real demon star, and the people who live on the demon star are real demon races. On the demon star, the combat effectiveness of the demon star people can increase dozens of times, and on other planets, as long as the demon star is close to the planet, the combat effectiveness of the demon star people will increase dozens of times. Of course, this is all in the case of not too high combat effectiveness. If the combat effectiveness is too strong, such as hundreds of billions of combat effectiveness or something, it is impossible to increase dozens of times, but the increase is certain. In the theatrical version, before the old Vic became the god of the earth, Carrick I competed with it and failed, and Carrick II returned to Earth to take revenge, and even made a wish to get an immortal body through the Earth Dragon, and was finally sealed. Chapter 28. Although Warcraft Yego's combat power is far above Carrick II, it is still subordinate to Carrick II. Just like the strength slag of the magician Babadai, he can master all kinds of strong people for his own use. With Yego admitting defeat, Carrick II also won and successfully advanced. The game continues. It was Sun Wukong's turn to play, and this time, his luck was bad enough, and the opponent's combat power was more than 70,000. Today's Monkey King's normal combat power is not 10,000, and his body collapses when he uses the Triple Realm King Fist, and the Double Realm King Fist cannot be maintained for too long, and fighting against an existence with more than 70,000 combat power is simply looking for death. Sure enough, after getting on the ring, the opponent hit casually, and Sun Wukong was blasted off the ring, and he was even more dying, and almost died, but he ate a fairy bean in time. With Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness, it is already possible to be eliminated until the second round. In the two battles, Sun Wukong's gains were not small, and his normal combat effectiveness increased to about 8,000. When the second round ended, there were only 146 players left. There are still half eliminated in the third round, which will only leave 73 opponents. By the third round, the weakest contestant also had more than 20,000 combat power. There are several players who are outstanding: Frisia, Broly, etc. Almost all of them defeat their opponents in one move, cleanly. Halfway through the third round, it was Frisia who faced Shrag. Shrag is a super Nami nemesis, burly, green-skinned, wearing a helmet with an evil sneer on the corner of his mouth. Once, there was a problem with the Nami nemesis. The environment was harsh, and the Nami nemesis faced destruction, so several babies were sent. Vic was sent to Earth, and Shrag was sent to the planet Shrag. Shrag has a pure evil heart and is a genius warrior. If Broly is a super scion who comes out of 1,000 years, then Shrag is a super Naminex who comes out of 1,000 years. Stepping into the ring and facing Frisia, Shrag was not daunted at all. Finally a decent opponent, Cosmic Emperor Frisia? I've wanted to teach it a little bit for a long time. Slug sneered. Obviously, Shrag didn't take Frisia too seriously. You should be a Nami nemesis. The combat effectiveness seems to be good, but it is impossible to defeat me, Frisia said with a smile. Frisia has seen Shrag perform in the first and second rounds. Frisia wants to take Shrag as his subordinate. Humph, you Frisia is a fart in my eyes. Shrag's tone was very arrogant. Being so despised by Shrag, Frisia was also a little angry. I don't use my hands in this game. Frisia speaks amazingly. As soon as the words fell, Frisia put his hands behind his back. Hearing Frisia say that he didn't need to use his hands, Shrag couldn't believe it, and the crowd was also surprised. Frisia really likes to pretend to be X, but he should have to transform once. The great priest was secretly worried in his heart. The combat power of the non-transformed Frisia is 530,000, and the combat power of Shrag is not weak. The great priest can see at a glance, not under the Frisia who has not transformed, but if Frisia transforms once, it is no problem to hang Shrag. As far as the great priest knew, after Frisia's first transformation, his combat power exceeded 1 million. You are not the first to be so arrogant in front of me, but I have killed everyone in the past. Slug said to Frisia with a sneer. Frisia shrugged and said only a word of invitation. Obviously, Frisia didn't plan to strike first. Strike first is strong. Shrag strikes first, and Frisia is more or less passive. At the moment, Shrag is also not polite. A powerful aura emanated from Shrag's body, and he punched Frisia. The combat effectiveness of Shrag's blow is at least 300,000 or more, not his full strength, but his tentative attack. The opponent was Frisia, who was known as the Emperor of the Universe, and Shrag did not dare to be too careless. In the face of Shrag's attack, Frisia did not dodge and took it with his legs and feet, and his tail. Bang bang bang! Between the electric flint, Shrag and Frisia have engaged dozens of moves. Shrag didn't take advantage at all. By not using his hands, Frisia's combat effectiveness was greatly weakened, and when Shrag increased his combat power to more than 400,000, he was not relaxed. It seemed that Shrag and Frisia were evenly matched, but Frisia did not use his hands. Frisia, I have figured out your strength, which is weaker than I thought. Shrag suddenly pulled back. What did you say? Frisia grimaced. It's time for me to show my real strength. Schrager said. Next, Shrag drank loudly and completely burst out the chi in his body. Suddenly, Shrag's helmet exploded and his blouse shattered. In less than 3 seconds, Shrag turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. Not only has his body size become larger, but Shrag's combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. Today, Shrag's combat power is close to 600,000, which is much stronger than the non-transformed Frisia. Lowering his head, Shrag's eyes emitted beams of light and shot towards Frisia. In addition to the beam of light in his eyes, Shrag's mouth also emitted air waves, and his hands were still gathering chi. At this time, Frisia also had a crisis. Boom boom! The ring is the strongest metal in the universe, and the battle between Shrag and Frisia is difficult to destroy, and with the enchantment set by the Great Priest, the aftermath of the battle between the two cannot spread. Under the energy bombardment of Shrag, Frisia had to use his hands and resist with all his strength, but he was very embarrassed. Ha ha ha, is the Universe Emperor Frisia just to this extent? What a disappointment! Slugger laughed proudly. Many people are shocked. In the galaxy of the 7th universe, Frisia's fame is still very large, but now it is completely suppressed. After this battle, Shrag's name was enough to spread across the galaxy. The signing contract has been mailed. This book will not TJ, you can rest assured to collect, give some flowers to support, thank you. Chapter 29. That one named Frisia looks like he's going to lose. The king stared intently at the ring. The outcome of this battle was doomed from the beginning. The great priest smiled slightly. The whole king did not know the details of Frisia, but the great priest knew everything. Shrag's current combat power is only close to 600,000, he is basically full of combat power, and it is not a problem to deal with Frisia who has not transformed, but Frisia has 3 transformations. Because Frisia's combat power was too strong and he couldn't control it well, he sealed himself and made 3 transformations. At this time, the great priest's gaze glanced at a mysterious man in a black robe cloak near the ring. The figure was relatively tall, although it was well hidden, but the great priest still sensed a powerful aura. Who is that black-robed man? His combat power is at least 100 times stronger than Frisia. The great priest said in his heart. Frisia, who has full combat power, is 120 million, which is 12 billion more powerful than Frisia. Although the combat power of 12 billion is nothing in the eyes of the great priest, it is absolutely terrifying to mortals. Although I don't know who the black-robed man is, the great priest can definitely be a god. A god with 12 billion upward combat power. This heavenly list contest does not stipulate that God cannot participate. In addition to the god with a combat power of 12 billion, the strongest combat power among the contestants is Frisia, with a combat power of 120 million. Broly is a destabilizing factor, and after 2 fights in the first and second rounds, although they both killed their opponents with one move, Broly's combat effectiveness also improved a little. That's awesome! Looking at Shrag's furious offensive, Frieza was completely suppressed, and Sun Wukong exclaimed. Shrag's combat power of nearly 600,000 amazes Sun Wukong, but it is not as shocking as Broly. After some bombardment, Shrag stopped bombarding. The ring made of the strongest metal in the universe is intact. Frieza, who had not transformed, stood in the ring with some injuries on his body. You provoked me, now, I'll let you feel what fear is. Frieza looked up at the 10-meter-tall slug. Fear? Ha ha ha. Listening to what Frieza said, Slug seemed to hear the most ridiculous joke in the world. Soon, Shrag couldn't laugh. I saw that Frieza burst out with a powerful aura. In just 1 second, Frieza transformed. This is Frieza's first transformation, and after the transformation, Frieza is tall and burly. This. Shrag was speechless. Feeling Frieza's powerful momentum at this time, Shrag couldn't help but be stunned. The crowd watching the battle was also surprised. I didn't expect Frieza to be able to transform. After the transformation, Frieza is not only tall and burly, but his combat effectiveness seems to have greatly increased. That man named Slug is going to fall into the downwind this moment. Frieza dares to call himself the Emperor of the Universe, and his strength is indeed strong. Broly looked disdainful. Although Frieza's momentum is now powerful, Broly has not yet put it in his eyes. The normal Broly has a combat power of more than 2 million, while the current Frieza is only in the early 1 million, not even half of Broly's normal combat power. Broly, if you go to Frieza, you will kill him. Paragath whispered to Broly. Paragagos is well aware of Frieza's jealousy of Super Saiyan, and since Broly has been exposed, it is best to kill Frieza. Good. Broly nodded. In the ring. Frieza crossed her arms in front of her and looked at Shrag with a smile on her face. My current combat strength exceeds 1 million, does this battle have to continue? Frieza asked. The combat power exceeds 1 million. Shrag's face changed drastically. Shrag knows his own combat power, and his combat power is only about 600,000. It can be said that the current Slug is only half as powerful as Frieza, about 3/5. With only 3/5 of Frieza's combat power, it was almost impossible for Shrag to defeat Frieza. The battle is not over. Shrag gritted his teeth and did not open his mouth to admit defeat. Shrag's body shrank and returned to its normal state. Although the gigantic body increased Shrag's combat effectiveness, it also made his speed decrease, and more importantly, his physical strength was very high. The combat power of the normal Shirag is about 550,000, which is 20,000 more than the non-transformed Frieza. It's kind of weird. The Great Priest's brows furrowed slightly. Shrag is not the Monkey King, and if it is the Monkey King, even if the combat power is only 1/10 of Frieza's, he will not admit defeat. With Slag's character, the difference in combat effectiveness is huge, and he should admit defeat. Does Slug still have any whole cards? It's fun that Frieza can even transform. Chuanwang said. For the king, Frieza's transformation is just fun. Frieza has transformed more than once, he can transform 3 times, this is the first time, and there are 2 more. The Great Priest said to the king. The voice of the Great Priest was not loud, except for the 2 guards of the Whole King and the Whole King, and only Whis and Beerus heard it, and even the king of the Eastern Realm, Shenzhen, did not hear it. Frieza can transform twice more? I want to see. The king looked at the Great Priest. Maybe you can see Frieza transform again soon, as for the 3rd transformation, you can definitely see it before the end of the competition. Lord Chuanwang is a little patient. The Great Priest coaxed the Whole King like a child. But Frieza's opponent is about to lose. Chuanwang wondered. If you can defeat your opponent, Frisia naturally doesn't need to transform again. A transformed Frisia may not be able to end this battle. The great priest said with a smile. Chapter 30. Frisia has transformed, Shrag still does not admit defeat, and the archpriest guesses that he has whole cards. The combat power of Frisia exceeded 1 million, while Shrag's current combat power was only about 550,000, and the gap between the two sides was too big. Seeing that Shrag refused to admit defeat, a sneer appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth, and then, a flash, came behind Shrag, and a tail was pumped on Shrag's back. Bang! Frisia's speed was too fast, Shrag didn't have time to react at all, and Frisia's tail was not small. Under Frisia's blow, Shrag fell to the ground. Before Shrag could get up, Frisia stomped on his head. Being trampled under Frisia's feet, Slug was extremely humiliated, and the anger in his heart was even greater. Abominable! The two antennae on the head of the Shrag emit electric current. The powerful current could not hurt Frisia at all, but it was blocked by Frisia's chi. You can't defeat me, when I transform, the victory or defeat is doomed. If you don't want to admit defeat, then you will have to suffer some hardships, and even, you will be killed by me. Frisia chuckled. The battle is not over. Slug gritted his teeth. Hey! Frisia scoffed. Frisia's right index finger emitted a beam of light that pierced through Shrag's right leg. Suddenly, Shrag's right leg had an extra blood hole, and blood was gurgling. Ugh! Slagger screamed in pain. Yes, that's the call, I like to hear it. Frisia laughed. Beam after beam of light emanated from Frisia's fingers, running through Shrag's legs, arms, and body. The physique of the Nami Nemesis is very peculiar. As long as the head is intact, the body can be regenerated when it is gone. I have long heard that the Nami Nemesis have a special physique, tenacious vitality, and regenerative ability. As soon as Frisia's words fell, a small air wave shattered Shrag's right arm. Power, I want great power! Shrag shouted. At this time, the great priest watching the battle sensed an evil magical force enveloping Shrag's body. Shrag's evil heart is expanding, and his body's potential is awakening. An M sign appeared on Shrag's forehead. Babadai's magic. The great priest was not without surprise. In the original work, Vegeta deliberately let Babadai use magic to demonize him in order to defeat Sun Wukong, and after demonization, Vegeta's combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced, but he still failed to defeat Sun Wukong. It seems that Shrag and Babadai have something to do with each other. Shrag probably only knew that Babadai's magic could demonize him and make him fight greatly, but he didn't know that he would lose himself and obey Babadai from now on, otherwise, he would not accept Babadai's demonization of him. As long as there is an evil heart, it can be demonized, and Shrag's evil heart is very pure, so Babadai can easily demonize him if he wants. The magic light flashed in Shrag's eyes, his injuries were recovering rapidly, and his lost right arm had regenerated. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. In a short period of time, Shrag's combat effectiveness has increased to more than 1 million, but it is still improving, and there is no sign of stopping. The momentum emanating from Shrag had overwhelmed Frisia. Under the pressure of Shrag's momentum, Frisia also had a sense of crisis. What's going on? How could the combat effectiveness of this Nami Nemesis increase so much at once? He didn't transform. What was the sign on his head? Frisia was puzzled. When Shrag's combat power reached 2.4 million, it finally stopped increasing. The increase from 550,000 combat strength to 2.4 million is only a short period of time. It looks amazing, but in fact, Babadai uses magic to use Shrag's evil heart as a medium to stimulate part of Shrag's potential. As a super Nami Nemesis warrior, Shrag's potential is also huge, and if his full potential is realized, it is not a problem to beat 10 Frisia, and Babadai inspires only a small part. Such a powerful force, unprecedentedly powerful, ha ha ha, the champion of this heavenly list competition must be my Shrag. Slug laughed. The drastic increase in combat effectiveness made Shrag get carried away. Standing up, Shrag's gaze turned to Frisia. Not good. Frisia panicked. In Frisia's eyes, Slug disappeared all at once. Before Frisia could react, Slug had kicked him down. Knocking down Frisia, Shrag casually grabbed Frisia's tail. Slug's hand grabbed Frisia's tail and pulled Frisia up and fell down again. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Frisia was completely powerless to fight back, and was beaten by Slug. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Frisia was indignant. Many people watching the battle were in an uproar. I'm not mistaken. Frisia has no power to fight back at all. Too strong, Shrag is too strong. I'm afraid that only the one named Broly can fight Slug, but it's hard to say whether the winner or loser will be lost. The winner of this year's Heavenly List competition is either Slug or Broly. Frisia is also strong, but not strong enough. After beating Frisia hard, Slug only felt extremely happy. Painful, unprecedentedly painful. Slug laughed. Frisia was miserable, covered in many wounds, some of which were bleeding. In fact, Frisia's 3 transformations have the biggest drawback. For example, he only has 530,000 combat power when he is not transformed, so the opponent can kill him in seconds if he has a 1 million combat power, and after his first transformation, the opponent has a combat power of 2 or 3 million, which can also kill him in seconds. Even if there is 100 million combat power, it must be brought into play. Chapter 31. In front of everyone's eyes, in the ring, the demonized Shrag beat Frisia with more than 2 million combat power. Now, Slug pressed Frisia's head to the ground and rubbed it. Frisia's dignity was trampled on, and the anger in his heart was building. Bastard, you give me enough to stop. An angry Frisia erupted with even more powerful chi. What? Frisia's combat effectiveness is actually improving? Shrag was also surprised. In order to hang Shrag, Frisia had to transform a second time. Everything was expected by the great priest. When Frisia transforms for the second time, the victory and defeat should be known. The demonized Shrag is also not worth Frisia's third transformation, which is more than enough. As Frisia's combat power increased, his form also changed, and his burly body began to develop laterally, and his head was elongated, a bit like Pui's under Babadai. When Frisia completed his second transformation, his combat power also took a leap. Today, Frisia's combat power is around 3 million. With a combat power of 3 million against 2.4 million, it is enough to hang. After the transformation, Frisia's injuries have basically fully recovered. Nanny? Can Frisia even transform again? This. Shrag froze. The crowd watching the battle was also surprised. Broly, who hadn't put Frisia too seriously, also looked solemn. Frisia's current combat effectiveness is not under the normal Broly, and even more than that. Before Shrag could come to his senses, Frisia had punched him in the abdomen. After only one punch from Frisia, Slug fell to his knees. Bang bang bang. Frisia punched and kicked Slug, coupled with tail pumping, and the abuse of Shrag was miserable, and he was completely powerless to fight back. The situation was completely reversed at once. I throw in the towel. Beaten by Frisia, Slug yelled. Babadai could not continue to awaken Shrag's potential, so his combat power could not be greatly improved in a short period of time, and it was impossible to defeat the second transformation Frisia. Since he couldn't defeat Frisia, Shrag threw in the towel. Frisia did not kill Shrag, he was curious about the changes in Shrag. Shrag did not transform, nor did he use any special tricks, but his combat effectiveness was greatly improved, and there was an M mark on his forehead, and Warcraft also had it. Now, Frisia is curious about the M sign that he must figure it out, and Slug is a clue. With the battle between Frisia and Slug, the battles that followed were more boring. There are not many with a combat power of more than 100,000. Karak-2's gaze was fixed on Slug, but Warcraft Yego became Karak-2's entourage. In addition to Yego's entourage, Karak-2 had several subordinates behind him. As a demon starman, Karak-2 is able to defuse Babadai's evil magic, but Shrag is not a demon and is not the same as Yego. Karak-2 was able to easily subdue Yego, but could not make Karak-2 submit. Frisia's combat power is far beyond expectations, and the one named Broly is a strong enemy, and I can't defeat it with my current strength, but fortunately I have Warcraft. Karak-2 muttered softly. Unknowingly, the Heavenly List competition had been going on for half a day. The children of the whole king watched with relish, but the great priest was a little bored. In other words, the battle between Frisia and Slag made the grand priest a little interested. And the rest of the battle was simply unbearable. Warcraft Yego's combat power is still very strong, much stronger than the normal state of Frisia and Broly, but it was easily subdued by Karak-2 and failed to play. I don't know if Broly can turn into a super player. The great priest's gaze couldn't help but glance at Broly. Broly's normal combat power is about 1.8 million, and the fierce battle has made his combat effectiveness increase rapidly. If Broly's normal combat power can have 2 million, and then become a super race, the combat power should be 100 million. The first stage of the ordinary super competition is at least 50 times the normal combat power, and the space that can float is very large, not fixed. In the original work, Sun Wukong's normal combat power of 3 million, into the first stage of the super competition is 150 million. The same first stage of the super competition can be 50 times the norm, or 60 times the norm, or even higher. Broly is a special scion. In addition to ordinary super race, he can also be transformed into a legendary super race. If Frisia and Broly go against each other, it will be wonderful. The great priest said in his heart. With Frisia's urine nature, it is impossible to take out all his strength at once to kill Broly. It must be played slowly, and 9 times out of 10 it will be played. Number 18 stood behind the great priest, watching the battles in the ring. The previous Broly rampage, as well as Warcraft Gordon, and the battle between Frisia and Shrag, all shocked number 18. Not far away, Weiss also paid attention to number 18. Father took an apprentice. Weiss was curious. The combat power of number 18 is still too weak, and he is an Earth human, and in Weiss's opinion, he is unremarkable, and he should have no contact with such a high-ranking figure as the great priest. Weiss, I have a question. Beerus said suddenly. What problem? Weiss asked. If I participate in the Heavenly List competition and get the first place, according to what Lord Xuanwang said, I can become a Realm King God, and I am originally a Destruction God. Can I be both a Destruction God and a Realm King God? Beerus said lightly. Beerus's question also stunned Weiss. The God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King are relative, and one person is at the same time? Theoretically, yes, but if Lord Beerus really becomes a Realm King God, maybe he can't be a God of Destruction, or there may be other circumstances, because there is no precedent, so it is unknown. Weiss thought about it and answered Beerus. Chapter 32. The Grand Priest overheard Beerus and Ves talking. The God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King are symbiotic, and if the King God of the 7th universe dies, Beerus will also die, but Ves will not. Because of the symbiotic relationship with the Realm King God, Beerus sealed an old Realm King God into Excalibur. If Beerus was both the God of Destruction and the God of Realm, then as long as the 7th universe was not destroyed, he would not have to worry. What if the God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King were held by one person? The great priest's heart was also a little curious. The appointment of the God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King is a word of the whole king, and the high priest can interfere, but cannot decide. After thinking about it, the great priest's gaze couldn't help but glance at a player. Tall, wearing a black robe cloak, unable to see his face, but his combat power is more than 10 billion, he is a god, and his status is under the god of destruction and the god of the realm king, which is equal to the 5 realm kings. If nothing else, when the competition is over, there will be an answer to whether a person can hold 2 priesthoods at the same time. The great priest smiled in his heart. Before you know it, the 3rd round is over, and the 4th round of the competition begins. Time passed slowly, and the competition was in full swing. There are fewer and fewer players who are not eliminated, and as a result, the time required for a round is greatly reduced. When the combat effectiveness is not much different, after a battle, the physical strength will also be consumed, and it will not be possible to recover without enough time. Finally, there were only 4 players left. The final 4 appeared. Frisia, Broly, a mysterious god with more than 10 billion combat power, and Carrick 2. Carrick 2 only has more than 100,000 combat power, but he can transfer part of the combat power of Warcraft Yego to himself, although the time is very short, but it is also terrifying. After the draw, the first battle was between Carrick 2 and Mystic, and the second battle was between Frisia and Broly, and the winner went to the final. Most of the eliminated players stayed to watch the match, and some left. No one dares to mess around on Earth. Is the next opponent Broly? Very good. Frisia sneered. After fighting one battle after another, Broly's combat effectiveness has improved again. Today, Broly's normal combat power has reached 2 million. Broly's progress was so fast that Frisia was uneasy. Frisia didn't want to let Broly continue to grow. Sun Wukong's gains are not small. Watching the battles of strong people one by one, he has learned a lot of tricks, and his combat experience has also improved. Scions have an amazing talent for learning tricks, and they can easily learn ordinary tricks, and powerful tricks can be learned with a little time. The first game of the Final 4 starts. Invite 2 players to play. Sheen raised his arms. Suddenly, Carrick 2 and the mysterious god flew into the ring one after another. Many people watching the battle were talking, and some people were curious about what materials the ring was made of, and they withstood battle after battle without the slightest damage. It's just a waste of time. The championship will definitely come out of Frisia and Broly. I bet it's Frisia. The title of Emperor of the Universe is not illusory. Frisia can transform twice. Will there be a 3rd transformation? Impossible. If Frisia can transform for the 3rd time, my name will be pronounced upside down. In the ring, Carrick 2's hands emitted magic light. The blood-red magic light formed an aperture, and at the same time, a glowing magic pattern appeared on the forehead of the Warcraft Yej. Yego's power is being transferred to Carrick 2. Although I can only temporarily transfer a small part of Yej's power to myself, it is enough to win the championship of the competition. Humph, the Earth God is a fart. After this competition, I will be the king god of the realm, and I can live for 1,000 more years, and I have the title of the first strongest in the galaxy. Carrick 2 said secretly in his heart. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. In a short time, the combat effectiveness of Carrick 2 exceeded 1 million. Die. Carrick 2 sent out a wave of air to kill his opponent. Since participating in the tournament, except for Yego, all the players against Carrick 2 have died. The air wave with more than 1 million combat power is enough to easily destroy the Earth. In the face of Carrick 2's chi waves, the mysterious god blocked it with one finger. Bang! The gas wave exploded, but it failed to hurt the mysterious god in the slightest. Such an attack can only raise a puff of dust. The mysterious god laughed disdainfully. How is that possible? One finger blocked my attack? Carrick 2 was in disbelief. Frisia and Broly, who were watching the battle, also had solemn faces. Even if they were, it was difficult to block the chi wave of more than 1 million combat power with one finger. I really underestimate you, since 1 million combat effectiveness is not good, just 2 million, 3 million. Carrick 2 shouted. Yego's combat power was constantly transferred to Carrick 2. Because he could only briefly transfer a small part of Yego's combat power to himself, Carrick II wanted a quick victory, and it was not good for him to delay the battle. When Carrick II's combat power reached 3.7 million, it also reached its limit. At the edge of the temple, Vic crossed his hands in front of him, also watching the battle. Monkey King can also participate in the competition, although he was eliminated in the second round, but Vic cannot participate. Today, Bike's combat power is only about 2000, and he can't realm the King Fist, so he is far from qualified to participate in the Heavenly List competition. A real demon? Transfer the power of that demon beast to yourself, increase your combat power by dozens of times, a very clever means. Vic thought to himself. A god whose realm element is not lower than the 5 realm kings has also participated in this competition. Who is it? The combat effectiveness is terrible. The earth gods are worried. Chapter 33. The battle can be over. Carrick II laughed. With the great increase in combat effectiveness, the short body of Carrick II also began to grow to about 2 meters. When Carrick II punched out, he was easily taken by his opponent. What? The powerful chi erupted, and the black-robed cloak shattered, revealing a tall figure. Evil sneer, with demon horns on his forehead. It is Dopura, the king of the demon realm. The king of the demon world is the overlord of the demon world, his status is not low, and his strength is even stronger. It turned out to be Dopura. The great priest was abrupt, no wonder the combat power exceeded 10 billion. Dopura also has an M symbol on his forehead, apparently, he is also controlled by Babadai's evil magic. In the case of Shrag, the combat power will be greatly increased by the magic control of Babadai, so the combat power of Dapla itself is likely to not reach 10 billion, but after being controlled by Babadai, the potential is stimulated, and the combat power is greatly enhanced. In the original work, Dopura's strength is comparable to that of the complete Chiru. Grabbing Carrick II's fist, Dapura sneered, "This bit of combat power is not qualified to run rampant in front of me, the garbage of the demon star is scum in front of me, the king of the demon world." Demon King. Carrick II's face was ugly. A stream of flames erupted from Dapla's mouth. The terrifying heat is more than the underground magma. In the face of Dapla's high-temperature flames, Carrick II was completely unable to resist and could only retreat and distance himself. At this time, a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in Dapla's right hand. When a sword appeared out of thin air in Dapla's hand, the great priest's eyes flashed. Transformation of space? Summon. Dapla couldn't make something out of nothing, the sword in his hand was originally somewhere in the demon world, and he summoned it into his hand, which was also a use of space. Although it is still very shallow in the eyes of the great priest, it is indeed a use of space. At this time, a dazzling magic light shone in the hands of Carrick II. Carrick II's magic light shrouded the ring, making Dapla unable to avoid it. In the magic light of Carrick II, Dapla holds up a protective shield. Carrick II, however, wants to contact the Babadai magic on Dapla, so that Dapla is no longer under the control of Babadai, and the combat power improved by Babadai's magic will sleep. There are examples of Yego before, but this time it is difficult to succeed. When Dapla held up the shield, Carrick II's magic light was completely blocked. Such a powerful protective shield, there is no way, only use this trick. Carrick II threw up his head and shouted. But I saw that the power of Carrick II turned into a pillar of light. A little light from the demon star, dozens of light years away from Earth, crossed the void, came to Earth, and fell on Carrick II. The light of the demon star can make the demon star dozens of times stronger. Although it was only for a moment, the magic light emitted by Carrick II was dozens of times stronger. Dapla did not hold up the shield with all his strength, he was careless, so the shield broke, and the magic light of Carrick II covered him. Suddenly, the M mark on Dapla's forehead disappeared. Out of Babadai's control, Dapla's combat effectiveness has dropped significantly, only about 7 billion. Although Dapla's combat power is only about 7 billion, it is far from being able to compete with Carrick II. The magic light disappeared, and Carrick II became a short man again, kneeling weakly on the ground, and his current combat strength did not even reach 100,000. "Seeing that you are a demon and help me, I won't kill you," Dapla said lightly. The first battle of the final four is over, with Dopura advancing to the final, followed by Frisia vs Broly, and the winner advances to the final. After getting off the ring, Dapla had a gloomy face and resentment in his eyes, resentment towards Babadai. "Babadai actually controlled me, I must kill him," Dapla said secretly in his heart. "To kill Babadai, you must first find it." Dapla knows that Babadai's spaceship is somewhere on Earth, but since he is not controlled by Babadai, Babadai will definitely escape and will not give him a chance to take revenge. After thinking about it, Dapla is not in a hurry to leave the temple. The competition is not over, he leaving now is equivalent to abstaining, it is already in the final. As long as he defeats one more opponent, he can become a realm king god, and 1,000 years of life, and the title of the #1 master in the galaxy. Glancing at Frisia and Broly, Dapla smiled contemptuously. Although Dapla's combat power has dropped to around 7 billion, both Frisia and Broly are nowhere near as good as him. "Your Excellency the Demon King." Frisia walked up to Dopura with a smile on his face. Frisia, however, was curious about the M sign and wanted to ask Dapla. When Frisia opened his mouth to ask about the M sign, Dopura didn't hide his answer. Dopura also considered that Frisia's power in the northern galaxy was not small, and he could help him find Babadai. Babadai the magician. Frisia's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ask Frisia and Broly to get into the ring, and not being in the ring within 3 minutes is considered a waiver. Sheen spoke. Broly has stepped into the ring first. Without the limiter, Broly's mood is very unstable, especially Sun Wukong is still watching the battle. At this time, Broly deliberately did not look at Sun Wukong, and he couldn't help but get angry as soon as he saw Sun Wukong's face. Seeing that Broly had already stepped into the ring, Frisia didn't think much about it anymore, but flew towards the ring. In the blink of an eye, Frisia also stepped into the ring. When both Broly and Frisia are in the ring, Shin announces the fight. Frisia and Broly fight, and the winner fights Dapla to determine the champion. "Broly, you can't walk out of this ring alive," Frisia sneered. Chapter 34. Very early, there was a legend in the galaxy of the 7th universe, about the Super Saiyan. According to legend, Super Saiyans are the strongest warriors in the universe, which arouses Frisia's jealousy. Frolly's fighting power shocked Frisia, and Broly's growth rate made Frisia even more fearful. Now, Frisia has a chance to fight Broly in the ring and can kill Broly. This tournament was held by the Grand Priest, and Broly had not yet been eliminated, so although Frisia had the intention to kill, he did not dare to mess around, just waiting to kill Broly in the ring. There is an opportunity. "Frisia, you, the Emperor of the Universe, are a scum in my eyes." Broly's tone was arrogant. Before entering the ring, Frisia transformed twice. Frisia can also transform a third time, but he doesn't think he needs to, and he can kill Broly with 2 transformations. It's the stupidest way to deal with Broly in this way with Frisia. It won't be long before he regrets it, and it's better to pray that Broly won't turn into a super match, otherwise, Frisia's odds of winning are too small. The great priest thought to himself. The combat power of Frisia who transformed twice is about 3 million, but Broly's normal combat power is not up to 3 million. In the original work, Frisia can be said to have died by himself, obviously having an overwhelming advantage, but playing like a cat and mouse, and finally played off. How much combat power did Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others just go to Nami Nemesis? Frisia can solve it all with a little seriousness, but if he doesn't, he will wave. The funniest thing is that Vegeta was tortured half to death by Frisia's men and brought back for treatment, which greatly improved his combat effectiveness, and also took Frisia's Dragon Balls away. There's definitely something wrong with Frisia's brain. The great priest said in his heart. Frisia's talent is second to none, if he cultivates seriously, develops his potential, turns into Golden Frisia, deals with Shalu, Majin Buu, 7-star dragon, or something, all of them are killed in seconds. If he cultivates long enough, he can even challenge Beerus, but he regards cultivation as a shame. In the original work, after being defeated by Sun Wukong, Frisia, who survived by luck, became semi-mechanized, and his combat effectiveness was strengthened, plus he had his father, so he did not practice, went directly to Earth to find Sun Wukong to take revenge, and then was destroyed by the future Trunks. At this time, Frisia and Broly in the ring had already moved. Frisia did not exert the combat power of 3 million to the extreme, but also hung Broly. I saw that Broly was completely at a disadvantage. Frisia is amazing. Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle, exclaimed. Broly, who was being beaten by Frisia, heard Sun Wukong's voice, and the anger in his heart was great. Anger made Broly lose his mind, his pupils disappeared, and green aura emanated from him. Broly was already tall, and now, he is even taller. Now, Broly is about 2.5 meters tall, a head taller than Frisia. Anger, coupled with the downside of the battle, made Broly's combat effectiveness increase rapidly. Frisia, who fought with Broly, could clearly feel that Broly's combat power was rapidly increasing. It didn't take long for Broly to be able to fend off Frisia's attack. Frisia exerted a combat power of about 2.7 million, but Broly was able to resist it. Which shows that the combat power has also reached about 2.7 million. This scion named Broly turned out to. Frisia was shocked. Beerus, who was watching the battle, was also a little surprised. I can't imagine that there are such outliers among scions. Weiss squinted and smiled slightly. That scion is called Broly? Amazing talent. Beerus said lightly. The scions are known as the fighting people, and the scion named Broly has experienced battle after battle, and his combat effectiveness has improved a lot, and his potential should be terrifying. If it is fully realized, it may be possible to fight with Lord Beerus. Weiss said. Fight me? Weiss, you're holding him up too much. Beerus looked at Weiss with a cold face. By the way, Frisia destroyed the Scion clan, it seems that it was at the behest of Lord Beerus. Weiss laughed. Beerus. Above the ring, Broly sent out dense balls of energy with both hands. Hundreds of energy balls bombarded wildly, making it impossible for Frisia to dodge. Now Broly is in a state of rampage, and his sanity has been completely lost. Obviously, Broly's grasp of power is insufficient, and his use of chi is simply wasteful, with half the effort. Broly's combat experience is also not very good. Fortunately, the small ring limited Frisia, and if the space was large enough, it would be much easier for Frisia to deal with Broly. In the face of the thousands of energy balls sent by Broly, Frisia, who could not avoid it, held up his protective shield. Boom boom! Each of Broly's energy balls is extremely destructive, and the explosion of energy balls puts Frisia's shield in jeopardy. Blocking Broly's energy ball attack, Frisia was surprised to find that Broly was gone. Not good. Frisia turned his head and sure enough saw Broly behind him. Broly punched Frisia's shield and then kicked Frisia in the back of the head. With a scream, Frisia was kicked by Broly, hit the divine enchantment on the ring, and fell to the ring. Before Frisia could stand up, two beams of light from Broly's eyes. The beam of light from Broly's eyes hit Frisia, injuring Frisia. Now, Broly's combat power has exceeded 3 million, and the two-time transformed Frisia is no opponent. When Broly hitched Frisia, his combat effectiveness began to improve less. Only with incomparable anger and being hanged, Broly's combat effectiveness can be increased the fastest. Chapter 35. Such a powerful Frisia is powerless to fight back. This scion named Broly is terrible. Xian, who acted as the judge of the Heavenly List competition, looked surprised. In the past, Xin underestimated Frisia. He didn't know that Frisia could transform, and he transformed more than once, thinking that 530,000 combat power was the upper limit of Frisia. Today, Sheen still underestimates Frisia. Although 3 million combat power is not a small number, it is far from the upper limit of Frisia. After Frisia's third transformation, 50% is 60 million combat power, 100% is 120 million. Many of the people watching the battle were amazed. Chuan Wang, who was sitting and watching the battle, also stood up. The battle between Frisia and Broly has already attracted the king. Although the combat power of Frisia and Broly seemed weak and pitiful to the Grand Priest, the battle was still very fancy. That's right, in the eyes of the Great Priest, it is fancy. For example, Frisia can make an energy ball with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, and the Great Priest can make an energy ball with a diameter of 1 foot, and Frisia's energy ball can destroy a planet, while the Great Priests can destroy half of the universe, or even a universe. Destroying God-level power battles can destroy the universe, while angels can destroy gods in seconds, and great gods can seconds angels, so destroying a universe is really pediatric for great gods. It's not that it looks powerful, it's really powerful. Abominable monkey. Frisia became angry. For the first time in his life, Frisia was so angry. An angry Frisia burst out with powerful chi. I saw that the chi emitted by Frisia repelled Broly, making Broly inaccessible. Frisia began his third transformation. Frisia's chi was rapidly increasing, which made many people watching the battle jump. Except for the whole king guard, the Great Priest, Weiss, Beerus, etc., the rest were almost in shock. 5 million. 7 million. 12 million. When Frisia's combat power reached 30 million, he also completed his third transformation. Compared to the 2-change form, the 3-change Frisia is much smaller, a bald head. The combat power of 30 million is only 25% of the 3-change Frisia. Witnessing Frisia's third transformation, everyone except the Great Priest widened their eyes. Frisia can even transform. Incredible! This is already Frisia's third transformation, and it seems that his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. This monster! Can Frisia transform a 4th time? The 5th time? Worthy of being the Emperor of the universe. I don't know how many times Frisia can transform. After the third transformation, Frisia's injuries were completely healed. Monkey, you can be proud of me to transform for the 3rd time, but what I want to say is that everything should end here, and then you will scream at me, plead, and finally die in pain. Frisia sneered. As soon as the words fell, the index finger of Frisia's right hand emitted a death beam. The beam from Frisia was so fast that Broly didn't have time to react. Bang! Hit by Frisia's beam, Broly's body had an extra blood hole, which was only a little short of his heart. The hand is off. Frisia laughed playfully, apparently he did it on purpose. Killing Broly all at once was not fun, he hadn't played enough. Passing by death, Broly was not frightened, his mind was very stable. And his emotions were extremely angry. An invisible shackle on Broly's body was broken by Frisia. Broly threw his head back and drank, his hair turned green, his muscles swelled, and his body was taller again, about 2.7 meters. The green aura that shrouded Broly's body also changed. Super Saiyan. It became a super race, and Broly's combat effectiveness suddenly increased by 100 times. Broly's normal combat effectiveness exceeded 3 million, which increased by 100 times, but it exceeded 300 million combat effectiveness. The legendary super race? It is much stronger than the ordinary super competition first stage, and it is comparable to the ordinary super competition second stage. Looking at Broly, who had turned into a super race, the Grand Priest thought to himself. Everything was as the Great Priest expected. Frisia played off, and after the third transformation, he killed Broly all at once, and preferred to play, which is good. Previously, Frisia's blow caused Broly to pass by death, and if Frisia shattered Broly's heart or smashed Broly's head, Broly would be dead. Well, now there is no suspense about the victory or defeat. Frisia has not transformed for the 4th time, and 100% of his 3 transformations is 120 million combat power, but Broly's current combat power exceeds 300 million, the gap is too big, Frisia does not even have half of Broly. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Broly, Frisia shuddered. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped Frisia. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia's face was ugly. Outside the ring, Paragus, who was watching the battle, looked ecstatic. Ha ha ha, my son Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan and the most powerful warrior in the universe. After the ecstasy, Paragus was worried again. He was not easy to control Broly, and now Broly is even more powerful and terrifying. It is more difficult for him to control, and he can't control Broly. Once Broly runs out of control, even if he is Broly's father, he will be killed. Unable to control Broly, Paragus was not at ease sleeping. Maybe when Broly becomes a Realm King God, he won't lose control, and when the time comes, let him help me conquer the universe. Paragus pondered. Chapter 36. Frisia can't get killed by Broly. Looking at the situation in the ring, the great priest said in his heart. Turning into a legendary super race, Broly's combat power is about 200 million more than Frisia. The unprecedented sense of crisis made Frisia tremble, and his face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, Frisia also began to improve his combat effectiveness. 30%, 40%, 50%. In a short period of time, Frisia increased his combat effectiveness to 100%, that is, 120 million, but it was simply not enough in the face of Broly's combat power of more than 300 million. Go and die. Frisia put his hands together and condensed a black ball of energy, and lightning lingered. This black ball of energy contained terrifying destructive power, flying towards Broly, but Broly did not dodge. Although Broly has no sense, his fighting instinct is still there. If Frisia's energy ball is enough to threaten his life, he will avoid it, but now, not only does he not dodge, but he doesn't even bother to hold up the shield. A powerful chi condensed in front of Broly, directly bearing Frisia's blow. Boom! A huge explosion and a small mushroom cloud appeared. Killed it! Frisia muttered. The smoke cleared, and Broly emerged unharmed and walked towards Frisia. Seeing that his destructive energy ball hit head-on but could not hurt Broly in the slightest, Frisia was stunned. Weak and pitiful, what a scum! Broly yelled. Broly needs a strong opponent, but Frisia can't satisfy him. Damn monkeys, I, Frisia, am the emperor of the universe and will not be defeated by monkeys. Frisia roared angrily. In anger, the fingers of Frisia's hands emitted beams of light. Death Beam Network. In an instant, the dense death beam was like a net of heaven and earth, making Broly unable to dodge. Immediately afterwards, Frisia condensed a red disc-like air bomb in each hand, which was somewhat similar to the Chi Round Slash, but the power was not as powerful as the Chi Round Slash. The dense death beams all hit Broly, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Frisia's 2 red gas bombs were thrown and headed towards Broly. With a combat power of less than 200 million, it is impossible to resist the 2 red gas bombs of Frisia, but Broly's combat power exceeds 300 million. I saw that Broly emitted an air wave from each of his hands, destroying Frisia's 2 red gas bombs. At this moment, a wave of chi from Frisia's full strength burst out. In the face of Frisia's all-out chi wave, Broly took it with only one hand. Now, anyone who is not blind can see that Broly's strength is far above Frisia. Bang! Frisia's gas waves were defeated. The next moment, Frisia's tail was grabbed by Broly. Grabbing Frisia's tail with one hand, Broly punches Frisia with the other. Taking Broly's punch, Frisia screamed. Bang bang bang! Broly punched, and soon Frisia was bleeding from his nose and mouth, covered in bruises and miserable. Frisia's breath was also weakened. To be sure, if Broly continues, Frisia will die. I admit defeat. Frisia hurriedly. Frisia didn't want to be killed by Broly, so he helplessly opened his mouth to admit defeat. However, Broly was now irrational, and the rules of the Sky List competition could not restrain him. Broly is still punching Frisia punch after punch, completely to kill Frisia's rhythm. At this moment, Frisia is in danger. Frisia tried to escape, but his tail was grabbed by Broly. And he couldn't break free. If this continues, I will be killed by this monkey, damn it, how can there be such a thing? Frisia's heart was fierce, and with a wave of his right hand, he cut off his own tail. In order to survive, Frisia chose to survive with his tail broken. Tail break to survive. The Grand Priest smiled. Broly is worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan, and he actually forced Frisia to this extent. With his tail broken, Frisia also escapes, and he gets off the ring, but Broly chases him. As a referee, Sheen struck. Any player who violates the rules of the contest will be stopped by the judge. In a flash, Sin came to Frisia and blocked Broly's attack for Frisia. After all, he is the king god of the realm, and Xian's strength cannot be underestimated, but he is also a little difficult to take Broly's blow. It seems that Xian will also have a hard time beating Broly. Weiss, who was watching the battle, asked Beerus, "Lord Beerus, don't you make a move? The Realm King God can live in symbiosis with you." "Humph, even if Majin Buu kills the 4 Realm King Gods, this Eastern Realm King God is also dead, isn't there an old guy? As long as there is a Realm King God alive, I will not die." Beerus said lightly. "That's right, but multiple Realm King Gods, you also have multiple guarantees, and the old Realm King God may not know when he will die." Weiss laughed. Hearing Weiss say this, Beerus's face also changed. Although Beerus sealed a Realm King God in a divine sword, and that divine sword was in the Realm King God realm, after all, it was an old Realm King God, and the Realm King God also had a lifespan, in case of old age. "Humph, at least it's not dead yet, and after this competition, there will be multiple Realm King Gods." Beerus said coldly. "Say yes, but Beerus goes to stop Broly anyway." In an instant, Beerus came to Broly. Broly punched him, and Beerus didn't dodge, blocking it with one finger. Whether Broly is 3 million, 30 million, or 300 million, or 300 million, it's the same for Beerus. Oh yes! Broly continued to attack with both fists, but he couldn't match a finger of Beerus. Is this the true power of the God of Destruction? Too powerful! Frisia couldn't believe it. Although Frisia knew that Beerus was powerful, he did not expect it to be so strong. Frisia wasn't the only one who was shocked. The power of the God of Destruction is terrible. It's terrifying. Broly, who defeated Frisia, is simply not enough to look at in front of the God of Destruction. Chapter 37. Lord Beerus, kill this monkey. Frisia had palpitations. If it weren't for Beerus's attack, he would have been killed by Broly. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen may not be able to resist Broly today. Frisia and Beerus are still somewhat related, and it was at the behest of Beerus that he destroyed the Scion family. The Scions upset Beerus, and Beerus casually asked Frisia to destroy the Scions. "Are you ordering me?" Beerus's cold gaze glanced at Frisia, which made Frieza sweat coldly. "No, don't dare." Frisia was flabbergasted. It's nothing to kill Broly, but the Sky List competition is not over yet, followed by the final between Broly and Dopula. It has reached this juncture. If Broly kills Broly, the Grand Priest and the King will not spare him. Now, give Beerus a few dares and don't dare to kill Broly. He blocked all of Broly's attacks with one finger, and then Beerus punched out. Bang! With a punch from Beerus, Broly's super match mode disappeared, changed back to normal, and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Broly's sanity also returned. The kings who were watching the match couldn't wait to see the final. The battle between Frisia and Broly was enjoyable for the king, and he expected the final to be even more enjoyable. Broly has only 300 million combat power to become a super race, but Doppura is billions, and the gap is still very large, but as long as Doppura does not defeat Broly at once, Broly can continue to be strong, and it is not impossible to equalize. The great priest thought to himself. The competition has finally reached the final, and it is about to end. Next, the great priest will consider creation. Start by creating a living planet, then galaxies, and finally the universe. Creating a universe can test the reality of all kings, and the great priest is also thinking about getting the cells of all kings. With the cells of the king, Dr. Gro can create the all-king version of the artificial human, which is still worth looking forward to. By the way, Super Dragon Ball is also a bit interesting. In the calculation of the Grand Priest, the battle between Broly and Dapla also began. Dapla flicked his cloak, and a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then a sword slashed towards Broly. Broly became a super race, and his fighting power was 100 times that of normal. Although Dapla is only a random sword, his combat power is billions, so this sword is not something that Broly can take. With the help of Xion's divine powers, Broly can temporarily maintain his sanity. When Broly has his senses, it will be even harder for Dapra to defeat him. Dapla sword after sword, while Broly kept dodging. Doppura's offensive became faster and faster, and Broly had difficulty dodging. Your strength is okay, much stronger than that scum of Frisia, but it is far from my opponent. Dapra sneered. Completely suppressed, Broly's combat effectiveness began to increase again. Demon King, you'd better kill that monkey at once, he will become stronger and stronger in battle. Frisia in the ring shouted. Having suffered a loss, Frisia learned his lesson. Frisia hopes that Doppura can take out Broly. Humph, getting stronger and stronger in battle? I'd rather see how strong it can be. Dapla was unimpressed. Now, as long as Dapla is serious, he can kill Broly at once, but he thinks it is too boring, and letting Broly grow up can also increase the fun. In the original work, Vegeta hits Shalo in the second stage, deliberately not killing, so that Shalo becomes a complete body, and as a result, he pretends not to be forced to be abused. Seeing Dapla playing like a mouse and letting Broly grow in battle, Frisia's face was ugly. The stronger Broly became, the more uneasy Frisia became. In case Broly becomes a realm king god, it will be even worse for Frisia. Dapla this idiot! Frisia cursed in his heart. At this moment, Frisia's face was distorted. Frisia was thinking about cultivation, his talent was very good, but he had never practiced, and he also regarded cultivation as a shame. Not only him, his father, but also his brother, had not practiced, and strong combat power was innate. Broly gave Frisia a lot of pressure to make him have the idea of cultivation. Under Dapla's release, Broly, although completely downwind, was not defeated. In the face of adversity, Broly's combat effectiveness continued to increase. 400 million. 500 million. 600 million. Dapla was also a little moved. At the beginning, he didn't even need 1/10 of his strength to gain the upper hand, but now, Broly can compete with 1/9 of his combat power, and this growth rate is too amazing. It's also terrifying. Dapla was horrified. Beerus, who was watching the battle, also looked solemn. That Broly is an outlier among the Scions. The talent is not under Lord Beerus, and if he grows up, he should be Lord Beerus's fierce rival. Weiss said lightly. Weiss, you're telling a joke. Beerus sneered. Dapla should get serious, and if he continues to play, he may repeat the mistakes of Frisia. Weiss said. It seems that the winner of this competition is Dapla. Beerus. It should be, but the final is not over yet. Since it is not over yet, then everything is possible. With Frisia's precedent, Dapper wouldn't be too stupid. Beerus said quietly. Chapter 38. Day. Broly grabbed Dapura's sword, and then, with a forceful hand, crushed Dapla's sword. Just as Broly crushed Dapla's sword, Dapla's fist also slammed into him. Although Dapla didn't exert his full strength in this punch, he was also serious. Broly's combat power grew too fast, which made Dapper a little uneasy. Under Dapla's punch, Broly's ribs were broken several times, and the whole person flew upside down more than 10 meters and fell off the ring. With Broly falling off the ring, the final was over. When the contest was over, the king began to appoint Dapura as the god of the realm. A universe can only have one god of destruction, but there can be multiple realm king gods. At present, there are only 2 realm king gods in the 7th universe, one is Xin, and the other is sealed in a sword by Beerus, and Dapla is about to become the 3rd realm king god. With the appointment of the king, Dapura's divine power changed. The gods of the universe are also relative, there are good and evil, the 5 realm kings of the galaxy represent righteousness, and Dapla, the demon king of the world, represents evil. In the same way, the god of the realm represents the righteous, and the god of destruction represents evil. Today, Dapla is both the king of the demon world and the god of the realm, which can be said to be a combination of gods and demons, so his divine power is changing. What's wrong with him? The king pointed to Dapla and asked the great priest. MMP, ask Lao Tzu about everything, how does Lao Tzu know? The great priest complained in his heart. Fooling the king casually, the great priest also paid attention to the changes in Dapla. Dapla's divine power has 2 characteristics, good and evil, but it is very unstable. No wonder, evil is the king of the realm, it is the god of the realm, not a level. The combination of the 2 into 1 is of course unstable. If it is the unity of the god of the king of the realm and the god of destruction, it can be stable. The angel's divine power is neutral, between good and evil. The 2 guards of the whole king, one right and one evil, are above the realm king god and the destruction god, and as for the divine power of the whole king, the great priest is still elusive. After thinking about it, the great priest teleported to reach Pula. The great priest put a finger on Dapura's forehead, and suddenly, Dapla knelt down without resistance. With the help of the great priest's divine power, Dapla's divine power stabilized. When Dapla's divine power was completely stabilized, a special divine power was formed, which could be compared with the divine power of the great priest, but it was too weak. At this time, the great priest had a feeling that his divine power could control Dapura's divine power and could absorb Dapla's divine power. If you absorb Dapla's divine power, the great priest's divine power can be enhanced a little, but there is no need for a dinosaur to eat an ant. However, Dapla let the great priest see a direction ahead. Dapura's god and demon unity is not advanced enough. The fusion of the divine power of the realm king god and the destruction god is the apex of the universe, and the fusion of the 2 guardian divine power of the whole king exceeds the apex of the universe. It was almost certain that the divine power produced by the fusion of the divine power of the realm king god and the destruction god was more advanced than that of the great priest. I can let the god of destruction of the 12 universes also serve as the god of the realm king, and then I will absorb the divine power, so that my divine power will not only improve in essence, but also become more powerful. The great priest's eyes flickered, and he had a calculation in his heart. Before figuring out the depth of the king, the great priest did not intend to attack the 2 guards of the king, but the gods of destruction and realm kings of the 12 universes could come at will. If the great priest can successfully create the universe, then there will be no shortage of destruction god and realm king god, and his divine power can be continuously enhanced. Cultivation is useless, so you can only absorb the special divine power of the unity of gods and demons to maintain the appearance of life. Thank you, Lord Grand Priest. Dapper knelt on one knee and respectfully thanked the Grand Priest. I now grant you 1,000 years of life. The Great Priest said lightly. A purple divine light emanated from the hands of the Great Priest and enveloped Dapura. Shrouded in the divine light of the great priest, Dapura's lifespan began to increase. Dapla's lifespan is not short, he has become a realm king god, and with the divine power of the unity of gods and demons, his lifespan has been greatly extended. Living for hundreds of millions of years is not a problem, 1,000 years of life is nothing to him, but this is the reward of the competition, and he will not be afraid of a long life, so he does not refuse. In a short time, the great priest increased Dapla's lifespan by 1,000 years. Now, Dapla's combat power is afraid to exceed 100 billion. The players who participated in the heavenly list contest left one by one. In the temple, under the eyes of the great priest, the god of heaven held a huge tray with the fruits of the spirit tree, which were given to the whole king, to Ves, Beerus, Xin, Jebet, and Dapura. The largest spiritual tree fruit reached the hands of the king. Chuanwang looked curious. What kind of fruit is this? A fruit that only God can eat. The great priest said with a smile. At that moment, the whole king ate one bite at a time. The low-level gods ate the fruit of the spirit tree and were loyal to the great god, but they had almost no effect on the whole king. Jebet is also a god, but he is only a retinue of the realm king god, and after eating a few spirit tree fruits, he has become loyal to the great priest. The realm king god and the god of destruction also had little effect on eating the spirit tree fruit. Wes eats the same or not, if the great priest betrays the king, the angels of the 12 universes will support him. Dapla has less effect on eating the fruit of the spirit tree. Chapter 39. Earth, a wasteland. Paragus and Broly flew in, and their spaceship was here. The heavenly list contest has ended, and the contestants have left the Earth one by one. There are also a few who remain on Earth temporarily. Suddenly, Paragus and Broly stopped in midair, but it was someone flying ahead. It was Frisia. When he saw Frisia, Paragus was still nervous, but when he saw Broly next to him, he was bold again. Humph, even if he is a cosmic emperor, my son is a legendary Super Saiyan. Paragus sneered inwardly. Coming to the two of Paragus, Frisia sneered, Broly, dare to go to a place with me. What place? Broly asked. Frisia did not answer, but flew directly into the distance. Seeing this, Broly chased after him with a little hesitation. Frisia was so fast that Broly could keep up, but Paragus couldn't. What the hell is Frisia doing? Paragath wondered. Soon, Paragath became clear about Frisia's purpose. But I saw that Frisia's right and left hands Dodoria and Sob appeared. Adjust the tiger away from the mountain? Damn it! Paragus looked ugly. The combat power of Doria is 21,000, and Sob's combat power is 22,000, but Sob can transform once, and the combat power after transformation is 32,000, which is 10,000 more. Paragus' combat power is not even 10,000, and neither Doria nor Sob can easily kill him. Although Broly is a Super Saiyan, he doesn't have much ambition, and yours is too ambitious. Sob sneered. Frisia saw the ambition of Paragus, and Broly was the son of Paragus, so he came to this one. For the time being, Frisia can't beat Broly, although he decided to cultivate for a while, but with Paragus's ambition, he will definitely make trouble, so it is necessary to kill Paragus first. Dodoria struck first, and his right hand emitted a wave of energy that shattered Paragus' spaceship. Sob sent out a ball of energy. Paragus was shocked and wanted to escape, but was too slow to dodge Sob's energy ball and was hit. Boom! In the huge explosion, Paragus screamed and died without a corpse. Mission completed, withdraw. Sob said to Doria. At that moment, Sob and Doria turned and flew away. A few minutes later, Broly returned. Seeing the shattered spaceship, as well as the fragments of Paragus' limbs, Broly shouted angrily. Frisia, I must kill you. By this time, Frisia and his men had left Earth in a spaceship. Holding up a shield, Broly flew into outer space. In the universe, with a protective shield, Broly can also survive. While Broly can hold up his shield to survive in the universe, he also needs food and water, especially water. Generally speaking, ordinary people will die if they don't drink water for 3 days, and they will die without food for 7 days, but not absolutely. Good physique can live more. With Broly's physique, it is okay to live for a month without eating or drinking. The Temple of the Earth. The breath of Paragus is gone, and Frisia is a good tiger away from the mountain. The great priest chuckled. Although I didn't see it, I can tell what happened just from the breath of Frisia, Dodoria, Sob, Broly, and Paragus. Shin, Jebet, and Dapla return to the realm King God realm. Vis and Beerus continue to taste food on earth. The king also left with 2 guards. On the 18th, she went to find her brother. At the request of the great priest, Weiss took Sun Wukong as an apprentice. After all, Sun Wukong is the protagonist of the original work, and the great priest will help him a little. Sun Wukong has several teachers. When he was a child, his grandfather Sun Gohan taught him martial arts, then the turtle immortal, Karan Miao, the heavenly god, and the king of the northern realm, but these are too low level. With Weiss's teaching, Monkey King will definitely be able to become strong in a short time. Next, go create a planet to play with. The great priest secretly said in his heart. The aura of the great priest can be turned into black holes and white holes, and black holes and white holes can theoretically create a universe, but he has not tried it yet, and plans to create a planet first. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If you can successfully create a planet, then the galaxy, the universe, are not far away. In a universe, the god of destruction represents destruction, and the god of the realm king represents creation, but the creation of the god of the realm king is not a real creation, and the great priest wants to truly create. Chapter 40. With the teleportation, the great priest traveled directly from the Earth Temple to the outside galaxy. Here it is between the Milky Way and another galaxy. The 7th universe is very large, and although the Milky Way with a diameter of 100,000 light-years is huge, it is nothing in the 7th universe, and galaxies larger than the Milky Way cannot be counted. This location is okay, this is it. The great priest muttered. Next, under the control of the great priest, the aura in the back of his head turned into a black hole, devouring an asteroid at the edge of the galaxy first. Generally speaking, the larger the black hole, the stronger the suction, but the black hole transformed by the halo of the great priest can adjust the suction. The engulfed asteroid is only 1% of Earth's, lifeless, barren, and devoid of life. In the vast universe, there are countless galaxies, and there are countless planets, and although there are many life planets, the proportion compared with lifeless planets is too small. At the current efficiency, it takes about 10 minutes to completely swallow the asteroid, so the big priest slightly increased the suction of the black hole. First, the suction of the black hole was increased several times. Soon, the asteroid was devoured. Asteroids are matter, which are swallowed by black holes and converted into energy, and then the aura of the great priest turns into a white hole. White holes erupt energy, but convert energy into matter. According to the great priest's wishes, the energy emitted by the white hole is transformed into various substances, starting from the core of a living planet. The great priest is a reference to the Earth. Based on the Earth, the planet created is much the same as the Earth. Soon, the energy ran out, and the creation of the planet was only 1,000th complete. It seems that 10 lifeless planets of the same size can be transformed into one living planet. The great priest secretly said in his heart. The great priest wants to create a planet the same size as the Earth, but his aura devours an asteroid 1% of the Earth, and the energy obtained can only cause 1,000th, and the use of energy is not less. There are no more than 2 possibilities. One is like the great priest thought, the lifeless planet is transformed into a living planet is 10 to 1, and the other is that the level of the great priest creating the planet is too poor. Creating a planet is also a technical job. The level is good, the energy can be used just right, and the level is not good, it is inevitable to waste. With a sweep of his gaze, the great priest took a fancy to the star 0.7 light-years away. The star is the sun, and the star that the archangel fancy is 100 times larger than the earth. The energy contained in stars is very powerful, and the same size is not comparable to not only lifeless planets, but also to living planets. Although the energy of stars is powerful, it is also important, because stars are the core of galaxies, and without stars, galaxies are finished. The Milky Way is a big galaxy, and there are many small galaxies in this large galaxy, and the solar system is one of them. There is a very large star at the center of the Milky Way, and if something goes wrong with that star, the Milky Way will also be finished, and it will inevitably fall apart. It's not too big, but it's enough. The great priest muttered. Devouring an asteroid is just a practice, and the next thing is the point. At that moment, the grand priest controlled his aura towards the star 0.7 light-years away. 0.7 light-years, that is, 7/10, the speed of light is more than 8 months, the distance is not too short, but the aura of the great priest arrives in just 10 seconds. It takes more than 8 months to speed light, but it takes less than 10 seconds to arrive, and such a superluminal speed is really terrifying. 0.7 light-years away, the great priest easily manipulated the black hole transformed by the halo to devour the star. The size of the black hole does not change, but the suction force is getting stronger and stronger. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the star 0.7 light-years away is getting fainter and smaller. Devouring the stars, the aura of the great priest also gained a lot of energy. It took about 8 minutes for the great priest's aura to swallow the star. Enough, with the current energy, let alone create an earth, it is not a problem to create 10. The great priest said in his heart. In less than 10 seconds, the aura returned to the great priest. Under the control of the great priest, the aura turned into a white hole, erupting energy and forming matter. The creation of the planet is proceeding methodically. It's easy to devour asteroids and stars with black holes, but it's not too easy to create a living planet. In half an hour, a planet exactly like the Earth appeared in front of the great priest, and this was his work. Successfully creating a living planet, the great priest also has a lot of accomplishment. Because it was created by the great priest, he has absolute control over this living planet. More than 70% is marine, the rest is terrestrial, and there are some plants and small animals on land. The disadvantage is that the atmosphere is thin and dark, and it also needs the divine power of the great priest to illuminate. The environment in the universe is very harsh, and the planet created by the great priest cannot withstand it, and it will change from a living planet to a lifeless planet in as short as 1 or 2 months or as long as a few years. There also needs to be a star, as well as the Moon, Venus, Saturn, etc. The great priest calculated in his heart. The Earth is inseparable from the environment of the solar system, and now, although the great priest has successfully created a life planet of the same size and similar as the Earth, there is no solar system environment. It is good to have his divine power, and it is not possible without his divine power. The Earth is protected by the solar system, and the solar system is protected by the Milky Way, but the planet created by the great priest is directly in the cosmic vacuum, between 2 large galaxies. Chapter 41. Do you want to create the entire solar system? The great priest frowned. It is enough to create an Earth, according to the method of the great priest, to create the entire solar system, and then the entire galaxy, although it is not exhausting him, but it is not an easy task. The great priest had realized that he was the dumbest in this creation. The universe originated from the Big Bang, so as long as there is a nearly infinite singularity explosion in the endless void, the universe will naturally arise. Also, when words come out, with the tongue and with energy, the world is created, similar to God's. To create a singularity close to infinity, the great priest cannot do it for the time being, and it is difficult for his predecessor to do it, and it is even more impossible to do it according to the law. Frowning, the great priest fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the great priest thought of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball can summon the Divine Dragon, and wishing to the Divine Dragon can be fulfilled. The Dragon Balls of Earth and Nami Nemesis are made by Nami Nemesis, and the reason why Nami Nemesis can make it is a little scrap from Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball is made by the Dragon God Salama and scattered in the 6th and 7th universes. I don't know if my aura can devour the power of the wishing bead. If I can, maybe I can say what I want. The great priest's eyes flickered. Instead of forming the universe by exploding at a singularity, the great priest hopes to be like God and create the world with his mouth. Earth's Dragon Ball is still stone, and the great priest thinks about it for a moment and leaves for Nami Nemesis. Namek is located on Planet 4 in the 27th main galaxy of the constellation Vega. The great priest is far away from Nami Nemesis, flying at the speed of light, and he can't reach it for 10,000 years. Let's start with 100 times the speed of light. Under the superluminal speed of the great priest, he is getting closer and closer to Nami Nemesis. After about half an hour, the great priest finally saw Nami Nemesis from a distance. Nameko's atmospheric composition and surface gravity are about the same as Earth's, with 3 stars around, a green sky, no nights, and only 130 days a year. Passing through the atmosphere of Nameki and overlooking it, the entire Nami Nemesis is mostly sea, and the land is composed of hundreds of islands. Once, the environment of Nami Nemesis was harsh, the Nami Nemesis were almost dead, Vic was sent to Earth, Shrag was sent to the planet Shrag, except for a few young children who were sent away, only the Great Elder survived on the planet. The Nami Nemesis who now live on the Nami Nemesis are all children of the Great Elder. Nami Nemesis are asexual reproduction, and they can spit out an egg by consuming some energy. Among the hundreds of islands of Nami Nemesis, there is a mountain that is the highest on the planet, and the Great Elder lives in the cave, so it is not too difficult to find the Great Elder of Nami Nemesis, just find the highest mountain of Nami Nemesis. Although the Nami Nemesis is relatively large, the Great Priest can circle the Nami Nemesis tens of thousands of times in 1 second. It is not difficult to find the highest mountain in Nami Buster. Flying unhurriedly at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, suddenly, the Great Priest found a small empty island below, with 2 large pits on the island. And at the bottom of the crater was a spherical spaceship, exactly the same as Raditz. The Nami Nemesis don't have such spaceships. It seems that 2 people have taken a step ahead of me. The Great Priest thought to himself. Closing his eyes, the Great Priest carefully perceived. When the Great Priest carefully perceived, the entire Nami Nemesis every move could not be concealed from him. In addition to perception, the Great Priest can also use the amethyst ball to view the entire Nami Nemesis, and even the entire 7th universe. When the entire Nami Nemesis was in the sense of the Great Priest, he noticed that there was a battle in the distance in the southwest direction. 1 breath of chi exceeds 40,000 combat effectiveness, and another chi is close to 20,000. That chi with a combat power of more than 40,000 should be the strongest warrior Niru on Nami Nemesis. The Great Priest thought to himself. Niru is the guardian of the Great Elder of Nami Buster, with a combat power of 42,000. In the original work, he fought with the untransformed Frisia, but was abused into a dog, seriously injured and dying met Bike, chose to assimilate with Bike, and dominated by Bike's consciousness. Nami Nemesis has the ability to regenerate, can also differentiate, assimilate. Vic will differentiate into the Vic Great Devil, but differentiation can only be once, and assimilation is a Nami Nemesis person integrated into another Nami Nemesis, but can only retain one subjective consciousness, the other person becomes subconscious. There is no limit to the assimilation of Nami Nemesis. There are countless Nami Nemesis people who can be dissolved together, but there will be countless subconscious. The Nami Nemesis are descendants of the Dragon God after all. The Great Priest sighed in his heart. That's right, the Nami Nemesis are descendants of the Dragon God Salama. Why is the Super Dragon Ball made by Salama only in the 6th and 7th universes? Just because only the 6th and 7th universes of the 12 universes have the Nami Nemesis. The Nami Nemesis can use the scraps of the Super Dragon Ball to make small Dragon Balls, which the Great Priest can't do, and neither the Realm King God nor the God of Destruction can do it, and so on. It's enough to explain the problem. The Grand Priest had never seen the Dragon God Salama, but he suspected that the Dragon God Salama had a resemblance to the Nami Nemesis. Chapter 42. In his previous life, the Great Priest did not see the image of the Dragon God Salama from manga and anime, and after crossing over, he did not find it from the memory of his predecessor, so he was still more curious about Salama's image. With the teleportation, the Great Priest came to the top of the place where the fight was fought. Below is a huge island. A Nami Nemesis who resembles Vic is fighting people, and there is a bald man lying on the ground nearby. Niru, the strongest warrior on Nami's star, with a combat power of 42,000. The person who fought with Niru was a man about 1.6 meters tall with hair facing the sky, and the Grand Priest recognized it at a glance. It was Vegeta, the Prince of the Scion. Vegeta is 5 years older than Son Goku and is the superior warrior among the Scions, and although his talent is not as good as Broly's, he is also excellent. Today, Vegeta's combat power is 18,000, and there are about 20,000 full bursts. In fact, when Vegeta was a child, he had more than 10,000 combat strength, and it can be said that he has improved his combat effectiveness by several thousand in more than 10 years. Vegeta's combat power is not even half of Niru's, that is, Niru does not want to kill him, otherwise, he would already be dead. Vegeta's companion Nappa has lost his combat effectiveness. As for why Vegeta and Nappa appeared on Nami Nemesis, it is very likely that it is for Dragon Ball. Damn, how can this Nami Nemesis be so powerful? Vegeta was completely suppressed. Frisia's minions, take your companions and leave Nami Nemesis, don't come again. Niru said coldly. With a sneer, Vegeta burst out with all his chi and forced Niru back, and then, he opened the distance. A ball of light about a foot in diameter floated in Vegeta's hand, and he threw it into the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the ball of light that Vegeta threw into the sky exploded, forming an artificial moon. The light of the artificial moon fell on Vegeta. He raised his head, looked straight at him, and then his body changed, from a human to a black giant ape. In addition to becoming Super Scions, Scions can also be giant apes. As long as the combat power is not too strong, the giant ape can be increased by 10 times. Every Scion can turn into a great ape, but not every Scion has reason after turning into a great ape, but Vegeta can have reason. When Vegeta turned into a giant ape, his combat effectiveness also increased significantly. Vegeta's combat power was originally 18,000, and after the giant ape, his combat power reached 180,000. Although the combat effectiveness has skyrocketed after turning into a giant ape, the shortcomings are also obvious. The Great Priest said in his heart. In the original work, Vegeta went to Earth for the first time and became a giant ape in the battle with Sun Wukong, and his performance at that time was not amazing. For comparison, Kainu, who has a combat power of 120,000. The Great Priest can be sure that although this giant ape like Vegeta now has 180,000 combat power, it is absolutely beaten against Kainu, who has 120,000 combat power. Great apes have great advantages and disadvantages. As long as they are not stupid, they can take advantage of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. In other words, after Vegeta first went to Earth to become a giant ape in the original work, Sun Wukong said that the five-fold Realm King Fist may not be able to defeat Vegeta. With Sun Wukong's normal combat power at that time, the five-fold Realm King Fist is about 40,000, and about 40,000 may not be defeated. What about 50,000? What about 60,000? No wonder in the original work, Frisia, Artificial Man, Shailu, Majin Buu, etc. have not used giant apeization. Compared to the super race transformation, the shortcomings of this transformation are too great. The Great Priest shook his head. Although the disadvantages of great ape transformation are great, it is still okay to hang Niru after Vegeta giant ape. At this time, Niru was already shocked. The momentum of the giant ape's 180,000 combat power was too amazing, which made Niru panic. A wave of chi emitted from the blood basin of the giant ape, but it was not fast enough and was avoided by Niru. Niru dodged the air wave, and one of the giant ape's big hands also clapped over. Whether it is air waves, or body speed, the great ape is not fast enough. Speed is a problem. Now if this giant ape like Vegeta concentrates most of his power to send out an air wave, even Kainu will be difficult to take, but Kainu can easily dodge it. Even if the speed is doubled, Kainu can also dodge. No matter how powerful an attack is, it is futile if it can't attack the opponent. Bang! Avoiding Vegeta's chi waves, Niru was unable to dodge the giant ape's big hand. Hit by the giant ape's big hand, Niru was blasted away and crashed into a hill. Vegeta is well aware of the shortcomings of Great Ape and solves them to the greatest extent. The tide of battle begins to reverse, and Niru is crushed and beaten by Vegeta. Although Vegeta has the upper hand, it is not easy to take out Niru. The artificial moon in the sky is also time limited, so if it drags on, Vegeta's situation is not good. At this time, the Great Priest landed from mid-air. Discovering the existence of the Great Priest, Vegeta was shocked in his heart, he didn't even notice it at all. Roar! With a tyrannical roar, the mouth of the giant ape emitted a huge air wave, which reached more than 100,000 combat power, but the speed was not amazing. Chapter 43. In the face of Vegeta's chi wave, the Great Priest did not dodge, which surprised Vegeta. I saw that the Great Priest's eyes widened, and suddenly, the chi waves emitted by Vegeta disappeared into invisibility, and the space rippled faintly. Roar! Vegeta's eyes widened in incredulity. Niru was also stunned. Just glaring at it was terrifying. When the Grand Priest's gaze swept away, Vegeta trembled from her soul. Boundless fear, Vegeta knelt down. The giant ape like Vegeta was also insignificant in front of the High Priest. After the giant ape, my combat power reached 180,000, although the flaws are great, but the combat power is real. Just by looking at it makes me lose my fighting spirit, it's too terrifying, even Frieza is not so terrifying. Who is it exactly? Vegeta couldn't calm down. With only one glance at Vegeta, the Grand Priest ignored him and instead looked at Niru. The purpose of the Grand Priest's visit to Nami Nemesis this time is Dragon Ball. Nami's Dragon Ball is much more powerful than Earth's, but it is far from Super Dragon Ball. What are you? Also Frieza's minions? Niru looked wary. The giant ape like Vegeta was able to hang Niru, but it was not worth the Great Priest's hand, and he could do it with a glance. The Great Priest was too powerful, so powerful that Niru was completely desperate and lost the slightest fighting spirit. In the face of the Great Priest, there are not many people who can still have fighting spirit in the 12 universe. Frieza is nothing, it's not worth mentioning. I came to Nami Nemesis this time for Polenga. The Grand Priest said with a smile. Polenga is the divine dragon summoned by the Dragon Ball of Nami Buster. The dragon of Nami is different from Earth's, a bit like the lamp god summoned by Aladdin's lamp. Even if it is to pay with your life, I will not let you get your wish. Niru gritted his teeth. The Nami Nemesis who live on Nami will swear to the death to protect the Dragon Ball. Take me to your great elder. The tone of the Great Priest could not be refuted. It can't be done. Niru said coldly. Then, you can only let your great elder come over. The Grand Priest smiled. As soon as the Great Priest's words fell, a bit of divine light lingered on his right index finger, and then this divine light became more and more dazzling. In less than 3 seconds, the divine light of the Great Priest shrouded most of the Nami Nemesis. Boom! For a while, the entire Nami Nemesis was trembling. In the distance, the highest mountain of Nami Buster rose up and flew towards the Great Priest. Soon, towering mountains were suspended above Niru. Niru was stunned. Vegeta, who had changed back into a human body, also widened his eyes. The badly injured Nappa also woke up. Seeing the high priest doing this, Niru, Vegeta, and Nappa were shocked beyond belief. Your great elder is a lot older, and he doesn't have many days to live. I originally thought about him, but you don't know how to be a villain. The great priest shook his head. Who is he? It's terrifying, making the whole planet tremble, and controlling a mountain from a distance. It's really... Vegeta was horrified. At this time, the mountain above was shattering. A fat and huge Nami Nemesis and a child fell from mid-air, but it was the great elder of Nami Nemesis and a Nami Nemesis child. Great elder. Niru. Knowing this, Niru also took the great priest to see the great elder. And there was no need to make such a big move. Meet the great god. The great elder couldn't even stand up and sat on the ground, but fortunately the great priest controlled the strength, otherwise he would fall to his death. The little ghost next to the great elder did not have this treatment, but fell not lightly. Nami's Dragon Ball was made by the great elder, and once the great elder died, the Dragon Ball turned into stone and had no effect. Summon Polenga. The great priest did not talk nonsense, and directly ordered the great elder. Niru, go get the 7 Dragon Balls. The great elder gave orders to Niru. This Nami Nemesis great elder is not simple, knows how to make Dragon Balls, can also stimulate people's potential, and can predict the future to a certain extent, and has some other abilities. Before leaving, Niru glanced at the great priest again. God? Is he a god? Vegeta's face changed. Nappa scratched his head. Compared to Vegeta, the Grand Priest was a little more interested in Nappa. Raditz has hair for the 3rd order of the super race, while Nappa has no hair at all. It must be interesting for a hairless Nappa to become a super race, and it will be like to become a super race 3rd level? To become a Super Saiyan, you need a stable mentality, as well as angry emotions, and a normal combat power of about 3 million, and if the normal combat power is insufficient, you can only become a mimic Super Saiyan. The Grand Priest said to Nappa, and Vegeta heard it. Listening to what the Grand Priest said, both Vegeta and Nappa's eyes widened. Super Saiyan? Calm the mind? Anger? The norm is about 3 million combat effectiveness. For Vegeta and Nappa now, the normal combat power of 3 million is too far away. Great God, you shouldn't have made a wish to Polenga. I don't know your purpose. The great elder stopped talking. God's intentions are not for mortals to speculate. The great priest said lightly. Sorry. The great elder looked apologetic. The great priest didn't think too much either. Chapter 44. Niru's efficiency was too slow, and it took 20 minutes to get the Dragon Ball. Compared to the Dragon Balls on Earth, Nami Nemesis is much larger, and each Dragon Ball is one size larger than basketball. The 7 Dragon Balls were placed in front of the Great Priest and gathered together. Vegeta and Nappa stared intently at Dragon Ball. Immortality. Vegeta muttered in his heart. Vegeta and Napolina are for Dragon Ball, and the two know that Dragon Ball can summon dragons and fulfill various wishes, and their wish is immortality. Although Vegeta and Nappa are now very weak in battle, they are very ambitious, and they want to kill Frieza and conquer the universe, and with immortality, they will also survive Frieza. Frieza is a frozen demon who lives longer than humans, but is just over 1,000 years old. Come out, Polenga. The Great Priest casually said to the Dragon Ball in front of him. The Great Priest did not use the language of Nami Nemesis. For a god of his level, the use of Earth Dragon Balls and Nami Nemesis Dragon Balls is not limited by language. Of course, the use of Super Dragon Balls still requires god language. That is, the Great Priest, who changed the god of destruction and the god of the realm king, could not summon Polenga without the Nami Nemesis language. You can't summon Polenga without the Nami Nemesis language. Niru said in his heart. The Great Elder and the imps around him thought the same. Vegeta and Nappa don't know that they need Nemi's language to use Dragon Ball. Soon, Niru, the Great Elder, the imp next to the Great Elder, Vegeta, and Nappa all widened their eyes. I saw that as soon as the Great Priest's voice fell, not long after, the 7 Dragon Balls glowed, and the sky turned black. The entire sky of Nami Nemesis was pitch black. Nami Nemesis has no night, it is always green day, and now this darkened, Nami Nemesis everyone knows that Dragon Ball is used. How is this possible? Niru froze. God, it is really not something that mortals can speculate, and the rules of our Nami Nemesis are not valid against God. The Great Elder sighed in his heart. The Great Elder's understanding of God is still very shallow, and God also has a hierarchy, but not every God is as good as the Great Priest. Let the Earth Gods try it. Or the Realm King God and the God of Destruction, and even the angels around the God of Destruction, cannot do the Great Priest. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light, and the light formed a pillar of light, straight into the sky, and there was lightning and thunder. In the pillar of light, a mighty divine dragon was revealed, a bit like the lamp god of Aladdin's lamp, and the whole body was green, which was Polenga. Polenga means God of Dreams in the Namex language. Great, great, great God! At the sight of the Great Priest, Polenga was extremely nervous. In the original work, the Earth God Dragon was very nervous to see Beerus, and although Polenga was more advanced than the Earth God Dragon, he would also be nervous if he saw Beerus, let alone see the Great Priest. Shenlong, please make my Vegeta immortal. Just then, Vegeta said loudly to Polenga. Niru. Great Elder. The Great Priest looked at Vegeta with a strange look. This cargo was very daring. He just summoned Polenga, and Vegeta dared to make a wish. Although Vegeta was bold, his wish could not be successful. But not everyone is a Grand Priest. And the Grand Priest can summon Polenga in any language and make a wish to Polenga in any language, but Vegeta cannot. Vegeta's cosmic lingua franca is useless to Polenga. It is important to learn the alien language well, and if Vegeta can speak the Namek language, his wish will be fulfilled. In other words, after the Frisia chapter in the original book, Vegeta should be able to easily get immortality. After the original book was whitewashed, Vegeta lived on Earth, and he could collect Dragon Balls once a year, and it was easy to make a wish for immortality, but none of the protagonist team in the original book used Dragon Balls to immortality. Polenga glanced at Vegeta, gave Vegeta a roll of her eyes, and pouted. Seeing that Polenga did not fulfill his wish, and everyone's eyes were on him, especially the gaze of the Great Priest, which made Vegeta panic, and he also gambled. Mitarajita, I'm a god with a big heart, but what you did made me a little angry, so I have to punish you. The Grand Priest said lightly to Vegeta. Vegeta was too bold to teach him some lessons. Upon hearing that the High Priest wanted to punish herself, Vegeta panicked even more and immediately fled. Seeing Vegeta escape, the Grand Priest's eyes widened, and suddenly, Vegeta was too scared to move, and Nappa was also worried. You're Vegeta's little brother. The Grand Priest's gaze turned to Nappa. Yes, yes, I am Prince Vegeta's subordinate, my name is Nappa. Nappa was nervous. Great Elder, develop the potential of this named Nappa, and from now on, let Vegeta be Nappa's subordinate. The Grand Priest said. It's not fun to kill Vegeta directly, and humiliating Vegeta is more fun. Develop my potential? Let Prince Vegeta be my subordinate later? Nappa couldn't believe it. In fact, Nappa had also considered opening his mouth to make a wish for immortality to Polenga, but he was not bold enough, so Vegeta was ahead of schedule. Chapter 45. After hesitating, Nappa still walked in front of the Great Elder. The Great Priest spoke, and although the Great Elder was not very willing, he still put his hand on Nappa's bald head. It would also take time for the Great Elder to develop Nappa's potential, and the Great Priest was too lazy to pay attention to it. Nappa is not very loyal to Vegeta. If his combat power surpasses Vegeta, he will not be summoned by Vegeta, but on the contrary, he can make Vegeta a younger brother or kill Vegeta. The great priest's gaze turned to Polenga. When the great priest's gaze was fixed on Polenga, Polenga became even more nervous, and had a bad premonition. Under the control of the great priest, the aura behind his head headed towards Polenga. The great priest's aura can turn into a black hole, devour all matter, and transform it into energy, but he does not want to turn Borenga into energy, but to obtain Polenga's ability. Polenga is just an experiment, and after success, he will attack Super Dragon Ball. The light blue aura had come to Polenga. Purple divine power emanated from the aura, covering Polenga. Polenga looked horrified. This is... Nero was horrified. Vegeta's face was blank, and even the great elder who stimulated Nappa's potential was not calm. In this situation, it is not like the great priest wants to do good things to Polenga, otherwise, Polenga does not need to look frightened. It's easy to directly turn the aura into a black hole and devour Polenga, but I can only get a stream of energy, which is not what I need. The great priest was worried. The great priest wanted to fuse Borenga into the aura, so that he could get Polenga's abilities. The purple divine power became more and more powerful, and Polenga also showed signs of collapse in this powerful divine power. Abominable, no. The great priest's face was ugly. Just as the great priest was considering giving up, a sudden change occurred. Polenga's will was changing, and at the same time, the great priest also had a sense of crisis. It is not simple to make the will of the great priest feel a sense of crisis. Even the will of the god of destruction and the god of the realm king was not enough to make the great priest feel a sense of crisis. The will of the dragon god Salama. The great priest's heart moved. Super Dragon Ball is made by the dragon god Salama, and Nami Nemesis's Dragon Ball is made from the crumbs of Super Dragon Ball, which is related to Salama, so it is not surprising that Salama's will is hidden in Polenga's consciousness. With Salama's will awakening, Polenga took the initiative to integrate into the aura of the great priest. When Polenga fused into the aura, the grand priest also possessed Polenga's abilities, but Salama's will also appeared in his mind. Take away? The great priest after me? Oh, your body, divine power, everything belongs to me. Salama's will was laughing. The great priest was not the first, there were great priests before him. The dragon god Salama is the last great priest. Want to take me? Amusing. The great priest sneered. The soul consciousness of the traverser is beyond everything in this Dragon Ball world, otherwise, the predecessor of the great priest would not have been devoured. Even if the whole king wanted to take the current great priest, it would not be possible to succeed. The three-dimensional capture of the two-dimensional dimension? It's too self-sufficient. The great priest thought to himself. Salama's will is strong, but it is not enough to take down the current great priest. In the mind of the great priest, two wills are fighting. A purple ball of light, a green ball of light. The purple ball of light is the will of the great priest, but the green ball of light is the will of Salama. The green photosphere is slightly larger than the purple photosphere, and the layers are the same. The contest of wills is the law of the jungle, and it stands to reason that the green ball of light devouring the purple ball of light is not a problem. As soon as the green light flashed, the green ball of light attacked the purple ball of light first. When two balls of light touch, green light envelops the purple ball of light. Have you given up resistance? Salama's will laughed. Under normal circumstances, the green ball of light emits green light, the purple ball of light emits purple light, the two brilliants are for tat, one fails, it is shrouded by the brilliance of the other, and after that, it is completely swallowed, and the capture is completed. Resistance? It's not necessary. The great priest said with a smile. Although the green light completely enveloped the purple ball of light, Salama's will could not swallow the will of the great priest. Green light is emitted, so that the green ball of light is constantly consumed, and it is getting smaller and smaller. How so? Salama's will exclaimed. Although the great priest did not resist at all, he devoured Salama's will. The great priest was expressionless. "My will is special, and you are not strong enough," the grand priest said. The great priest's next goal is Super Dragon Ball. If it were not for Salama's will, Polenga would definitely not have integrated into the aura of the great priest, and since Salama's will is hidden in Polenga's consciousness, the divine dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Ball should also have it, and it is more powerful, so it is necessary for the great priest to give Salama a hope, so that Salama will take the initiative to let the divine dragon integrate into the aura of the great priest, so as to get the opportunity to take the great priest. "Humph, don't be proud, this is just a small part of my will." Salama's will snorted coldly. Salama's will is indeed strong enough, but unfortunately it is two-dimensional, while the will of the great priest is three-dimensional, a difference of one dimension. Even if Salama is hundreds of millions of times stronger than the great priest, it is useless, unless his will is detached and sublimated to the third dimension. No matter how strong the will of the second dimension is, it cannot give up the third dimension, even if the third dimension does not resist. Chapter 46. Polenga was devoured. The great elder, Niru, and the little ghost head Dandy were all stunned. At this time, part of Nappa's potential was also stimulated by the great elder. "My combat power." Nappa looked surprised. At this moment, Nappa could feel his combat power skyrocket. Nappa's combat power now exceeds at least 50,000. Vegeta's combat power is only 18,000, which in the past required Nappa's admiration, but now he is completely out of sight. Nappa Ben did not have much loyalty to Vegeta, and with great strength, there was no need to be Vegeta's subordinate. "Vegeta, from now on, you will be my subordinate of Nappa," Nappa said to Vegeta with a sneer. "Want me to be your subordinate? Dream." Vegeta only felt insulted and even more angry. "It seems that it is necessary for me to bring out 50% of my strength to shut you up." Nappa laughed. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Nappa's body. This is the breath of more than 25,000 combat power, but only 50% of Nappa. Although Vegeta did not have a strong perception of breath, it was also clear that Nappa's combat power had surpassed him. "What? Nappa this guy turned out to be, is this really only 50% of his combat effectiveness?" Vegeta was puzzled. At this time, the time and space where the great priest was located were disordered. When the great priest's consciousness was clear, he found that he had arrived in a strange galaxy. Ahead, a few light years away, is a special planet. Seeing the planet in front of him, relevant information appeared in the mind of the great priest, but it was the memory of the predecessor. Planet. A special place that holds important criminals in the 12 universes, and the warden in charge of the star is a man named Fu, who is extremely powerful in combat and is not under the god of destruction. "How did you come to the vicinity of the Confusion Star?" The great priest was a little puzzled in his heart. Although it was still a few light years away from the Confusion Star, this distance was nothing to the great priest. The speed of light takes several years, but the great priest can directly teleport over, perhaps faster than the speed of light. Because of the disorder of time and space? That's all? After thinking for a while, the great priest simply didn't want to. "Since you have come to the vicinity of the Confusion Star, let's take a look." With Dr. Gro as his subordinate, the great priest needs the cells of various strong people to create powerful artificial humans, and the warden Fu of the Confused Star is a strong man who can get some cells, and the criminals imprisoned in the Confused Star may also have some special cells. Before crossing, the great priest knew nothing about the Confusion Star, but fortunately he had the memory of his predecessor. Before going to the Confusion Star, the great priest had one more thing to do. "I saw that the aura behind the great god's head turned into a white hole, erupting energy, and the energy turned into matter. Come to a life planet exactly like Nami Nemesis." The great priest spoke. With the words of the great priest, a planet exactly like Nami Nemesis was born within 10 seconds. If the great priest created a planet last time, it would not be easy to create a planet exactly like Nami Buster, but Polenga integrated his aura, and he could create the world like a mythical god. Move your mouth, and then provide energy, you can create the world. Don't be too cool. If the energy is infinite, you can create countless universes, hee. The great priest smiled in his heart. Energy, there is no shortage of the great priest, he can use the God King fist, as long as the multiplier is not much, the resulting load will be converted into energy. There are 3 stars near Nami Nok, but this identical Nami Buster created by the great priest has no stars around. The planet is the same, but the environment is different, which makes this vibrant planet quickly have problems, and the great priest does not care about this. After trying it with Nami Nemesis's Dragon Ball, the Grand Priest decided to attack Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball is scattered in the 6th and 7th universes, and it is not easy to find. At that moment, the Grand Priest took out a purple crystal ball and called Bardos and Weiss. Bardos is an angel of the 6th universe, daughter of the Great Priest, and sister of Ves, whose predecessor created Bardos first and then Vus. Find the 7 wishing balls scattered in the 6th and 7th universes in the fastest time, and find the notification me. The Grand Priest gave orders directly to Bardos and Weiss. The orders of the Great Priest, the angels of the 12 universes will obey, and the gods of the Realm King and the God of Destruction dare not listen. With the abilities of Bardos and Vus, it is not too difficult to find the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and it should not take too long. Polenga's consciousness hides a small part of the will of the dragon god Salama, and the consciousness of the god dragon must also be hidden, but as long as Salama wants to take the great priest, he is doomed to tragedy. After putting away the purple crystal ball, the great priest flew towards the confusion star a few light years away. The great priest did not teleport directly past, but flew faster than the speed of light. While teleportation is convenient, flying through the universe at faster than light speeds is a little more enjoyable. The great priest also did not use his speed to the extreme, so it took about 15 minutes to reach the confusion star. The huge chain binds the confusion star, and as soon as it approaches the confusion star, the soul of ordinary people will shake. When approaching the star, before passing through the atmosphere, you can feel the amazing gravity. The gravity of the star far exceeds that of the Earth, but it is the same for the great priest. Even if the gravity is 10,000 times that of the Earth, it will not affect the great priest. Chapter 47. In addition to amazing gravity, the star also has an invisible shackle. Ordinary people can't easily leave when they come to the star. Confused Star not only imprisoned some powerful criminals in the 12 universes, but also served as an experimental ground for Fu. The origin of Fu is mysterious, and the predecessor of the Great Priest is also known to a limited extent. With casual movements, the Great Priest broke free from the invisible shackles. When the Great Priest landed on the ground from mid-air and got his feet on the ground, the space 3 meters away in front of him fluctuated, and then a man appeared. It was a white-haired man who looked 30 years old. His hair was braided behind his head, he wore round glasses, his hands were behind his back, and he was holding a short black knife in his hands. "I've seen Lord Grand Priest." The white-haired man smiled and bowed to the Great Priest, but did not pay much respect. This white-haired man is the master of the star, the warden, his name is Fu, and he is also known as the most difficult person in the universe. Fu has the ability to travel through 12 universes, as well as travel back in time to the past and future. Space is a terrifying ability, and time is in comparison. "Spit it out, Fu's voice is too ugly." "Fu, how many criminals are there in the current state?" the Great Priest asked lightly. From the memory of his predecessor, the Great Priest knew that the number of criminals held by the Confused Star was not too large, but everyone was very powerful, and it was a single finger that could destroy Frisia's existence. The Great Priest's question made Fu stunned. The Great Priest's question was abrupt, but Fu answered truthfully, 3 years ago there were 18, but now there is only 1, because all 18 have been killed by this current Kanba. Kanba. The great priest was unfamiliar with this name, he had never heard it in his previous life, nor did he have it in his predecessor's memory. Kanba is a scion, you can call him an evil scion, he is a second-generation scion, and his strength is still very strong. Fu pushed down his glasses and said with a smile. Evil scion? Second-generation scion? The Grand Priest knew from the memory of his predecessor that the first generation of scions was Amashi. However, being able to say the 3 words very strong from Fu's mouth is enough to show that Kenba's combat effectiveness is not weak. Bring me Kenba. The Great Priest was entirely commanding. The Great Priest's tone made Fu unhappy in his heart, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, thinking that the Great Priest could not find it, but he did not know that the Great Priest was watching the fire. Fu's breath is obscure, he hides deeply, and the Great Priest can't see through his depth, but from the perspective of the Great Priest, Fu's strength is at least not under Beerus, or even under Weiss, and it is difficult to say how strong it is, and you will know only after a battle. Although he was a little jealous of Fu, the Great Priest was not too jealous, he didn't believe that Fu could defeat him, not to mention that he still had such a trick as the God King Fist. Although the Great Priest can only exert the God King Fist to 7 times at present, it is also 700% of his normal transformation. Lord Great Priest, please wait a moment, I'll go. Fu said lightly. As soon as he turned around, the space fluctuated. And Fu disappeared out of thin air again. Controlling space and using space to shuttle, not only can shuttle within a universe, but also across universes, but also to the past and the future, which is really against the sky. The Great Priest also has some spatial abilities, but it is not as good as Fu. Fu's spatial ability is really eye-catching, if only he could get it, I don't know if Super Dragon Ball can do it. The Great Priest was thinking. If Fu knew what was in the mind of the Great Priest, but he didn't know how he would feel, his expression would be wonderful. He didn't let the Grand Priest wait long, and in less than 1 minute, Fu came with Kenba. Kenba has long thick black hair, a cold face, a strong physique, muscles and a shackle on his body. Kenba did not hide his breath, so the Great Priest could sense his breath. What a powerful breath! The Great Priest said in his heart. Kenba's normal combat power is already very strong, and he has such a strong normal combat power, it is impossible to become a Super Scion, then, when he becomes a Super Scion, his combat power will inevitably skyrocket. Kenba, this is the Great Priest, don't be rude. Fu said to Kenba with a smile. Kenba's gaze was fixed on the Great Priest, and there was not the slightest respect in his eyes, except for indifference and indifference. Known as the Evil Scion, Kenba has a pure evil heart. Among the Scions, you are the most talented I have ever seen. The Great Priest said lightly. Even Broly's talent is not comparable to Kenba. At the level of the Great Priest, the talent of mortals can still be seen. Kenba's talent is indeed amazing, and if you give him time to grow, maybe even I am no match for him. Fu said with a smile. Untie him. The Grand Priest pointed at Kenba and commanded Fu. When he heard that he wanted to unshackle Kenba's body, Fu's face changed. Lord Great Priest, no, he is unruly and unchained, and may do some rude things to you. Fu said. I asked you to untie the shackles on him, didn't you understand? I don't want to say the same thing a third time. The Great Priest glared coldly. Glared at by the Great Priest, cold sweat oozed from Fu's forehead. With a look of helplessness, Fu stepped out to unshackle Kenba's body. Without the shackles, Kenba can move freely throughout his body, and his combat effectiveness can be 100% exerted. Are you more powerful than him? Kenba asked the Grand Priest. Chapter 48. How? You want to challenge me? The Grand Priest looked at Kenba with a smile. Scions are warlike by nature, and this Kenba is clearly no exception. Before Kenba could speak, Fu had first angrily rebuked Kenba. Kenba, Don't be rude to Lord Great Priest, Lord Great Priest can defeat me with a little finger. Listening to what Fu said, Kenba looked shocked. Kenba had fought with Fu and knew that Fu's strength was above him, but Fu himself said that he could not match the little finger of the Great Priest. Maybe Fu is exaggerating, but at least it can be explained that the strength of the Great Priest is above Fu. Can you fight me? After hesitating, Kenba still spoke to the Grand Priest. Even though he knew that the Great Priest was stronger than Fu, and he was not Fu's opponent, Kenba still wanted to fight the Great Priest. Fight me, you may die, your soul cannot be saved, there is no chance to go to hell, it is better to think clearly. The Great Priest said lightly to Kenba. As soon as the Great Priest's voice fell, Kenba hesitated again, but still nodded firmly. Being killed by a strong man is not bad for me. Kenba sneered. Fu's face was not very good, Kenba was an important experiment for him, and if he was killed by the Great Priest, he did not want it. Let's go to the boundary. The Grand Priest said to Kenba. Boundless is a special world, without space and time. The boundless world is not in Universe 12, but beyond Universe 12. With a glance at Fu, the Great Priest teleported away. Boundless. This is a world of nothingness, not even space and worlds. The Great Priest put his hands behind his back, in this boundary. 12 There are not many boundless realms in the universe. It is not easy to survive in the boundary. At this time, Fu also took Kenba to the Infinity Realm, only a few seconds slower than the Great Priest. Fu's spatial ability and speed are not simple, which makes the Great Priest also a little impressed. Obviously, Fu was not the first time to come to the Infinity Realm, but Kenba was the first time, and if Fu hadn't brought him, he himself would not have come anyway. In this boundary, Kenba had to hold up a protective shield, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive. It's a good place to fight. The Great Priest said with a smile. Kenba struck first, he condensed powerful chi in his right hand, and attacked the Great Priest with a punch. In the face of Kenba's attack, the Great Priest did not dodge or dodge, and his hands were back. Bang! The Great Priest blocked Kenba's attack with one leg. It seemed that the Great Priest obviously did not intend to use his hands. Fight with me, dare not use your hands? Too arrogant. Kenba was furious. The Great Priest is too arrogant. Even Fu thought the Great Priest was too arrogant. Although the Grand Priest did not dodge or use his hands, he blocked all of Kenba's attacks with only his legs and feet. Although the normal Kenba's combat power is amazing, it does not pose a threat to the Great Priest. Fighting in the Infinity Realm is beneficial to the Great Priest, and he can fully adapt to this environment. Kenba needs to hold up the shield, and although Fu does not hold the shield, his body has spatial fluctuations. Boom! After resisting a few moves, the Great Priest kicked out, and Kenba snorted and flew upside down for thousands of meters. The Grand Priest's kick injured Kenba. With your current combat strength, you can't defeat me, show your true strength. The Grand Priest said. Kenba was silent. In an instant, Kenba became a Super Saiyan, but only in the first order. After the transformation, Kenba's combat power skyrocketed. It seems that the combat effectiveness has improved a lot. The Grand Priest smiled. Fight Kenba, who becomes the first rank of Super Saiyan, and the Grand Priest uses one finger. Kenba's fists and feet are so violent that the power of his punch is enough to destroy half of the galaxy. In other words, galaxies tens of thousands of light-years in diameter can't withstand Kenba's punch. Although Kenba's combat power is terrifying, it is no match for a finger of the Great Priest. I saw that the Great Priest did not move a step, and after his left hand was negative, he only used one finger of his right hand to completely block Kenba's attack. In addition to his fists and feet, Kenba also emits energy balls, air waves, etc. Fighting in this boundary, Kenba's physical strength was consumed quickly, and in this short battle, his forehead was already sweaty. With a loud gulp, Kenba transformed again. Kenba's form has not changed much, but his physique has grown a little, and his body is surrounded by lightning. Super Saiyan Second Tier. The second tier of Super Saiyans has more lightning than the first level. After becoming the second tier of Super Saiyan, Kenba's combat effectiveness has greatly improved. After Kenba's transformation, although the combat effectiveness has increased a lot, it is smaller than expected. The Great Priest was worried. It stands to reason that becoming the first tier of the Super Saiyan is at least 50 times the normal combat power, but Kenba becoming the first tier of the Super Saiyan is far from the normal 50 times the combat power. After all, Kenba's normal combat power is too strong. Just like the mysterious Gohan in the original Majin Buu chapter, the normal combat power can be compared to the third order of the Sun Wukong super race, and there is not much difference between the change and the super race, and it is impossible to say that the mysterious Gohan becomes a super race and increases the combat effectiveness by dozens or hundreds of times. After becoming the second stage of the super race, Kenba did not stop but continued and became the third stage of the super competition. Chapter 49. In addition to Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super in this book, about the theatrical version, GT, Dragon Ball Heroes, etc. have changed. Don't be more true. After all, many contradictions, such as the 7-star dragon, this book will be a 7-star dragon produced by Super Dragon Ball, not the garbage on Earth, and Super Race 4, Super Race 5, etc. Can I continue to transform? The Grand Priest looked at Kenba with a smile. Kenba has changed from Super Saiyan Tier 1 to Super Saiyan Tier 3, what's next? Super Saiyan Tier 4? Super Saiyan Blue? It is also the third order of the super competition. In the original work, Sun Wukong was easily defeated by Beerus. The gap is huge, and Kenba's combat power can definitely make Beerus serious. Kenba looked indifferent and put his hands together, condensing a huge ball of energy. The diameter of this energy ball is at least tens of thousands of meters. With a loud shout, Kenba threw the huge ball of condensed energy towards the Great Priest. This ball of energy is not only large, but also contains terrifying power, destroying dozens of galaxies. What Kenba couldn't believe was that the Great Priest still used only one finger. The huge energy ball was blocked by the finger of the Great Priest, unable to inch, and the furious energy did not explode. How is that possible? Kenba's eyes widened. Let's go together. The Grand Priest said with a smile. Kenba really makes the Great Priest uninterested, and one more Fu should make the Great Priest a little more serious. After thinking about it, Fu smiled and said, then I will be offended. Since the Great Priest took the initiative to speak, Fu also made a move. On the surface, Fu was respectful to the Great Priest, but in his heart he was unhappy with the Great Priest and did not dare to offend. But now he can strike openly. Although he knew that he was not the opponent of the Great Priest, he could make a move, and the discomfort in Fu's heart could be less. The space is constantly fluctuating, and Fu's figure is elusive and elusive. That is, in the boundary, if it is in a universe, Fu's space ability will be several times more powerful. As soon as Fu made a move, the situation changed. Now the Great Priest is 1 against 2. In this battle, one of the Great Priest's goals is to get the cells of Fu and Kenba, and then let Dr. Gro create an adult. Bang bang bang! Both Fu and Kenba are extremely fast, and 10,000 punches in 1 second are not a problem. Compared to Fu and Kenba, the Great Priest was faster. I saw that the Great Priest could cope with it with only his right hand. It seems that Kenba exerted all his strength, while Fu had reservations. While fighting, Fu observed it, and he was secretly shocked in his heart. It seems that the Great Priest has not even used 50% of his combat power, and he is even stronger than I thought. Unfathomable. Kenba felt powerless. Joining forces with Fu to besiege could not match the hand of the Great Priest, which hit Kenba too hard. Okay, that's the end of the warm-up exercise, I'll be a little more serious. The Great Priest chuckled. Warm-up exercises? Both Fu and Kamba were surprised. Such a fierce battle was just a warm-up exercise for the Great Priest? The purple divine power covered the whole body of the Great Priest, and he used 50% of the divine power. Dealing with Fu and Kamba does not require the Great Priest to use 100% of his divine power, let alone the Divine King Fist. The Great Priest with 50% divine power is already terrifying. When the purple light flashed, neither Fu nor Kamba could react. Kamba was punched, and Fu's glasses were kicked by the Grand Priest, and there was an extra mark on his right cheek. So fast. Kamba can't keep up at all. Not. Bang bang bang. The purple divine light shone brightly, shrouded for more than 10 miles, and within this range, Kamba and Fu only felt that their eyes were purple, and they could not see the Great Priest at all. In this purple divine light within a range of more than 10 miles, the Great Priest seemed to be everywhere, and he couldn't perceive the specific location at all. Kamba can only strengthen his shield and use a wide range of attacks, while Fu constantly uses his spatial abilities. In a short time, both Kamba and Fu were scarred. During the battle, the Grand Priest also managed to get Kamba and Fu's cells. Now that he had obtained the cells of Kamba and Fu, the witness was achieved, and the Archpriest withdrew his hand. The dazzling purple divine light that shrouded more than 10 miles was received by the Great Priest. This battle ends here. The Great Priest said lightly. Fu and Kamba didn't have to fight again. Kamba's injuries were not light, but F's injuries were not serious. In this battle, Fu did not exert his full strength. Even if he was beaten by the Great Priest, he did not have full combat power. Compared to Kamba, Fu is a more dangerous figure. The Great Priest can also kill Fu and Kamba in this infinity realm, but there will be some trouble. If you let Fu and Kamba become the gods of destruction and realm kings of the universe, and then use the combined earrings, the gods and demons are one, it will be cool. The Great Priest had a whim. The power generated by the unity of gods and demons can be absorbed by the Great Priest, and Ephesus and Kamba are powerful. If the two become the god of destruction and the god of the realm, and then merge together, it is absolutely terrifying. I want to think about it, but the Great Priest will not mess around for the time being. Let Fu and Kamba become the god of destruction and the god of the realm, and then combined, it is difficult to say how powerful it will be, and the Great Priest can't beat it. It's really offensive to make a move with the Great Priest. Fu bowed down and apologized to the High Priest. With your strength, you can become the god of destruction of one universe, and I will mention it to Lord Xuanwang when I have time. The Great Priest said lightly. God of destruction? That's really thanks to the Great Priest. Fu looked happy, not like he was pretending, it seemed that he was happy to be a universe destroyer. Chapter 50. The Great Priest was a little surprised. He thought that Fu was not interested in becoming a god of destruction, but it turned out to be the opposite. Instinctively, the Great Priest felt strange, but he remained silent. From the memory of his predecessor, the Great Priest knew that Fu had many secrets, and it seemed to have something to do with the previous High Priest, the dragon god Salama. Today's battle is okay, and I can come back later when I have time. As soon as the words fell, the Great Priest left the boundless realm. After leaving the boundless realm, the Great Priest headed for the 7th universe. Coming to the 7th universe, the Great Priest casually found a life planet to rest, but unexpectedly found that the aura behind his head glowed slightly. Because of the integration of Boranga, the aura of the Great Priest and the Super Dragon Ball also have a trace of connection, and when the distance is not too far away, it can resonate. Taking the aura behind his head in his hand and looking at it, the Great Priest smiled. There are 3 Super Dragon Balls gathered together, almost 800 light-years from this planet, not too far. The light from the aura is getting more and more dazzling, indicating that 3 Super Dragon Balls are rapidly approaching. Since he was in the 7th universe and was able to carry 3 Super Dragon Balls flying faster than the speed of light, the Great Priest immediately thought of Ves and Beerus. The Grand Priest has asked Ves and Beerus to find Super Dragon Ball, and Bardos and Elephant Paw from the 6th universe to find it. After a little rest, the Great Priest teleported to outer space. At this time, 3 huge Dragon Balls appeared near the living planet. Dragon Balls on Earth are not much bigger than eggs. Nami Nemesis Dragon Balls are one size larger than basketball, and Super Dragon Balls are powerful and have planets that are bigger. As far as the Great Priest knows, the Super Dragon Ball is made by the dragon god Salama in the 41st year of the divine calendar, a round pure solid with a diameter of 37,196.2204 kilometers, and the golden light of the beads has red star marks ranging from 1 to 7. In order to see the red star mark at that angle, the principle of refraction is used, which is the original structure of the dragon god Salama, and the patent right was obtained in the 42nd year of the divine calendar. Use Super Dragon Ball to summon the divine dragon wish, and the effective range is not limited to the 6th and 7th universes, but 12 universes. It's worthy of Super Dragon Ball, and it's still very shocking to see it up close. The Great Priest thought to himself. Lord Great Priest! A female angel and a fat cat appear in front of the Grand Priest. This female angel is Bardos, tall and beautiful, big and small. Obesity is the destructive god of the 6th universe, Elephant Paw. Like Paw was the brother of Beerus, dressed like Beerus, the costume of Anubis in Egyptian mythology. You found 3 wishing balls in such a short time, your efficiency is very fast. The Great Priest said with a smile. Serve the Great Priest, this is as it should be. Elephant Paw said. Compared with Beerus, Elephant Paw is more treacherous and very good at currying favor. There are only 3 wishing balls in the 6th universe. The Great Priest asked casually. Bardos and Xiongpa are not in the 6th universe. But they came to the 7th universe and carried 3 Super Dragon Balls. It seems that there are only 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. The Great Priest knows that there is a Super Dragon Ball between the 6th and 7th universes, an unnamed planet. The 6th universe should be gone. Xiongpa replied, not too sure. A universe is too big, there are countless galaxies, and galaxies are large and small, and galaxies as large as the Milky Way are also innumerable. Although Super Dragon Ball is big, it is nothing in the vast universe, and if it lands on a huge star, it will be difficult to find. In a short time, Bardos and Xiongpa could only briefly search the 6th universe. Father, are you going to make any wishes? Bardos asked the Grand Priest curiously. With the status and divine power of the Great Priest, there is not much that cannot be done, and if the Great Priest cannot do it, the wishing ball is unlikely to be done. There are some things that are not suitable to tell you now. The Great Priest is mysterious. At this moment, 2 more Super Dragon Balls came. But there are 5 Super Dragon Balls. Ves and Beerus also came. Beerus, you just found 2 wishing balls? I found 3. Xiongpa looked proud. Xiongpa and Beerus did not fight less, and compared Beerus in front of the High Priest, which made Elephant Paw very proud. Beerus had a gloomy face and was very depressed. There's still 1 wishing ball left. The Great Priest said with a smile. Father, there are 7 wishing balls in total, and there are only 5 here. Weiss whispered. At this time, Weiss, Bardos, Beerus, and Elephant Paw all laughed in their hearts that the Great Priest did not know how to count, but his face did not dare to show it. There is a wishing ball between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, so there is 1 more to complete. The Grand Priest said. So it is. Weiss and the others were abrupt. At this time, the Great Priest spread out his hands, and under the pull of invisible power, 5 Super Dragon Balls approached him and surrounded him in the middle. Super Dragon Balls can be found with Super Dragon Balls. The Great Priest smiled slightly. But I saw that the hands of the Great Priest emitted divine power. When the Great Priest's divine power touches the 5 Super Dragon Balls, the 5 Super Dragon Balls produce purple lightning. Purple lightning linked the 5 Super Dragon Balls together, and at the same time, the aura behind the great priest's head also glowed. Found it. Chapter 51. Whether it is the Dragon Balls on Earth, or the Nami Nemesis, or the Super Dragon Balls, there are 7 of them, as a set, and there is a connection. Using the power of technology, Dragon Ball radar can be created, but the gods can directly use the divine power to sense. With 5 Super Dragon Balls, the Great Priest used his divine power to immediately resonate with a Super Dragon Ball somewhere in the 7th universe, and he knew where it was. Carrying 5 Super Dragon Balls, the Grand Priest flew into the distance at superluminal speeds. Flying through dozens of galaxies in one breath, the Great Priest came to a huge galaxy. This galaxy is several times larger than the Milky Way. In front of you is a huge barren planet. The Great Priest snapped his fingers, and the huge barren planet in front of him began to collapse, revealing the Super Dragon Ball within the planet. There is too much dust in the universe, the Super Dragon Ball floats, absorbs countless dust, and gradually forms a planet, but there is no life, but a barren lifelessness. Found another Super Dragon Ball, which is 6, and then the Super Dragon Ball between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, it is complete. At that moment, the Great Priest flew towards the junction of the 6th and 7th universes with 6 Super Dragon Balls. Ves followed with Beerus, and Bardos with Elephant Paw. Although Beerus and Elephant Paw have great combat power, their flight speed is far less than that of angels. A small nameless planet is located between the 6th and 7th universes. This planet is about the same size as Super Dragon Ball, but it is also barren and has no life. The 7 Super Dragon Balls are complete, and you can summon the Divine Dragon. Using Super Dragon Ball requires divine language, and the Grand Priest is no exception. The Divine Dragon Realm Yuan summoned by Super Dragon Ball is not low, and the Earth Divine Dragon and Nami Nemesis's Polenga will be nervous and even frightened when they see the God of Destruction, while the Divine Dragon summoned by Super Dragon Ball will not be nervous when he sees the whole king. This is the gap. Come out, Divine Dragon, grant my wish and I will send it. The Grand Priest said to the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the language of God. I want to send it. Salama's second goods actually set such a spell. The Great Priest has a slander in his heart. With the summoning of the Great Priest, the 7 Super Dragon Balls also began to glow. The dazzling golden brilliance is almost impossible to open. The Earth Divine Dragon and Nami Nemesis Boranga are both physical, but the Divine Dragon summoned by Super Dragon Ball is illusory. Soon, the Grand Priest, Ves, Bardos, Beerus, and Elephant Paw all saw the Divine Dragon. It's spectacular. The size of the Divine Dragon is too large, encompassing tens of thousands of galaxies. If it is not far enough away from the Divine Dragon, it will not be able to see it at all. Name your wish. The eyes of the Divine Dragon were fixed on the Great Priest. It is the Great Priest who summons the Divine Dragon, so it can only be made by the Great Priest. In contrast, the Divine Dragon of the Earth and Nami Nemesis is not, no matter who summons it, as long as you open your mouth to make a wish first, the wish will be fulfilled. The Great Priest was feeling the Divine Dragon. The Earth Dragon is conscious, Polenga is also conscious. And the God Dragon is just as conscious. The Great Priest suspected that the consciousness of the Divine Dragon was the consciousness of the Dragon God Salama. This Divine Dragon has a special divine power, the divine power to grant wishes, and this divine power can make people follow their words. Under the feeling of the Great Priest, the Divine Dragon's divine power was very amazing, more than him. Lord Great Priest, you can make a wish to the Divine Dragon. Seeing that the Great Priest had his eyes closed, he stood motionless in front of the Divine Dragon and spoke. The Grand Priest ignored Xiongpa, he was thinking. Xiongpa was about to speak again, but was stopped by Bardos. Don't bother. The Great Priest asked Weiss and the others to find Super Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon, not to make a wish, but to devour the Divine Dragon. Now, the Great Priest was almost certain that this Divine Dragon had the divine power of the Dragon God Salama. It is definitely the divine power of the Dragon God Salama, I just don't know if it is all of Salama's divine power. The great priest thought in his heart. Beyond the divine power of the great priest, if it is not all of Salama's divine power, then all of Salama's divine power is too amazing. What do you want? The dragon of the gods spoke, speaking the language of the gods. The voice of the divine dragon seemed to be so loud that tens of thousands of galaxy beings could hear it, but in fact, only the great priest, Ves, and a few people heard it. Weiss, what wish do you say the grand priest will make? Beerus suddenly asked Weiss in a gossipy whisper. It doesn't look like you're making a wish. Weiss said. Maybe it has something to do with the dragon god Salama. Bardos said. Upon hearing what Bardos said, Ves and the others were silent, each with their own ideas. The dragon god Salama is the previous great priest, but mysteriously disappeared. Super Dragon Ball can also be used, which undoubtedly shows that Salama, the dragon god who made Super Dragon Ball, is still alive, and if Salama dies, Super Dragon Ball will definitely be invalid. Hehe, let's have a few wishes to play first. The Grand Priest chuckled and muttered. How many wishes to play? In other words, the Divine Dragon seems to be able to fulfill only one wish at a time, and after it is realized, the 7 Super Dragon Balls will be scattered in the 6th and 7th universes, and it is necessary to find it again before the Divine Dragon can be summoned again to make a wish. Chapter 52. Divine Dragon, increase my divine power by 10,000 times. The Great Priest casually made a wish. Not possible. The Divine Dragon had a look on his face. That's 1,000 times. Not possible. 100 times is always fine. Still can't do it. 1 times. At this time, the Great Priest wanted to say a spicy chicken, but he was also a divine dragon full of force, and he couldn't even fulfill his small wish to increase his divine power by 1 times. There used to be 18 universes, and the king cleared 6 of them, so you can restore those 6 universes. The Great Priest said to the Divine Dragon again. Since it is the 6 universes cleared by the whole king, it should be a little special, and it may be possible to make the Great Priest have an unexpected gain. After the wish is granted, the 7 Super Dragon Balls will be scattered in the 6th and 7th universes. In front of the Great Priest, these 7 Super Dragon Balls can't go anywhere. Super Dragon Ball should not turn into stone after use, even if it does, it's nothing, it's a big deal to control time to recover, little thing. Time has taken too long to recover. The Divine Dragon looked depressed. The Divine Dragon can restore the universe that has been cleared by all kings, but it will also take a short time, and when the time span is too long, it will not be restored. Then let me reach the limit of my own extreme skill. It still can't be done. Let me have unlimited power of faith. Sorry. Can someone become a god of destruction or a god of realm? It can't be done. Able to. It can't be done. He made some wishes casually, but none of the divine dragons could be fulfilled, which disappointed the Great Priest. Although the ability of the divine dragon is very strong, it is not strong enough, and it is difficult to realize the desire for such an existence as the Great Priest. Weiss and the others behind the Great Priest looked at each other. The Great Priest's casual wish made Weiss and the others stunned. This divine dragon is really spicy chicken. Xiongpa pouted. It's the wish made by the Great Priest. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Beerus's forehead. At this time, the aura behind the Great Priest's head flew towards the Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon, blend into my aura. The Great Priest said in his heart. Because Polenga integrated the aura of the Great Priest, the Great Priest's aura has a special connection with the Divine Dragon, and with this connection, coupled with the powerful divine power of the Great Priest, there is hope to absorb the Divine Dragon. If the aura of the Great Priest can absorb the Divine Dragon, not only the Great Priest's divine power has skyrocketed, but his ability to speak and follow has also been greatly enhanced. What? Father is going to absorb the Divine Dragon. Bardos was more surprised. I can't believe it, but even my father can't succeed. The divine power of the divine dragon is unfathomable. Ves exclaimed. Whether it is the god of destruction, the god of the realm, or the angels, or even Lord Chuan King, they should not be able to absorb the divine dragon, and Lord Great Priest can do it. Beerus frowned. The divine dragon has begun to rebel. Elephant Paw yelled. I saw that as soon as the aura of the Great Priest absorbed the divine dragon began to rebel. As the divine dragon turned back, both the 6th and 7th universes shook, and the 2 universes were faintly destroyed. Abominable! The Great Priest's face was solemn. The Great Priest's aura only absorbed a little bit of the divine dragon's divine power. Now, not only the 6th and 7th universes have a destructive trend, but the aura of the Great Priest is also unstable. It was too difficult to stabilize the 2 universes, and the Great Priest was now exporting divine power to stabilize his own aura. Do you want to continue? The Great Priest is considering. With the resistance of the divine dragon, the Great Priest's aura absorption efficiency was extremely slow, almost impossible to absorb, and if it continued like this, the 6th universe and the 7th universe would be destroyed. The destruction of the 2 universes will definitely alarm the whole king, and with the bare child temper of the whole king, plus the ability to purge, it is difficult to say what will happen. Although the Great Priest is now extremely powerful, he is afraid that he cannot resist the elimination of the whole king, and the previous Great Priest Dragon God Salama is not clear. There is a whole king, and the Great Priest is also bound and cannot be unscrupulous. It seems that you can only stop first. You can get the 7 super dragon balls to the boundless realm, and then slowly absorb the dragon of the gods. The Great Priest pondered in his heart. There is no space in the nobody, there is no time, everything is nothing, the dragon of the gods will not resist in the realm of nothing, it should not alarm the whole king, so as long as the Great Priest is given time, he can slowly absorb the dragon of the god, that is, Salama's consciousness is not afraid to take the Great Priest, and the 2nd dimension cannot give up the 3rd dimension. With consideration, the Great Priest stopped absorbing. To the Great Priest's surprise, as he stopped absorbing, the divine dragon actually fell apart. Click, click, click. Cracks appeared on the 7 super dragon balls, and they actually began to crack. When the super dragon ball breaks, a dazzling golden divine light is emitted. In less than 10 seconds, golden divine light shrouded the 6th and 7th universes. Today, both the 6th and 7th universes are shrouded in the divine light of the dragon god Salama. Suddenly there was a bad premonition. The Great Priest frowned. The development of events was beyond the control of the Great Priest. After thinking about it, the Great Priest manipulated time to rewind the time in this area. However, the regression of time could not restore the Super Dragon Ball. Beyond the concept of time? We can only wait and see. Chapter 53. The 7 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls were all shattered, emitting dazzling golden divine light. This is the divine light of the Dragon God Salama, which has now shrouded the entire 6th and 7th universes. When this golden light shrouded the 2 universes, the time of the 2 universes also stopped, and few mortals were still able to move. The gods can move, but they all kneel. Only the god of destruction, the god of the realm, the angels, etc. can stand. Salama's divine power fills the 6th and 7th universes. The Great Priest's face was solemn. Divine power fills the 2 universes, which is really terrifying. Even the Great God Officer is not too easy to do. Of course, if you cast the God King Fist, it is another matter. Lord Grand Priest, what is the situation? Both Beerus and Elephant Paw were nervous. The God of Destruction is closely related to the universe, and if something goes wrong in the 6th and 7th universes, Beerus and Elephant Paw will not be spared. The 6th universe and the 7th universe seem to be merging. The Great Priest felt it and said in a deep voice. The 12 universes are relative, the first universe is opposite to the 12th universe, the second universe is opposite to the 11th universe, and so on. the sixth universe is opposite to the seventh universe. The seventh universe has science, the sixth universe also has it, the seventh universe has the Nami Nemesis, the sixth universe also has it, and there are frozen demons, even the god of destruction is a twin brother, and the angels are also sisters and brothers. Nani? Two universes merging? Beerus and Elephant Paw were dumbfounded. Ves and Bardos were also surprised. At this time, even the great priest was not calm, and everything developed completely beyond his expectations. As the great priest said, under the action of Salama's divine power, the sixth and seventh universes are merging. What will happen to the fusion of the two universes is unknown. Today, time in the sixth and seventh universes stands still. In the eyes of the great priest, the two universes overlap. For example, the Milky Way, the seventh universe has it, and the sixth universe also has it. The Earth of the sixth universe has long been destroyed, so, the two universes merge, and the Earth has not changed. The same planet, for example, the sixth universe exists, and the seventh universe also exists, then, the two planets become one, the planet will become larger, and the life of both planets will be on one planet. With the fusion of the two universes, the size of the universe has not changed, but the essence has changed. The great priest thought to himself. For example, the galaxy of the sixth universe and the galaxy of the seventh universe are merged, and the new galaxy has a larger extent, and the life of the two galaxies, mortals, including gods, coexist. There can only be one god of destruction in a universe. Now the two universes are merging. Bardos frowned slightly. According to the setting, there can indeed only be one destroyer god in a universe, and the whole king cannot let two destroyer gods exist in one universe, and can only have a destroyer candidate. When the god of destruction dies, or is abolished by a word from the king, the candidate can be turned right. After the fusion of the sixth universe and the seventh universe, although the size of the new universe has not changed, the number of galaxies in the universe has increased, and the overlapping planets have become larger. The Grand Priest said to Bardos and the others. So, can there be two gods of destruction? Weiss asked. It's possible. The specific situation, the Great Priest does not know. After all, this situation is not in the original work, and it is not in the memory of the predecessor. The sixth universe and the seventh universe have many planets and galaxies destroyed, so many galaxies are in this universe and the other universe is not, and now the two universes are fused, unique and cannot overlap, but most of them can overlap. It is not appropriate to call the new universe the sixth universe, and it is not appropriate to call it the seventh universe. The number of galaxies has increased, most of the galaxies have expanded, and life in both universes is in one universe. The merging of the two universes continued, and both Beerus and Elephant Paw were uneasy and nervous. The convergence of the universe is natural. As the saying goes, the entrant is confused, the bystander is clear. In the sixth universe and the seventh universe, these two universes merge, it is difficult to find. Only a few such as angels, destroyers, and realm kings can detect it. When the fusion is complete, it will not be obtrusive. This is a planet in the Milky Way, located 122 light-years from Earth. Not only the seventh universe, but also the sixth universe, therefore, the fusion of the two universes, the two planets also overlap, resulting in the planet becoming larger, and the life of the two planets also lives on one planet, but it will not be abrupt. The divine power that can fuse the two universes transcends human notions of logic. The fusion process of the two universes is very short, and in less than 10 minutes, the sixth universe and the seventh universe are fused. As the two universes merge, there are only 11 universes left. Although there are only 11 universes, each of the same size, the new universe formed by the fusion of the sixth and seventh universes surpasses other universes, whether it is the number of planets, the number of galaxies, or intelligent life, God. When the two universes were fused, Beerus and Xiongpa couldn't wait to try their divine power and found that there was no problem, which was relieved. It seems that with the fusion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, there can be 2 destruction gods in the new universe. At the same time that the 6th universe and the 7th universe merged into a new universe, the golden divine power that filled the entire universe also disappeared, and even the great god could not detect where it went. Chapter 54. Strange. The great priest frowned. The 7 super dragon balls are shattered, and the powerful divine power contained in them fills the 6th and 7th universes, merging the 2 universes. Now, the 2 universes have merged, but Zalama's powerful divine power has disappeared. The fusion of the 2 universes must consume a lot of divine power, but it will not be exhausted. At this time, Beerus and Elephant Paw quarreled. It is the 6th universe that is integrated into the 7th universe, so the destruction of this universe belongs to me. You can find a random place to mix. Beerus pointed at Xiongpa, with a brutal face. Fart, it is clear that the 7th universe has merged into the 6th universe, and the destruction of this universe belongs to me. Elephant Paw retorted. The 2 universes merge into one, the level of the universe is rising, but the gods of the 2 universes also have contradictions. Not only the destruction god must have contradictions, but also the realm king god, the realm king, the heavenly god of the planet, and even the demigod, all have contradictions. The galaxy of the 7th universe has 5 realm kings, and the galaxy of the 6th universe also has bounded kings, and now there are more than 5 realm kings in the galaxy of this new universe. If there are more monks and less porridge, contradictions are inevitable. Lord Beerus, you and Xiongpa's divine power are still there, which shows that it is not the 6th universe integrated into the 7th universe, nor the 7th universe integrated into the 6th universe, but the fusion of the 2 universes. Weiss squinted and said with a smile on Beerus. Mouthy. Beerus glared at Weiss. Even if it angers Beerus, Weiss is not afraid at all. Nominally, Ves was only Beerus's servant, butler, but also Beerus' teacher. It is obvious that Lord Pa and Beerus are each responsible for half of this new universe. Bardos said. Bardos's proposal is fair and the only one that can be solved at the moment. Beerus and Elephant Pa thought about it and agreed to divide it equally, which is now impossible to swallow alone. Even if it is a tie, it is not very easy to get. Beerus wants to have a galactic side. Seeing this, although Xiongpa does not understand, but since Beerus needs it, he has to fight. With what Beerus knows, since Beerus cares about the Milky Way, then the Milky Way must be unusual. The half of the universe where the galaxy is located belongs to me. Beerus's attitude was tough and there was no room for negotiation. No, it's mine. Elephant Paw's attitude also hardened. Then there will be a fight, and whoever wins will go to whom? Beerus sneered. Hit and hit. Xiongpa did not hesitate in the slightest. The strength of Beerus and Xiongpa is between Bozhong, but it is difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat in battle. Beerus strikes first, and he punches the Elephant Paw. Facing Beerus's punch, Xiongpa also punched it. Bang! When Beerus and Elephant Paw punched each other, a nearby galaxy was destroyed by a third. Hey! Beerus and Elephant Paw were surprised. If it was the 6th or 7th universe before, Beerus and Xiongpa punched each other, destroying at least a few hundred large galaxies, but now it only destroys 1/3 of a large galaxy. My divine power has not weakened, but the destructive power has greatly decreased. It is the relationship of this universe, but this is not bad. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiongpa's mouth. It is worthy of being a new universe formed by the fusion of 2 universes, and it is not easy to destroy, enough for me to let go. Beerus laughed too. At this time, the king appeared with 2 guards. Lord Chuanwang. The great priest bowed slightly. Lord Chuanwang. Bardos and Weiss only bowed slightly, but Beerus and Elephant were nervous to death. How did the 6th universe and the 7th universe merge? Chuanwang asked the great priest curiously, his voice as cute as ever. It is the divine power of the dragon god Salama. The great priest avoided the important and replied lightly. Salama? Wasn't he sealed? And with his divine power, he can't fuse the two universes together. The king was puzzled. Salama is sealed? Sealed by whom? Where is it sealed? The great priest had a lot of doubts in his heart. Tenjin Vik made the Earth Dragon Ball, the Nami Nemesis Grand Elder made the Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball, and the Earth God Dragon and Nami Nemesis's Borenga can both fulfill various wishes, but the Celestial God Vik and Nami Nemesis Grand Elder who made the Dragon Ball cannot fulfill wishes. The divine power contained in Super Dragon Ball can fuse two universes, and it is not surprising that Salama, who made Super Dragon Ball, could not do it. It's Super Dragon Ball made by Salama. The great priest said lightly. Wishing balls? So it was. Chuanwang nodded. Suddenly, Chuanwang said in a shocking voice, there are only 11 universes now, but there are still too many universes. I plan to clear a few. Which universes does the great priest think to be cleared? When he heard that the whole king felt that there were too many universes and wanted to clear a few, and asked himself which universes he wanted to clear, the great priest's heart was not calm. Bardos and Ves were a little nervous, while Beerus and Elephant Paw were nervous. About clearing the universe can be slowed down, and after a while, maybe something interesting will appear. The great priest fooled the king. Interesting? What is it? Chuanwang was very curious. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are fused together, resulting in only 11 universes left, which is unbalanced, and a universe should be born after a while. The grand priest said. The great priest was already thinking about creating a universe. One more universe? What an interesting thing about this. Chuanwang looked dissatisfied, he already had too much dislike of the universe. One more universe is not interesting, but it can be interesting within the universe. The great priest said with a smile. Really? The whole king was fooled. Chuanwang is a child, who reads little and is easy to deceive. Chapter 55. When the king and his 2 guards left, the great priest also breathed a sigh of relief and finally left in a flicker. There are only 11 universes, and there are too many kings. The idea of the great priest and the king is exactly the opposite, the more universes, the better, and countless universes are better. However, since the 6th universe can be fused with the 7th universe, the other 10 universes should also be able to fuse in pairs, so that the 12 universes become 6, and the 6 universes are fused again, leaving only 3 universes. The new universe created by the fusion of the 6th and 7th universes, although the size has not changed, is more advanced, as can be seen from the decline in the destructive power of Beerus and Xiongpa in the new universe. While considering, the great priest flew towards Earth at faster than the speed of light. Beerus and Elephant Paw continued to argue, and Bardos and Ves both smiled wryly. Why does Beerus have to be the Milky Way? Bardos asked Weiss curiously. Because the Milky Way has Earth, there are many foods on Earth. Weiss said with a grin. Hearing Weiss say this, Elephant Paw was even more uncompromising. The Realm King God Realm, the Eastern Realm King God Xin, the Southern Realm King God Dopura and the Realm King God of the 6th universe were discussing. Several Realm King Gods were also meeting. On many planets, gods and demigods either talk calmly or fight. In short, this universe is a bit messy. A giant spaceship the size of a pie is flying through space. This is Frisia's exclusive ship. The Grand Priest, who was rushing to Earth, spotted Frisia's spaceship from a distance, a little surprised. Broly's figure was not seen nearby, and it seemed that Frisia had escaped Broly's pursuit. With Broly's pressure, Frisia should be able to cultivate. In the original book, he can fight against the Monkey King of Super Cylon after 3 months of cultivation, and cultivate for 1.5 more years without beating the God of Destruction and the Angel. The Great Priest muttered in his heart. However, the setting of Dragon Ball Super is too chaotic, and it is outrageous that Frisia can match Super Saiyan after 3 months of cultivation, and the turtle immortals are all. A teleportation, the Grand Priest came to Frisia's spaceship. Unless Frisia, his team of Kainuit and Doria and Sob, are there, plus hundreds of trash fish. What people! The sudden appearance of the Great Priest startled everyone in the spaceship. Kainu came to the Great Priest in a flash. In the original work, Kainu's combat power was 120,000, but now this Kainu's combat power exceeds 200,000, which surprised the Great Priest a little. In addition to Kainu, the other 4 members of the Kainuit team, as well as Doria and Sob, have all strengthened their combat effectiveness. Doria's combat power is about 30,000, Sob's combat power is close to 40,000, and Likam's combat power is more than 90,000. Frisia's current first form, he was originally 530,000 combat power, but now it is 20 million. The first form alone has 20 million combat power, which is a bit amazing. Kainu, get out of the way, Frisia said lightly. Coming down from the small flying machine, Frisia respectfully saluted the Great Priest. I have seen Lord Grand Priest. I haven't seen it for a while, but your combat effectiveness has improved a lot. The Great Priest was expressionless. It made Lord Great Priest smile, and I only practiced a little, Frisia said with a smile. Your talent is very good, and you are also a rare existence in this universe. The Great Priest casually praised you. Ashamed. Frisia was a little embarrassed. Was casually praised by the Great Priest. Frisia was also very happy. After all, the Great Priest is a great existence above the god of destruction. Such an existence don't say boast people, it is to say a few words with Frisia is to give face. I'm looking forward to how much you can grow, the Great Priest said with a smile. Compared with the Great Priest, it is insignificant. Frisia was modest. Frisia was modest, but he was not wrong, and now he was indeed insignificant compared to the Great Priest. Not to mention the Great Priest, even Beerus can easily defeat Frisia, and the Great Priest can teach Frisia to be a man with a small finger. Can it turn into gold form? The Great Priest asked lightly. What? The Great Priest actually knew? Frisia was very surprised. After a little cultivation, in addition to the surge in combat effectiveness, there was also an additional transformation, named by him Golden Frisia. Except for himself, none of his subordinates knew, but the Great Priest said it, which surprised him. From Frisia's reaction alone, the Grand Priest knew that Frisia could definitely turn into Golden Frisia. Suddenly, a wave of light on a nearby planet hit the spaceship Frisia. Hit by a devastating light wave, Frisia's spaceship was scrapped and fell to nearby planets. Through the atmosphere, free fall. Frisia's men panicked. At this time, the Great Priest snapped his fingers, and the speed of the free-falling giant spaceship slowed down. Incredible! Frisia was shocked. On Earth, Frisia felt that the Great Priest was unfathomable, and now, although he was not what he used to be because of his slight cultivation, he still felt that the Great Priest was unfathomable, as if his strength had not shortened the gap with the Great Priest, and there was still a huge gap between the two sides. Bang! The ground shook, and the scrapped giant spaceship landed steadily. Doria kicked open the hatch and went out first. In a short time, Frisia's men all got out of the spaceship, and then, accompanied by Frisia, the Grand Priest also went out. Chapter 56. As soon as he stepped out of Frisia's spaceship, the Grand Priest saw a figure not far away. At first glance, I thought it was Vegeta, too similar, but the hair was longer than Vegeta, but not as long as Raditz. Almost identical in appearance to Vegeta, and with a furry tail, he was clearly a Scion. What a powerful normal combat force! Despite the distance, the Grand Priest sensed the fighting power of the Scion who resembled Vegeta. It can make the Great Priest a little surprised, which shows the strength of the combat power. Reg. A name appeared in the heart of the Great Priest. Reg is a fanbook character from the original book and the eldest brother of Vegeta, who was born with 50,000 combat power and was abandoned by King Vegeta. King Vegeta was jealous of his ability. Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000 and sent people to kill, and his son was born with a combat power of 50,000, but he was abandoned. Vegeta. Frieza sneered. You are Frieza. Humph, my stupid brother Vegeta has been taken care of by you. Reg looked indifferent. Hearing what Reg said, Frieza couldn't help but be stunned. Vegeta's brother? As far as Frieza knew, Vegeta seemed to have no brother, only a younger brother named Tabul, but he was a waste of waste and was sent to a lower planet. At this time, Rig's gaze was fixed on the Great Priest. Rig's gaze was grim, not taking Frieza in his eyes at all. I really didn't expect Vegeta to have a brother. How? Interested in working under me? Frieza asked Reg with a smile. Let me be your subordinate? Yes, but you have to beat me first. A sneer appeared at the corner of Rig's mouth. I don't need King Frieza to personally make a move, Dodolia can defeat you. Doria clenched her fists and walked towards Reg with a sly smile. Doria, you are not his opponent, stand down. Frieza said lightly. Frieza could sense Rig's aura, which was very powerful, far from being matched by Doria. Although Dodoria did not think that he would lose, Frieza spoke and he did not dare not obey. Just as Dodoria was about to step down, Reg struck. In an instant, Rig's fist penetrated Dodoria's fat body. Fast. It's amazingly fast. Bang. Frieza's reaction was not slow, but he failed to prevent Reg from killing Doria, and his attack was blocked by Reg. Killing Doria and taking Frieza's attack is enough to prove Rig's great strength. Frieza, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe, is this extent? I heard that you seem to be transforming, come, change for me. Reg burst out with a powerful aura to force Frieza back and sneered. At the same time as forcing Frieza back, Rig's fist through Dororia's body also erupted with a terrifying chi. In the blink of an eye, Dodoria was reduced to ashes. Killed Doria at once, and forced back King Frieza. What a terrifying strength, but King Frieza was far from serious, and soon, he knew that he was afraid. Kainu crossed his hands in front of him, and secretly said in his heart. Frieza looked gloomy. Reg killed Dodoria in front of Frieza, forcing Frieza back, causing Frieza to lose a lot of face. If Reg wasn't made to pay, Frieza would have little majesty in front of his men. Whoever dares to challenge me, Frieza will die. Frieza's gaze was cold. In just 1 second, Frieza changed into the second form. A pair of horns, tall and burly. With the transformation into the second form, Frieza's combat power increased to 200%. Facing Frieza after the first transformation, Reg did not panic, nor did he become a super race, only fighting with normal combat power. Bang bang bang! Frieza and Reg fought fiercely, both sides were fast and scary, and only the great priest present could keep up. Rig's strength is really strong enough. The great priest was worried. Today, Frieza is completely at a disadvantage. Frieza, who has already transformed once, is no match for the normal Reg. There was actually a Reg, and the great priest was also surprised. At this time, Frieza transformed again. After the second transformation, Frieza finally got the upper hand. It seems that I am going to be a little more serious too. Reg said. As soon as the words fell, Reg turned into a super race. Just the first stage of the super race. I saw that Reg's hair and eyebrows turned blonde, and golden aura enveloped him. Although it is only the first stage of the super race, Reg is very strong in this form. Frieza, who transformed for the second time, was no match for Reg's hand. What? Completely suppress King Frieza with just one hand? Sob was unbelievable. Is this a Super Saiyan? It doesn't seem to be the same as the one named Broly. Kainu muttered. In a short time, Frieza was covered in scars. I can't imagine that Vegeta also has an older brother, and the combat power is so strong, compared to one, Vegeta is simply a waste. Frieza said to himself. While thinking, Frieza transformed for the third time. After the third transformation, Frieza's combat effectiveness has taken a leap. A terrifying aura emanated from Frieza's body, the heavens and the earth were colorless, the clouds were thick, and the lightning and thunder roared. One after another thunder and lightning slashed from the sky, it was completely the end of the world. In a few seconds, Frieza had finished transforming. Legend has it that Super Saiyans are the strongest warriors in the universe. I will break this legend today, and you will be the first Super Saiyan I kill. Frieza said coldly to Reg. Unfortunately, you can't. Reg. Chapter 57. Reg transformed again, his form did not change, but the golden aura covering his whole body had more lightning. Super Race Second Tier. After becoming the second level of the super competition, Reg did not stop, but continued to become the third level of the super competition. When he became the third order of the super race, Reg's hair became longer, about 1.5 meters, his eyebrows disappeared, and the lightning that lingered around him became more violent. Facing Reg, who became the third tier of the super race, Frieza had a strong sense of crisis. If Frieza's current state is definitely no match for Reg, even if he exerts his combat power to 100%, he can't match, but if he becomes Golden Frieza, it is not a problem to beat Reg at this stage. I don't know if Reg can become the fourth order of the super competition. The Great Priest was secretly worried. In fanfiction, Reg can become the fifth rank of the super race. If Frieza turns into gold, Frieza is as powerful as in the original book, and Reg will be difficult to fight even if he becomes the fourth tier of the super race. Looking at Reg, who had become the third order of the super race, the Great Priest's brows frowned slightly. He had a strange feeling, but he couldn't say it. There seems to be a powerful force sleeping in Reg's body, and this power is afraid that it is not under Beerus. The Great Priest thought to himself. The Grand Priest couldn't be too sure, but he was sure that Reg wasn't simple. At this time, Reg, who was in the third order of the super competition, had already fought with Frieza 3 times. In the aftermath of the battle between Reg and Frieza, the planet is shaking. Large floor blocks cracked, underground magma erupted, and the sea capsized. Frieza's men panicked. Frieza's spaceship is scrapped, and if the planet is destroyed, few of Frieza's men will survive in the universe. If the planet is destroyed, will you be able to survive in the universe? Frieza asked Reg with a sneer. Reg sneered. Looking at Reg's expression, he didn't care about what Frieza said. Obviously, even if the planet is destroyed, Reg can survive in the universe. When it is strong enough, it can hold up a protective shield to wander in the universe. The biggest problem is food and water, but developed technology makes nutrient solution. As long as Reg has a nutrient solution, it is okay to hold up a protective shield and wander in the universe for a year and a half. You can destroy this planet, I won't die anyway, but these subordinates of yours are dead. Reg said to Frieza. You can be proud to be equal to me now, but this is not my real strength. Frieza said. Evenly matched? Oh, I'm only using 60% of my strength. Reg scoffed. At this time, Frieza transformed again. After the transformation, Frieza was dressed in rich gold, which was very dazzling. Gold Frieza debuts. After turning into Golden Frieza, Frieza's combat effectiveness has taken another leap. What? Reg was also surprised. Compared to before, my combat effectiveness has increased by at least 100 times. Frieza laughed. Humph. With a cold snort, Reg punched Frieza with all his strength. Bang! Frieza didn't dodge, didn't resist, and allowed Reg's punch to hit him in the cheek. It doesn't hurt or itch. Frieza looked proud. Abominable. Reg gritted his teeth and attacked continuously with his fists and feet. Attacking Frieza tens of thousands of times in an instant, but Frisia crossed his hands on his waist and smiled a gentleman. Reg couldn't hurt Frisia with all his might. Obviously, the current Frisia is much stronger than Reg, and the two sides are not on the same level at all. Although I can defeat this Scion monkey all at once, I prefer to see the Scion monkey panic and despair, and then, listen to the screams. Frisia thought to himself. Playing with opponents is one of Frisia's pleasures, and killing opponents at once is too boring. The nature is difficult to shift, and with some strength, Frisia began to wave again. Is the third order of the super race the limit of Reg? The Grand Priest was a little disappointed. Now in this situation, if Reg can still transform, he should have transformed, but he has not changed to the fourth and fifth orders of the competition, which disappoints the Great Priest. If Reg stops there, then today is dead. Although this golden Frisia is not as powerful as in the original book, it is not a problem to kill Reg at this stage. The Grand Priest was considering whether to save Reg's life. Reg's talent was even above Broly, and it was a bit of a shame to die. At this time, Golden Frisia casually sent an energy wave, causing Reg to lose his left arm. Losing an arm, Reg didn't suffer or scream, but didn't care at all. In an instant, Reg's lost arm was restored. Regenerative capacity? It's even more perverted than Majin Buu's regeneration ability. This is, the immortal body. Reg actually has an immortal body. The Great Priest couldn't believe it. In the original work, Zama's used Super Dragon Ball to get the immortal body, and Reg actually had it, which surprised the Great Priest. Reg has an immortal body, and he is invincible. How is that possible? Frisia couldn't believe it. Not only did the lost arm recover, but Reg's combat effectiveness was also greatly enhanced, and the gap with Frisia was greatly shortened. Frisia, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your true strength to be so strong, but you can't kill me. The winner of this battle is destined to be me. Enlighten. Reg laughed triumphantly. This Scion monkey actually has an immortal body. Frisia was extremely angry, and very envious and jealous. Chapter 58. Infinite lifespan and immortality were what Frisia dreamed of. If you only have an infinite lifespan, you will be killed if you are not strong enough, and if you only have an immortal body, you will die of old age. Frisia never dreamed that Reg would be immortal. Reg's combat effectiveness is not weak, and the state of the third order of the super competition is even more amazing, but it is much worse than the Golden Frisia. Turned into Golden Frisia, and endured Reg's punches and kicks, Frieza thought that he could easily kill Reg, but Reg had an immortal body, which surprised him too much. In addition to the accident, Frisia was also a little panicked. Even if the immortal body becomes dust in the universe, I don't believe it can be restored. Frisia's face was extremely gloomy. With a loud gulp, Frisia emitted a death beam from each of his 10 fingers. Before Reg could react, the 10 death beams emitted by Frisia pierced through his body. Reg's head, heart, arms, legs and feet, and even a certain position were penetrated by Frisia's death beam, but it recovered instantly. Abominable! Frisia panicked even more. I can't believe it, the head and heart were pierced by King Frisia's death beam, but they recovered all at once. This is an immortal body. Although the combat power is not comparable to King Frisia, but there is an immortal body. How can this be fought? Frisia's men looked at each other. The Grand Priest's gaze was fixed on Reg. Until now, Frisia's chi and physical strength have been consumed a lot, but Reg has not consumed it at all, and his immortal body has also endowed him with infinite chi and physical strength, so if he fights for a long time, Frisia will definitely lose, and the powerful power sleeping in Reg's body seems to be about to move. The Great Priest was worried. What made the Great Priest curious was, why did Reg have an immortal body? The immortal body that Reg possesses is very advanced, neither the Earth God Dragon nor Nami Nemesis's Palunga can be achieved, but Super Dragon Ball can. Before the Great Priest asked Weiss, Bardos, and others to look for it, the 7 Super Dragon Balls were scattered everywhere in the 2 universes, and Reg could find the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe at most, and it was impossible to go to the sixth universe. Taking a step back, even if he finds 7 Super Dragon Balls, he will not be able to speak and summon the Divine Dragon to make a wish. The Word of God is the language of God, and it is impossible for mortals to learn. If Rig's immortal body is not from Super Dragon Ball, then, how to get it? It can't always be born. Could it be? The great priest's heart moved, but he had a guess. Because of the great priest, the 7 Super Dragon Balls were shattered, and the powerful divine power fused the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and after that, the divine power that filled the entire universe disappeared. Could it be that the powerful power sleeping in Rig's body was? By this time, Frisia had lost his mind a little. Frisia gathered a black ball of energy the size of a basketball with both hands and threw it towards Reg. Frisia's energy ball was too fast and could be tracked and locked, and Reg couldn't avoid it and was hit head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire planet almost fell apart, and at the same time, an oversized mushroom cloud appeared. In the mushroom cloud, Reg walked out. I saw that half of Rig's body was gone, but he recovered all of a sudden. Frisia gasped, his physical exertion was too great to maintain his golden state. Although Frisia's golden state is powerful, it is also physically demanding. So far, this scion monkey has not even consumed the slightest. Frisia looked depressed. In Ephraim's current situation, if he can't maintain his golden state, he will definitely be killed by Reg. Unable to kill Reg and unable to fight for long, Frisia considered fleeing, but when he saw the great priest out of the corner of his eye, he had the backbone. Lord High Priest, this scion has offended you, and I hope you will take action to destroy him. Frisia said to the Grand Priest. Previously, the Great Priest was also in Frisia's spaceship, and Reg attacked the spaceship, which can also be said to offend the Great Priest. Grand Priest. Reg lacked knowledge of the Great Priest, so he was in awe. How did you come to be an immortal body? The Grand Priest asked Reg. On what basis should I answer your question? Reg sneered. Just by your life and death is under my control. The Great Priest said lightly. Others can't take the immortal body, at most seal it, but the Great Priest is different. It is not difficult for him to let Reg die, and even Reg's soul cannot be spared. My life and death are in your hands? Big joke. Reg laughed, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, Frisia's golden state disappeared. No longer the golden Frisia, Frisia's combat effectiveness plummeted. Fighting Reg in Frisia's current state is completely looking for death. The Grand Priest teleported behind Reg, and before Reg could react, he teleported away with the departure, leaving Frisia and Frisia's men wide-eyed. The Grand Priest saved Frisia's life this time. In the boundary, the Grand Priest came with Reg. I hope my guess is correct. The Great Priest said in his heart. What is this place? Reg wondered. In the Boundless, Reg also had to hold up the shield, otherwise he would not survive. Chapter 59. Boundary, nothing, not even space and time. Reg held up his protective shield to survive here, and at this moment, he looked at the Great Priest with great vigilance. This is the boundary, with the current you can't leave, and if you can't leave, you have only one way to die. The Grand Priest said to Reg with a smile. Humph, I'm an immortal body. Reg sneered. The immortal body is indeed powerful, but in this boundary, Reg with the immortal body cannot survive, otherwise, he does not need to hold up the protective shield. The Great Priest also didn't talk nonsense with Reg, and the reason why he brought Reg to the boundless realm was to awaken the power that was sleeping in Reg's body. At that moment, the Great Priest put a finger on Reg's forehead. Purple divine power emanated from the Great Priest's fingers and enveloped Reg. Shrouded in the Great Priest's divine power, Reg was extremely painful, and he couldn't even move a finger. In his slumber, the powerful power in Reg's body began to move. Soon, the power in Reg's body in his slumber was awakened by the Great Priest. Suddenly, a pair of black sharp horns appeared on Reg's forehead, and a black dragon-shaped aura lingered around his body. Reeg's consciousness sneaked into a deep sleep, replaced by another consciousness. "Oh, you found out. Evil dragon." The Great Priest was surprised. In Dragon Ball GT, Earth's Dragon Ball generates negative energy due to frequent use, resulting in the appearance of 7 evil dragons. As things stand, Super Dragon Ball also has negative energy. Super Dragon Ball shattered, and divine power was emitted, so that part of the 6th universe and 7th universe fused and consumed, and the rest turned into 7 evil dragons. Because the evil dragon of Super Dragon Ball has no form, so it must be attached to others. "You can call me a 5-star dragon," Reg sneered. Undoubtedly, Reeg's immortal body was given by the evil dragon of Super Dragon Ball. The strength of this 5-star dragon is definitely not under Beerus, and it can even fight with Weiss, and this is only one of the 7 evil dragons, and the strength is not the strongest of the 7 evil dragons. It is conceivable that if the 7 evil dragons of Super Dragon Ball are combined, they will definitely be incredibly powerful. Except that the angels are neutral and the whole king is detached, everything else is relative, and the divine power is also divided into good and evil, positive and negative. The Great Priest made several unfulfilled wishes with Super Dragon Balls, which exceeded the boundaries of Super Dragon Balls, and after that, he had to absorb the divine dragon with his aura, resulting in the shattering of Super Dragon Balls, which not only fused the 6th and 7th universes, but also produced several evil dragons. The discovery of one evil dragon was accidental, but the other 6 were attached to whom. However, what is worthy of possession by an evil dragon should not be a weak chicken, and it will certainly not be simple. "Great Priest, I have to thank you when I say it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been born. In order to express my gratitude, I will use your body to become the strongest and kill the king," the 5-star dragon said with a smile. "With my body? Okay." The Great Priest smiled. The 5-star dragon attached to Reg was surprised. The Great Priest didn't look like he resisted at all, which surprised the 5-star dragon. "Want me out of this scion body? Hehe, I wouldn't have done such a stupid thing until I defeated you," the 5-star dragon sneered. As soon as the words fell, the 5-star dragon attacked. 2 tiny beams of light emitted from the eyes of the 5-star dragon, and although the beams were small, the destructive power was full. Even the god of destruction did not dare to be careless in the face of these 2 beams. Bang! With one finger, the Great Priest made the beam of light emitted by the eyes of the 5-star dragon disappear invisible. "Nanny!" The 5-star dragon was surprised. "Now you are just an ant in my eyes." The Great Priest looked contemptuous. "Abominable!" The 5-star dragon was furious and began an amazing offensive. His fists and feet surpassed the beam, energy balls, and chi waves, but he couldn't help the Great Priest at all. The Great Priest blocked all the attacks of the 5-star dragon with just one finger. Fortunately, in the infinite realm, if it is in a certain universe, such a battle aftermath is enough to destroy the universe. The 5-star dragon has done his best, and he is getting stronger and stronger, developing Reeg's potential, but the gap with the Great Priest is still huge. When the gap is large enough, it can make people despair. It didn't take long for the 5-star dragon to stop. The gap is too big. The 5-star dragon was a little frustrated. Under the suppression of the divine power of the Great Priest, the immortal body of the 5-star dragon also did not work. Reg is not a real immortal body, the 5-star dragon is attached to Reg. Reg has an immortal body. When the 5-star dragon breaks away, Reg's immortal body disappears, and the 5-star dragon is attached to others. Others also have an immortal body. In the end, it is the 5-star dragon that is truly immortal, but the 5-star dragon has no body and can only be attached to others. Gritting his teeth, the 5-star dragon broke away from Reg and came towards the Great Priest. It was attached to the Great Priest very smoothly, and the 5-star dragon couldn't believe it. After the ecstasy, the 5-star dragon was depressed. He could not let the consciousness of the Great Priest sleep, but his consciousness was about to dissipate. How so? The 5-star dragon was shocked. Your evil divine power, I laughed. The great priest smiled. The great priest's divine power is neutral and can set order, so both good and evil divine power can be compatible with him. With the evil divine power of the 5-star dragon, the strength of the great priest can be slightly enhanced, and more importantly, the great priest can have an immortal body. In fact, the great priest is not too rare for an immortal body. His divine power can repair the body, even if half of the body is gone, it can be restored with divine power. Chapter 60. The evil divine power of the god of destruction level filled the body of the great priest. It is worthy of being the evil dragon produced by the Super Dragon Ball. The power of the 5-star dragon is strong enough, but it is still too small for the great priest. The consciousness of the 5-star dragon is disappearing. He is frightened, unwilling, unbelievable, but unable to change. Even if it is death, I will pull you along. The 5-star dragon had the idea of dying with the great priest. In a desperate situation, it is normal to have the idea of dying with your opponent. For a while, the evil divine power that filled the body of the great god began to go berserk. In this way, the terrifying divine power will explode in the body of the great priest, and the great priest's body will also be shattered. Humph! With a cold snort, the great priest used his divine power to suppress the unstable evil divine power in his body. It only takes a while. After the consciousness of the 5-star dragon disappears, this powerful evil divine power will also calm down, and the great god will be used for himself again. What? The great priest was surprised. He had used 50% of his divine power, but he was unable to suppress the evil divine power in his body. 50% of the great priest's power can be far above the god of destruction level. Since 50% is not good, the great priest has also increased his divine power. 60%, 70%, 80%. It's such a powerful divine power, but it's useless. Your divine power plus it's useless. Die with me. The 5-star dragon laughed maniacally. Soon, the great priest had used 100% of his divine power, but he was still unable to suppress the evil divine power in his body. Feeling that the evil divine power in his body had reached a critical point, he was about to explode. The situation is not good. It is necessary to use the God King Fist. The great priest said in his heart. Based on the Realm King Fist, the God King Fist created by the great God Officer is more subtle, but it has not been seriously used. Double the God King Fist, the great God Officer's combat power reached 150%, and some loads were also generated. Twice God King Fist. Triple God King Fist. Quadruple God King Fist. The 7-fold God King Fist was originally a limit for the great God Officer, but he now found that he had exceeded this limit. The 5-star dragon endowed the great God Officer with an immortal body, and because of the immortal body, his God King Fist exceeded the limit. In fact, when the great priest used the 5-fold God King Fist, he suppressed the evil divine power in his body. Now, the great priest was thinking of himself to his limits. How is it possible to be so powerful? The 5-star dragon was stunned. 8 times the God King Fist, the great God Officer's divine power reached 800%. Although the 8-fold God King Fist was powerful, it was not the limit of the great God Officer, and he could clearly feel it. 9 times. 900% divine power is still not the limit. 10 times God King Fist. The great priest drank loudly. As soon as the 10-fold God King Fist was released, the great God Officer's divine power reached 1000%. Closing his eyes and feeling carefully, the great priest knew that he had almost reached the limit, and if he used 11 times the God King Fist, his body would not be able to withstand it. At this time, the consciousness of the 5-star dragon also disappeared. When the consciousness of the 5-star dragon disappeared, the evil divine power in the great God Officer's body also stabilized. Next, you can use the evil divine power in your body for yourself. With the great god officer's combat power fully opened and he used 10 times the God King fist, there were faint signs of collapse in the boundless realm. The great priest's control of power is not good enough. If it continues, this boundless realm will surely collapse. Not far from the great priest, Reg was already dying. Without the possession of the 5-star dragon, Reg is not an immortal body. Leaving the boundless realm, the great priest came to the endless void. 11 universes, far away is the temple of all kings, so, endless void. Now I should be able to create the universe. The great priest thought to himself. The living planet was created, and now, the great priest intends to create a universe to play with. Now there are only 11 universes, which are also unbalanced, and it is interesting to have another universe, not to mention, the great priest fooled the king not long ago. It is good to see if you can create the universe now and fool the king. Another point that made the great priest curious, if he created a universe, could the king clear the universe he created? The whole king has the ability to clear the universe, but not necessarily all the universe can be cleared, and if the great priest creates a universe, the whole king may not be able to clear it. If the universe is created, and the whole king cannot clear it, it will be interesting, and it will also become a good pawn used by the great priest to deal with the whole king. In any case, it is worth creating a universe to play with. To avoid being discovered by the king, the great priest flew towards the depths of the endless void at superluminal speed. Stay away from the 11 universes, away from the temple of all kings, and be careful, the great priest will not believe that he will be discovered. After flying at faster than light speed for a few days, the great priest also stopped. Looking around, there is nothingness, emptiness, no universe in sight, no temple of all kings. This place should be suitable, just create a universe here. The great priest muttered. As the great priest's mind moved, the aura in his mind turned, turning into a black hole on the front and a white hole on the reverse. At the same time, the great priest used his divine power to the extreme, 100% exerted, and then used 10 times the God King fist. The strength reached 1000%, but the terrible load also appeared. The load is transferred to the aura, which is turned into energy and provided for the creation of the universe. Although he has successfully created a living planet, the Grand Priest is not sure whether he can successfully create a universe. Chapter 61. In the endless void, the great god officer's combat power was fully opened, and he used 10 times the God King fist. The stronger the normal combat power, the greater the load generated by using 10 times the God King fist. Fortunately, the great priest transferred the load to the aura, otherwise, his body would definitely collapse, even if he had an immortal body. Today, in a delicate balance, huge loads are converted into energy by the halo, which is then emitted by the white hole to form matter. Despite the immortal body, because the power was too strong, the great priest's divine power and physical strength were still slowly consuming. I said, there must be a universe. The great priest moves his mouth and provides energy. As soon as the great priest spoke, the energy emitted by his aura white hole began to build a universe. The energy required for the birth of a universe is terrifying. The great priest exerted all his strength without the slightest reservation. It lasted for a day and a night, and the prototype of a universe was completed. Phew! The great priest breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Creating the universe in a way that comes out of words needs to be done in one go, and there can be no pause in the middle, otherwise it will fall short. Now that the prototype of the universe is there, it will be much easier next. Looking at the universe in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of the great priest's mouth, and there was also a sense of accomplishment in his heart. With one step, the great priest entered the universe he had created. The universe is very empty, and you can't see a single planet. It's still just a prototype, not perfect. Creating this prototype of the universe made the great priest feel tired. While resting, the great priest considered how to perfect this universe. It is not difficult to use God's thinking to consider and use other universes as a reference to perfect this embryonic universe. Being in the universe of his own creation, the great priest feels like he is in control of everything. The great priest can clear everything in this universe and control the flow of time in this universe. I say, all the planets in the universe converge. With a word from the great priest, the planets scattered throughout this embryonic universe converged in front of him. Because it is a prototype universe, there are not many planets in the universe, only hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of planets are really not many, so it forms a galaxy that is not too big. Stellar, there are 817. Life planets, about 40,000. The rest are lifeless planets. According to the will of the great priest, a galaxy is formed, the largest star is in the center of this galaxy, the rest of the stars are scattered everywhere, and hundreds of thousands of planets are guarded. There is only one galaxy in the vast universe, which is not too big, it is too monotonous. In terms of size, the universe created by the great priest was as big as the 11 universes near the Temple of All Kings, but the number of planets in the universe was too far away. As far as the star at the center of the galaxy in front of the great priest is concerned, although it is the largest celestial body in this universe, it is only 70 times the size of Earth. After resting for a while, the great priest had almost recovered, and he began to perfect the universe. Move the mouth, and then provide energy. And one galaxy after another will be produced. Creating galaxies is much easier than creating the universe. I saw that there will soon be hundreds of galaxies in this universe, large and small. The smallest galaxy has hundreds of thousands of planets, and the largest galaxy has hundreds of millions of planets. With hundreds of galaxies of various sizes, this universe is finally not too monotonous, but it is far from enough. After working hard for more than 10 days, the great priest finally perfected this universe. It takes more than 10 days to create a universe, but it still can't work. This is too inefficient. The great priest was not very satisfied in his heart. What the great priest wanted was to create at least a few universes a day. Standing in the center of this universe, the great priest closed his eyes, and everything that happened in this universe could not be concealed from him. In this universe, the great priest is omniscient and omnipotent in certain categories. Although it is not too monotonous, there are many life planets, but they have not yet given birth to life, and there is no intelligent life. The technology tree needs to develop, the races need to exist, and the gravity of each planet needs to be set. While calculating, the great priest set up. First set it, and then control the time acceleration, so that the outside world for a day, this universe for billions of years, in this way, will be very prosperous. The high priest left the universe he had created and headed for the vicinity of the Temple of All Kings. Coming between the 11 universes near the Temple of All Kings, the great priest summoned the universe he had created, and this is 12 universes. When the number of universes increases from 11 to 12, the whole king will know. Soon, the king appeared in front of the great priest with 2 guards. There really is a universe. Chuanwang was surprised. Chuanwang originally planned to clear out several universes, but the great priest fooled him, so that he temporarily dispelled the idea, let alone a universe would appear. He half believed it, but now there is indeed an additional universe. Obviously, the king did not know that this extra universe was created by the great priest. Creating a universe is really tiring, but the gain is not small. After the great priest discovered that he had created a universe, his realm had improved and his divine power had also increased somewhat. I wonder if my current self can restore the universe that was cleared by the king. The great priest suddenly had another idea. In the original work, the king cleared multiple universes, and the god dragon summoned by the super dragon ball was restored at one time, but it was a short time, not for a long time. For example, the 6 universes that the king cleared in the past could not be restored. Not counting the universe created by the great priest, there are 11 universes. If the whole king clears a certain universe, in a short period of time, the great priest is also somewhat sure of recovery, but it is only a little certain, and it is not completely certain. Chapter 62. With 2 guards, the king entered the universe created by the great priest with great curiosity. As soon as he entered the universe created by the great priest, the whole king was very novel. Because the great priest manipulated time, hundreds of millions of years have passed in this universe. Hundreds of millions of years have given birth to many intelligent creatures and produced many civilizations. When the king entered the universe he had created, the great priest had a special feeling. The purge of all kings is ineffective against this universe. The king cannot clear this universe that I have created. The great priest frowned and pondered. As the creator of this universe, the feeling of the great priest should not be wrong, but it is okay to try. Even if the great priest's feeling is wrong, and the whole king clears this universe, the great priest can try to recover, which can solve his 2 doubts. Having had the experience of creating the universe once, it is easy to create again. At that moment, the great priest smiled and spoke to Chuanwang, "Lord Chuanwang, clear this universe." Chuanwang looked surprised. He didn't expect the great priest to open his mouth to let him clear this universe. For this newborn universe, Chuanwang is very novel and does not want to be cleared. This universe is very special, maybe Lord Chuanwang can't clear it. The grand priest said. Hearing this, the 2 guards beside the king did not believe it at first. Can't clear it? The king also came interested. Under the words of the great priest, the king opened his hands and his small hands shone. Clear. Chuanwang said lightly. The light from the hands of all kings illuminated the universe, but it was of no use. Not to mention clearing the universe, even clearing a planet in this universe cannot be done. Ah, it can't be cleared. Chuanwang looked surprised, and the 2 guards beside him were even more stunned. At this time, the abnormality suddenly occurred, and dense thunder and lightning converged above the whole king. The king wants to clear this universe, and although he does not succeed, he has to accept the punishment of this universe. The great priest was also a little surprised. This is not his setting. Thunder and lightning were brewing, and suddenly, a thunderbolt with a diameter of 1 meter slammed down and slashed towards the whole king. The king looked alarmed, but the 2 guards beside him were even more alarmed. I saw that the 2 guards of the whole king emitted divine power in unison, and the 2 divine forces formed a double protective shield. Boom! The thunder and lightning broke the divine power shield of one of the king's guards, but was blocked by the divine power shield of another guard. How can there be lightning slashing me? The king asked the great priest. It should be Lord Chuanwang to clear this universe, and this universe is punishing all kings. The great priest said lightly. Wow, that's amazing! Chuanwang exclaimed. Grand priest! Another bolt of lightning struck. The 2 guards of the king used their divine power to resist the king, however, there were more and more thunder and lightning. After a while, there was finally no more thunder and lightning, and the 2 guards of the whole king also consumed a lot of divine power. Lord Chuanwang, do you want to destroy this universe? One of the king's guards asked. Although the clearing ability of the king is useless to this universe is not advanced, and the power of the god of destruction can be destroyed. Compared to the universe formed by the fusion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, the universe created by the great priest is not comparable, but it is not much worse than the other 10 universes. Nope. The king shook his head and refused. Now, the king has more trust in the great priest, who said that he may not be able to clear the universe, and he still does not believe it, but after trying, he is sure. Great priest, is there anything fun in this universe? Chuanwang Meng asked. For Chuanwang, fun is the most important thing. I don't know much about this universe, but knowing that there are a few planets that are more interesting should be of interest to Lord Chuanwang. The Grand Priest said. Under the setting of the Great Priest, there is a planet in this universe that is joyful, and another planet that is infested with bears, as well as Pokemon, all of which are liked by children, and with the childishness of the whole king, they will definitely like it. Take me quickly. As soon as he heard the great priest say that there were several planets in this universe that were fun, the king couldn't wait to let the great priest take him. No problem. The grand priest smiled. At that moment, the great priest flew towards a galaxy 17 million light-years away, and there was a planet in that galaxy that was joyful. The two guards of the king followed the high priest with the king. Although the distance of 17 million light-years is far away, it only took about 5 minutes for the great priest to fly, and the two guards of the whole king also followed with the whole king. Is that the planet? Chuanwang looked curiously at the planet in front of him. This is a living planet, but it is not too big, it is 1/10 of the Earth, and it seems very small in the eyes of the king, but since the great priest said that this planet is more interesting, he is also interested. Through the atmosphere, you come to this small life planet, a green grassland, a few cartoon-style sheep. The childish style came to the face, the great priest did not like it, but the whole king was very happy. The king was even more naive than the great priest imagined. The two guards beside the king looked strange. The great priest said that this planet was fun, and they believed it, but this painting style in front of them. Now, the two guards of the king have slandered in their hearts and believe in an evil. After a while, Chuanwang was playing with a few cartoon sheep. Chapter 63. The universe created by the great priest, the naive galaxy, and the joyful planet, all the kings are happy in it. Cold sweat oozed from the foreheads of the two guards of the king. The great priest was absent-minded, and the painting style here was too childish, so that he didn't want to stay for a moment, but he wanted to fool the whole king. What if the whole king is sealed in this universe? The great priest had a whim. Being yelled at by a bear child on the head, the great priest is also very unhappy. Since the whole king cannot clear this universe, maybe he can seal the whole king in this universe. By sealing the whole king, the great priest can do whatever he wants. Even if you treat the whole king as a puppet, you can't really be comfortable, you are still subject to some restraints, and if you seal the whole king, you can be unrestrained. For the great priest, sealing the whole king was not a small temptation, and it was worth a try. The whole king wanted to clear this universe before, then, this universe wants to seal him, it is also punishment. In case of failure, the great priest can also fool. With an idea, the great priest's gaze glanced at the two guards of the king. The strength of the two guards of the whole king is not low, above the god of destruction and the angel, there are these two by the side of the whole king, but it is a little troublesome to attack the whole king. It is necessary to get rid of these two guys who are getting in the way first. The great priest said in his heart. The two guards of the whole king and the whole king are inseparable, but it is not easy to separate. After thinking about it, the great priest had nothing good to do. With a cross heart, the great priest had an idea. Since it is difficult to support the two guards of the king, then kill them. Although he decided to kill the two guards of the king, the high priest did not intend to take action personally. There is also a god of destruction and a god of realms in this universe, and the combat power is not under Beerus and Xiongpa, but can also be combined, which was created by the great priest. This universe created by the great priest is also divided into 3 realms, the divine realm, the earth, and the hell. God realm, there are only 2 planets, one is the god of destruction planet, the other is the king god planet. Both planets are not too big, it is tens of thousands of Earths big. The god of destruction is a rabbit head, dressed in the costume of the Egyptian mythological Anubis, and the god of the realm king is a bare-headed man. Suddenly, the whole universe was shaking. The god of destruction and the god of realm kings created by the great priest are not calm. What happened? The will of the Lord of the universe, an evil being has broken in. As the god of destruction and realm king of this universe, we have a responsibility to solve the evil existence. Just on the XX planet in the XX galaxy. Next, the king god of the realm came to the planet of joy with a teleportation of the god of destruction. On the joyful planet, Chuanwang is still playing with a few cartoon sheep, and Chuanwang's 2 guards are always following Chuanwang. The great priest carried his hands on his back. When he saw the god of destruction and the god of realm king that he had created, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of the great priest's mouth. Everything is in the hands of the great priest. The god of destruction and the king of the realm created by the great priest did not know that the great priest was the creator of this universe. Glancing at the great priest and the king of all, the eyes of the god of destruction and the god of the realm king were fixed on the two guards of the king. The will of the Lord of the universe is for the god of destruction and the god of realm to take out the two guards of the king. Who are you? Chuan Wang Meng asked. Neraz, the god of destruction in this universe. Nigas, the king god of this universe. The rabbit-headed Neraz and Nikos beside him looked at each other, and then, together, they attacked the two guards of the king. Bang! Bang! The strength of the two guards of the whole king is not weak, and although the strength of the god of destruction and the god of the realm king of this universe is comparable to that of Beerus and Xiongpa, it is no match for the two guards of the whole king. After only one move, Neraz and Nigas were repulsed. Let's fit. Neelas said to Nigas. Nikos nodded. No need for a combined earring, just a spell, a few movements, the god of destruction and the god of realm will be combined. The divine power of the king of the realm represents righteousness, the destructive divine power represents evil, and the combination of two into one is the unity of good and evil. God and demon are one, and the combat effectiveness soars exponentially. With the merger of the god of destruction and the god of the realm, the two guards of the whole king were under great pressure. Although it is one enemy and two, it should be possible to kill the two guards of the whole king. The great priest thought to himself. For the time being, the great priest did not plan to make a move. First let Nicholas, the combination of the god of destruction and the god of realm, kill the two guards of the king, and then test the king, and after that, it is a good show to seal the king. Wow, that's amazing, it's actually fit. The whole king shouted. There was a great priest nearby, and the two guards of the whole king were also more at ease, so they took the initiative to attack Nicholas. Don't destroy the planet. Chuan Wang said. The two guards of the king. Nicholas punched out, and the two guards of the king resisted together, but still took a few steps back. So powerful? We got the upper hand when we got together. Nicholas was shocked. Nicholas and the two guards of the king only clashed, and the joyful planet was destroyed by a third. You can't destroy the planet. Chuan Wang is angry, he hasn't played enough. The joyful planet made the king feel very fun, and he didn't want to destroy it, but the aftermath of the battle between Nicholas and his two guards was too terrible. Fortunately, there is a great priest, otherwise the entire universe will be shaken. The grand priest snapped his fingers, time went backwards, and the planet returned to before it was destroyed, while Nicholas and the two guards of the king were unaffected and still fighting. Chapter 64. Nicholas fought with the two guards of the king, and the afterglow from the corner of his eye glanced at the grand priest. The great priest snapped his fingers to turn back the time of this planet, and such a means was already terrifying. Seeing that his two guards were at a disadvantage, the king spoke, "Combine you two." The two guards of the king can also be combined, but they need to be approved by the king, and if they merge without the permission of the king, they will be punished. With the opening of the king, the two onion heads who were fighting with Nicholas glanced at each other. The combination is divided into several types. One is assimilation, the Nami Nemesis can be, the other is fusion, the Wushungs in the original work is, the other is the combination, and you can use the combined earrings of the realm king god. Nicholas is a fusion, but the effect can be compared to the combination of other universes. I saw that the two guards of the whole king took out the earrings of the fit. A pair of fitted earrings, worn on the left and right ears, completes the fit. The average person uses a combination of earrings to fit together, cannot be separated, strong has a time limit, or destroy the earrings can lift the state of fit. When the two guards of the king merged, the form did not change, but the combat effectiveness was improved, but the increase was not large, and he was equal to Nicholas. The combat effectiveness is strong enough, and the role of the fit is not too great. Angels are strong enough. 2 angels combined could not defeat the great priest. In the original work, Sun Wukong became the god of Super Saiyan, and his combat power was 6/10 of Beerus, and after that, he further turned into Super Saiyan Blue, and then he could come 10 times and 20 times the Realm King Fist on the basis of Super Saiyan Blue, but even the Super Saiyan Blue 20-fold Realm King Fist could not beat Beerus. Let's say that Super Saiyan Blue is 7/10 of Beerus, it stands to reason that another double Realm King Fist can defeat Beerus. After all, it is 200%, 20 times Realm King Fist is 2000%, Super Saiyan Blue 2000% can't beat Beerus? It should be proper to beat the angel. But that's not the case at all. 2 gods of destruction combined, and fight with angels. Nicholas is already special, this is still the setting of the Great Priest. This is the universe created by the Great Priest, and the settings of many great priests in the universe. The god of destruction and the god of the Realm King are also created by the Great Priest. A close battle is difficult to win, and if it continues, this universe will be destroyed. At this time, the Great Priest approached the whole king step by step. When he was close enough to the king, the Great Priest quietly waved his hand. Suddenly, the entire universe shook, and the invisible force turned into a shackle and came to the whole king. The king did not react fast enough, and he reacted when invisible shackles bound him. Why can't I move? Chuanwang was surprised. Now, the king could not move. You can seal the whole king. The Great Priest's spirit was shocked. Seal the whole king, and then kill the 2 guards of the whole king, casually fool the destruction gods and realm king gods of each universe, and the Great Priest can do whatever he wants. There is a whole king, after all, it is not comfortable. The Great Priest rejoiced too early. And the king's hands lit up. Clear. Although the king cannot clear this universe, nor can he clear a planet in this universe, it is still possible to clear the invisible shackles that bind him. The king's clearing ability is still there. When the king used his ability to purge, the Great Priest had a feeling of heart palpitations. If nothing else, the whole king could have eliminated the Great Priest, which made the Great Priest very uneasy. Do you want to sneak up and kill the king? The Great Priest hesitated in his heart. In addition to the one-click deletion of the air every second, the whole king seems to be very weak. In the original work, the battle speed at the power conference is slightly faster, and the king's eyesight cannot keep up. The Great Priest could not feel the fluctuation of divine power on the whole king's body. It seems that the whole king is a war scumbag. From the Super Dragon Ball, it can be known that the divine power of the dragon god Salama is definitely above the Great Priest, but Salama is missing, and the whole king said that Salama was sealed. By whom? Where is it sealed? The seal of the whole king failed. For the sneak attack on the whole king, the Great Priest is hesitating. It is best to kill the whole king at once. If it can't be killed, it will be miserable. Seeing that his 2 guards had merged but only fought a draw with their opponents, Chuanwang was dissatisfied. Clear. A ball of light condensed from the hands of the king, and he threw the ball of light out. I saw that the clear ball of light thrown by the king went towards Nicholas. Clearing the ball of light locks Nicholas, who is fast but difficult to dodge, plus is in battle. It didn't take long for the king's clear ball of light to hit Nicholas. Hit by the clearing ball of light of the king, Nicholas screamed. His body was cleared, but his soul remained. 2 souls, one Neera's and one Niga's, fled. In this universe, the clearing ability of the king is still available, but it is not invincible, but it is also terrifying enough. In the end, the Great Priest still did not attack the whole king. This is not a joke, there is only one chance. In case of failure, the consequences are extremely serious. At this time, the 2 guards of the king were also separated from the combined state. So sleepy. The king suddenly fell asleep, closed his eyes, fell to the ground and fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping king, some memories of the predecessor appeared in the mind of the great priest. Chapter 65. From the memory of his predecessor, the great priest knew that it was possible for the whole king to sleep for at least 100 years at a time, and it was possible to sleep for 1000 years. When the king is asleep, there is hardly any way to wake the king. In other words, the whole king will not wake up within 100 years. The great priest's eyes flickered. Lord Great Priest, Lord Xuanwang is asleep and needs to be sent back to the temple immediately. One of the king's guards said to the high priest. Lord Xuanwang likes this planet very much, let him be on this planet. The great priest smiled. How can this be? The two guards of the king were shocked. I said yes. The great priest said lightly, but his attitude was very tough. The whole king was asleep, and the great priest had no worries. Killing these two onion heads is nothing, just arrange two obedient angels to be the guards of the whole king. I'm sorry, Lord High Priest, Lord Xuanwang must return to the temple. If you do not agree, forgive us for offending. Cold sweat oozed from the foreheads of the two guards of the king, and their expressions were also nervous, but they did not give in. Then do it. The great priest said coldly. Although the two guards of the king must let the king return to the temple, they did not want to make a move with the great priest. We are no match for the great priest. But Lord Xuanwang must return to the temple. With the teleportation, the great priest came to the two onion heads. Bang! Bang! Without waiting for the two onion heads to react, the great priest gave a punch by himself, all of which were attacked in the abdomen. Under the punch of the great priest, the two onion heads covered their stomachs and knelt down, although they did not completely lose their combat effectiveness and were not comfortable. I don't mind having Lord Xuanwang change two guards. The great priest said with a cold face. Upon hearing what the great priest said, the two onion heads panicked. It is not difficult to kill these two onion heads, but the great priest knows from the memory of his predecessor that by killing these two onion heads, the whole king will wake up. Finally, the whole king fell asleep, and the great priest did not want the whole king to wake up in a short time. If killing these two onion heads causes the whole king to wake up, it will be difficult to think that the whole king is sleeping. Although you won't kill these two goods, you can seal them. If the seal of the whole king fails, there should be no problem sealing these two goods. The two onion heads glanced at each other, and then, at the same time, they did not attack the great priest, but one person grabbed the hand of the whole king and left faster than the speed of light. Humph! Two things that don't know if they are dead or alive. The great priest's right hand moved, and purple divine power emanated from the palm of his hand. In an instant, the divine power of the great priest enveloped the radius. Shrouded in the divine power of the great priest, the two onion heads only felt like they were trapped in a swamp. It was difficult to move, and the more they struggled, the deeper they sagged. The great priest's divine power is actually so powerful. It's terrifying. None of you can leave without my consent. The great priest looked at the two onion heads expressionlessly. Not a level at all. The great priest, however, is a high-ranking posture and dominates everything. At this moment, the life and death of these two onion heads were completely in the hands of the great priest. Great priest, do you want to commit the following offense? Advise you not to follow in Salama's footsteps. Listening to the tone of these two onion heads, the previous great god dragon god Salama committed the following offense. He did not kill the whole king, but he was sealed. The great priest thought thoughtfully. However, it has reached this point, and the high priest will not let these two onion heads leave with the whole king. Lord Xuanwang is sleeping, I am in charge of everything, now, it is you two who are the ones who are offended, and I should kill you too. The great priest sneered. Kill us, Lord Xuanwang will wake up, this should not be what you want. The IQ of these two onion heads is still online, which makes the big priest a little surprised. However, even if these two goods understand everything, nothing can be changed. Strength is everything. Now, the great priest has absolute strength. For the time being, these two onion heads cannot be contracted, and even if they are combined, they are not the opponents of the great priest. The gap is too wide. To deal with these two goods, the great god officer did not need to use 100% of his divine power at all, let alone the divine king fist. First, the two onion heads were restrained with divine power, so that they could not escape, and then the great priest teleported behind the two. Bang! Bang! With just one kick from the great priest, the two onion heads were kicked away, and the whole king also fell into the hands of the great priest. Let go of Lord Xuanwang! The two onion heads were flabbergasted. At this time, the great priest's divine power formed two vortices, and there was a black hole in the center of both vortices. The two onion heads struggled to be sucked in by the black hole at the center of the divine power vortex. When the two onion heads are sucked in by the black hole disappears, and the powerful divine power vortex also disappears. It is not difficult to seal the two guards of the king. The whole king fell asleep, and the two guards of the whole king were sealed, all of which made the great priest very happy. After dealing with the sleeping king, the great priest left his own universe. Together with the universe created by the great priest, there are 12 universes. As soon as he left his universe, the great priest headed for the temple of all kings. The temple of the king was empty, and there was no one. Looking at the temple of the whole king, the great priest wanted to transform it and make it into his temple, but this was too blatant, it was better to keep a little more low-key. The priority is to find the other 6 evil dragons. The great priest said darkly. The strength of the 7 evil dragons born from Super Dragon Ball cannot be underestimated, and the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be. There are also 6 evil dragons that are unknown, and if one evil dragon devours the remaining 5, the angel will definitely not be an opponent. Chapter 66. Standing in the empty temple of all kings, the great priest put his hands behind his back, and he was considering. Since Super Dragon Ball has produced 7 evil dragons, then, it cannot be left unresolved. The 5-star dragon is solved, but there are still 6 evil dragons, and the strength of the remaining 6 evil dragons may be above the 5-star dragon. After thinking about it, a smile appeared at the corner of the great priest's mouth, and he had already made a calculation. At that moment, the great priest released some divine power and summoned a fist-sized amethyst ball out of thin air. Through this crystal ball, the great priest can rule the destruction god, realm king god, and angel of the 12 universes at the same time. I am the great priest, the god of destruction of the 12 universes, the god of the realm king, and the angels, and I will come to the temple of all kings at once. With the reign of the great priest, the 12 universes are not calm. In the universe formed by the fusion of the 6th and 7th universes, Beerus and Elephant Paw are both on Earth, accompanied by Vis and Bardos. How can it still be 12 universes? Didn't the 6th and 7th universes merge into one universe? There should be 11 universes. Xiongpa wondered. Could it be that the great priest made a mistake? Beerus looked at Ves. One more universe. Bardos looked at the crystal ball of the scepter in his hand and said lightly. Nanny! Beerus and Elephant Paw both exclaimed. One more universe, the number of destruction gods is 13, I don't know if there are angels in the extra universe. Weiss muttered. What will happen to the great priest summoning the 12 universe god of destruction, the realm king god and the angels? Beerus was curious. Such a big thing must have something to do with the whole king. Elephant Paw said. Nonsense. Beerus gave Xiongpa a roll of his eyes. Elephant Paw glared angrily at Beerus. Instead of meaningless speculation here, just go to the temple of the all kings. Bardos said. The realm king god can teleport directly to the all king temple. The god of destruction needs angels to fly to the temple of all kings with him. When the great priest gave notice, except for Nigus, the other 11 universe realm king gods had arrived outside the all king temple. The universe created by the great priest is named the 6th universe, and the universe formed by the fusion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe is still the 7th universe. There are two realm king gods of the 7th universe, one is the eastern realm king god Xian, the other is the southern realm king god Dopura, and the other is Fawa, who was originally from the 6th universe, and now is the northern realm king god of the 7th universe. There was also an old realm king god who was sealed by Beerus in Excalibur and did not come out. Because the realm king god and the destruction god are the same fate, in order for the realm king god not to die, Beerus sealed an old realm king god in Excalibur and stabilized a batch. The realm king god of the first universe is Anat, the realm king god of the second universe is Pel, the realm king god of the third universe is Al, the realm king god of the fourth universe is Kur, the realm king god of the fifth universe is Ogama, the realm king god of the seventh universe is Iru, the realm king god of the ninth universe is Luor, the realm king god of the 10th universe is Kivas. The realm king god of the 11th universe is K, and the realm king god of the 12th universe is Agu. All the kings and gods of the realm are fat and thin, tall and short, their hairstyles and costumes are not too different, and they are old and young. To the surprise of the great priest, the realm king god of the 10th universe, Gervas, also brought a person. It was the villain Zamas. Known as the most elegant villain. The grand priest had little affection for Zamas. Zamas's goods are prejudiced against humans, and in previous lives, the great priest was a human being, and it is strange to have a good impression of this public enemy of mankind. Find a chance to erase the scumbag of Zamas. The great priest thought to himself. Zamas did not know that the grand priest had decided his fate in an instant. In addition to Kvas, Sheen also took Jebet with him. Meet the grand priest. As soon as they saw the great priest, the gods of the kings of the realm, Jebet and Zamas, bowed respectfully. You go and wait first, and when everyone has arrived, I will announce the order of Lord Chuan Wang. The great priest said lightly. Anyway, the whole king is also asleep, and the great priest can play casually. The whole king does not need to come forward, the great priest alone can do it. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the destruction god of the 6th universe and the realm king god both teleport to the temple of the whole king. The realm king god is just that, the destruction god can directly teleport to the temple of the whole king, which makes the gods who came to the temple of the whole king first a lot surprised. The 6th and 7th universes are special now. The great priest said lightly. The gods know that the current 7th universe is a fusion of the original 6th universe and the 7th universe, while the 6th universe is a new one. Since the body was purged by the king, both Neelas and Nikus were in a soul state. After waiting for more than an hour, the angels and destroyers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th universes also arrived. The angel of universe 1 is Avamo, the angel of universe 2 is Sava, the angel of universe 3 is Kenberry, the angel of universe 4 is Konik, the angel of universe 5 is Kukatel, the angel of universe 7 is Bardos and Ves, the angel of universe 8 is Koron, the angel of universe 9 is Mojito, the angel of universe 10 is Xes, the angel of universe 11 is Makarita, and the angel of universe 12 is Martinu, all of which are children created by the great priest. Each angel has an aura, but it is not suspended behind his head like a great priest, but around his neck. The destroyer of universe 1 is a furry monster, called Iwan, the god of destruction of universe 2 is an Egyptian woman, called Helis, the god of destruction of universe 3 is strange enough, a robot, called Mosco, the god of destruction of universe 4 is Ratman, called Quitra, the god of destruction of universe 5 is an alien, called Yeruk, the god of destruction of universe 7 is Beerus and Elephant Paw, the god of destruction of universe 8 is a fox, called Ligil, the god of destruction of universe 9 is a bearded dwarf called Sitara, and the god of destruction of universe 10 is an elephant, it's called Rumsey. The god of destruction in universe 11 is the clown, called Mimid, and the god of destruction in universe 12 is a sea monster, called Kim. Chapter 67. CT Isang Takviet.tk Super Dragon Ball produces an evil dragon is nothing, the dragon in GT can fulfill wishes, the evil dragon can't, the 7 dragons together are Super Race 4. Super Dragon Ball to 7 Jillion level evil dragons, take a step back, there is also the dragon god Salama pressing, as for destroying the universe or something, every universe has this kind of universe-destroying power. The gods of destruction of the 12 universes, the gods of the realm kings, and the angels have all come to the temple of all kings. Neelas and Nigas were a little out of place, they didn't want to come, because the will of the Lord of the universe was reluctant to come. Lord Great Priest, why haven't you seen Lord Chuan Wang? The god of destruction of the third universe asked the Great Priest carefully. Lord Chuan Wang is playing a game and can't walk away. The Great Priest said casually. I wonder what instructions Lord Chuan Wang has. The Realm King God of the fifth universe asked. Lord Chuan Wang said that there are too many universes, and several universes should be cleared. The Great Priest smiled. When the High Priest's voice fell, Neelas and Nigas sneered, and the will of the Lord of the universe told them that the whole king could not clear the sixth universe. If nothing else, there will be some masters from each universe to migrate to the sixth universe, and this is what the Great Priest hopes. In addition to the sixth universe, the realm king gods, destruction gods, and angels of the other 11 universes are not calm. The universe is cleared, and everyone except the angels cannot escape, including the god of destruction and the god of realm kings. 10 players in each universe. A month later in the Boundless Power Conference, the worst 6 universes will be cleared, and the best performance in the champion team will be rewarded, and a wish can be granted. The Grand Priest said. The whole king is sleeping, and no one clears the universe? At that time, just find a reason and fool the past. As for the MVP of the championship team, it is nothing if it cannot be realized. Anyway, everything has the whole king behind the pot. Is the whole king backsliding? What is the matter with the big priest? The reason why the Great Priest wanted to hold a power conference and choose 10 people from all 12 universes to lie that 6 universes were to be eliminated was to find the evil dragon. The evil dragon should be attached to the 7 masters of the 7th universe, Reg is 1, and the other 6 do not know. In order for the universe not to be cleared, Beerus and Xiongpa will definitely recruit the masters of the 7th universe, and among them there may be evil dragons possessed. After thinking about it, the Great Priest added a few more words, because the situation of the 7th universe is special, the 7th universe requires 20 players, divided into 2 teams, so it is 13 teams and 130 players. In order to increase the odds, the 7th universe focused it. The gods would not have thought that the Great Priest would deceive in the name of the whole king, and they would believe it. Lord Great Priest, I have a question. Elephant Pa raised his hand. You want to ask the 7th universe has 2 teams, if one team is qualified and one team is unqualified, will the 7th universe be eliminated? The Great Priest was like Pa was about to ask something. Yes. Xiongpa nodded. 12 universes. 13 teams, according to the results, the universe to which the last 6 teams belong will be cleared, so as long as one of the 2 teams in the 7th universe is unqualified, the 7th universe will be cleared. The Great Priest said coldly, there was no room for negotiation at all. How so? There is only 1 team in other universes, and there are 2 in the 7th universe. Xiongpa's face was bitter. There is still only 1 god of destruction and an angel in our universe, and you have 2 god of destruction and an angel in the 7th universe. The destroyer of the 8th universe said. 2 teams, good and bad. Beerus said to Pa. 2 teams in a universe, no matter which team loses, the universe must be cleared, so there will inevitably be cooperation, and there will be an advantage in numbers. The gods left one after another. Over the next month, 12 universes were not calm. There are very few masters in the 6th universe created by the Great Priest, and the strength is estimated to be the weakest in the 12 universes, but the whole king cannot clear it, and with this, he can dig the wall foot of the remaining 11 universes. The real purpose of the power conference is for the evil dragon. As for clearing 6 universes, none of the universes will be cleared. The great priest does not have the ability to clear. Let him destroy 6 universes, but the clearing cannot be done. Destruction is direct destruction, and removal is complete disappearance, which is not the same at all. A month is long and long, it can be like a year, or it can be short, and it can pass in a flash. The great priest came to the study of the Temple of All Kings. From the outside, the study room is not large, but it uses space technology to enter the study, which is simply another world. A row of bookshelves, no head or tail in sight, neatly arranged books on the shelves. In addition to digesting the memories of his predecessor, the great priest also looked at the various books in the study of the Temple of All Kings. In addition to countless books, there are also many good things in the Temple of All Kings. Like fitted earrings, time rings, etc., all of the king's temple have them. In the treasury of the Temple of All Kings, the combined earrings and time rings are the source, except for the universe created by the great priest. The combined earrings and time rings of the other 11 universes are all differentiated by the source. With the source of the fit earrings and time rings, you can also disable the fit earrings and time rings of the 11 universes. However, the fitted earrings are just that. If the time ring fails, it is not conducive to the gods managing the universe. After all, mortal technology can make a time machine to a certain extent, shuttling to the past or the future. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 68. After spending most of the day in the study of the Temple of All Kings, the great priest went to the treasure house again. In the past, without the permission of the king, even the great priest was not allowed to enter the treasury. Nothing in the treasury is trivial. From the memories of his predecessor, the great priest knew what was inside the treasury, and what attracted him the most was the theocracy gaunt. Theocratic gloves can abolish gods such as the god of destruction, the god of the realm, and the god of the realm. Although it can only abolish gods and cannot canonize gods, it is also very good. After all, even the god of destruction and the god of the realm king can be abolished. According to the memories of the predecessor, the grand priest came to the treasure house and found the theocratic gauntlet from the corner. The golden gorgeous gloves, flowing with divine light, contained a special divine power, which was more advanced than the divine power of the great priest. Wearing theocratic gloves can be used, very convenient, but also can change the size, shape, color, etc. of theocratic gloves, and the weight of theocratic gloves can also be changed. The lightest can be close to 0, the heaviest is amazing, can reach more than 10 million tons. At this moment, the aura behind the great priest's head suddenly glowed. Closing his eyes, his mind communicated with the aura, and in an instant the great priest knew what had happened, but it was Dr. Gro's call for help. Dr. Gro is in a bad situation, he is being hunted down, and several of the artificial humans he created have been killed. There are all kinds of strong cells provided by the great priest, as well as a lot of advanced technology, plus Dr. Gro is a genius, and the artificial people he created are becoming more and more powerful, and they should have created artificial humans with combat effectiveness of more than 10 billion. Cyborg number 17 will be fine. The great priest frowned. Artificial man number 17 is the twin brother of number 18 after all. Because of the intervention of the great priest, number 18 did not become an artificial man, although with the guidance and help of the great priest, but the combat effectiveness is not too strong. In contrast, artificial man number 17 can be very powerful. According to Dr. Gro, Cyborg 17 has not yet succeeded. It will not be easy to be able to hunt down Dr. Gro. After thinking about it, the great priest left the All-King Temple and headed for the 7th universe. The 7th universe, the Milky Way, is dozens of light giants from Earth. Dr. Gro was hiding on a mountain, his arms gone, but all mechanical. Although he became a celestial god of a planet, Dr. Gro transformed himself into an artificial human. After becoming an artificial human, Dr. Gro has a permanent lifespan and greatly increased his strength, and his loyalty to the Great Priest has not changed. Now, Dr. Gro's combat power has reached about 700 million. The combat effectiveness of about 700 million is not weak. Because he is an artificial human, it is okay to lose an arm, Dr. Gro can repair it, and the energy source and brain of his central core are not in trouble. Suddenly, a figure flew in midair and spotted Dr. Gro with sharp eyes. This figure is a bit similar to the second transformation of Frisia, with the MG on his forehead, and is obviously controlled by Babadai's evil magic. His name is Pui. He lives on a planet with gravity 10 times the Earth, and is an evil monster who is controlled by Babadai because of his evil heart. Pui's combat effectiveness is not strong, even 1 million is far from it. A dog who lost his family will really escape, but I found it, hehe, take your head back to see Lord Babadai, Lord Babadai will be very happy. Pui floated in mid-air, looking down at Dr. Gro below, sneering. Dr. Gro didn't talk nonsense, and his right hand directly emitted a wave of air. Although he lost a left arm and consumed most of his energy, a garbage whose combat power could not even reach 1 million was not qualified to fight Dr. Gro. Pui was too arrogant and seriously misjudged the gap between him and Dr. Gro's combat effectiveness. Under one of Dr. Gro's breath waves, Pui was killed in seconds before he could even scream. A wave of gas was sent out to kill Pui, and Dr. Gro immediately shifted, and this place has been exposed. It was Babadai and Babadai's subordinates who hunted Dr. Gro down. Pui was nothing, but Babadai had a subordinate who was terrible, and in Dr. Gro's opinion, he was a demon. There is only Babadai's spaceship on this planet, and there is no second spaceship, but Dr. Gro, as an artificial human, can survive in the universe, but only if he can escape from the planet. If he flies to outer space, he will definitely be intercepted by Babadai and Babadai's men. Dr. Gro's situation is not good, because it will not be long before Babadai and his gang leave the planet, and after leaving, they will destroy the planet by the way. Once the planet explodes and Dr. Gro does not leave, his chances of survival are too small. Apart from asking the Grand Priest for help, Dr. Gro really had no choice. Now, Dr. Gro is also very depressed. His combat effectiveness has reached 700 million, and there are more than a dozen artificial people following him. The most powerful artificial human combat power is about 8 billion, the weakest is more than 70 million, but near this planet encountered Babadai's gang, a fight, his artificial people destroyed, and he also lost an arm. Energy consumption is mostly half. If you can survive, you must create unlimited energy, as well as devices that are infinitely upgraded in battle. Dr. Gro was secretly worried. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, favorites, recommendations. Chapter 69. Coming to the 7th universe, the Great Priest teleported to the planet where Dr. Gro was. In the distance, 2 powerful auras were fighting. Although Dr. Gro's combat power reached 700 million, he lost one of his left arm, consumed most of his energy, and his combat effectiveness dropped significantly. It was a fat man who fought Dr. Gro. This fat man with pink skin, squinted eyes and a tentacle on his head, but it is Majin Bu. Not far behind Fat Bu, an ugly little man with green skin is the magician Babadai. Bu, stop playing, hurry up and kill this artificial man, and then destroy this planet. Babadai yelled. Fat Bu's combat power is very strong, and Dr. Gro is far from it, completely suppressed in battle, and has almost no ability to fight back. Turned into chocolate. Fat Bu's squinted eyes opened slightly, and the tentacles on his head emitted a ray of light, which could turn life into chocolate. The deformed light emitted by Bu's tentacles is heaven-defying. Even if the combat power is 10 times stronger than Bu, once hit by his transformational light, it will turn into food, but the combat power is strong enough, even if it becomes food, it can also attack. Obviously, Dr. Gro was aware of the horror of Bu's deformed light, so as soon as he saw Bu's deformed light, he immediately wanted to avoid it, but the deformed light traced. Morphing light can outpace Dr. Gro. Seeing the deformed light getting closer and closer, Dr. Gro looked desperate. Damn, I will be eaten by this monster into chocolate. Dr. Gro's eyes were very unwilling. Bang! Bu's deformed light hit Dr. Gro, and suddenly, Dr. Gro turned into a small piece of chocolate and fell to the ground. Oh yai, oh kaka! Bu danced happily, and Babadai behind him laughed. Well done, Bu, ha ha ha, you are the most powerful in the universe, no matter what Frisia, Super Saiyan, or the Realm King God, it is not your opponent. Babadai looked proud. After Babadai's efforts, he finally succeeded in unsealing Majin Bu, and also saw the powerful ability of Majin Bu. He believes that Majin Bu is the strongest in the universe, and with the strongest combat power in the universe as his subordinates, he can conquer the whole universe. Bu was about to pick up the chocolate on the ground and eat it, when suddenly the chocolate on the ground turned back to Dr. Gro. Bu looked surprised. Nanny? That's impossible! Babadai exclaimed. Dr. Gro had palpitations, and when the figure standing with his hands on the other side could not help but look ecstatic. The great priest was in mid-air, and he saved Shi's life by turning back time. If Dr. Gro is eaten by Bu, going back in time may not necessarily save Dr. Gro. Bu is a monster that existed in the 7th universe since the primeval era, immortal, and the time regression of the great priest is not necessarily useful to him. At this time, Babadai and Bu also discovered the great priest. Great priest? Humph, Bu, finish him off! Babadai sneered. In the first heavenly list competition held by the Earth Temple, although Babadai himself was not present, he sent his subordinates to participate, so he knew the great priest. Despite knowing that the great priest is in existence above the god of destruction and the god of realms, Babadai has absolute confidence in Bu, who he believes can defeat the great priest. I have to say that Babadai is really confused and confident. People have illusions. Although Bu was not happy with Babadai's order, he did not dare not listen. At that moment, Bu also ignored Dr. Gro, flew into the air, his squinted eyes opened slightly, and stared at the great priest. Turn into eggs! Bu shouted, and the tentacles on his head emitted another deformed light. In the blink of an eye, the deformed light emitted by Bu came to the great priest. Bang! The great priest did not dodge, allowing Bu's deformed light to hit him. I saw that after being hit by Bu's deformed light, the great priest's body did not change at all. Obviously, Bu's deformed light was of no use to the great priest. How is that possible? Bu's tricks don't work at all? Babadai's eyes widened. Bu used anamorphic light more than once, but this was the first time it didn't work, and Babadai was surprised, as was Bu. So it is. The great priest closed his eyes and felt Bu's deformed light. Using his body to experience, in a short time, the great priest understood the mystery of Bu's deformed light. At that moment, the great priest opened his eyes, and the purple divine power condensed in front of his eyes, forming a purple light and heading towards Babadai. Before Babadai, Bu, and Dr. Gro could react, the great priest's purple deformed light hit Babadai at a speed more than 10 times faster than Bu's. Hit by the deformed light of the great priest, Babadai immediately turned into an egg, a raw egg. The eggs that Babadai turns into should be able to hatch chicks. The great priest thought to himself. Bu froze, and Dr. Gro looked adored. As the Babadai turns into an egg, it falls from mid-air. The fragile egg crumbles as soon as it hits the ground. Egg crushing. Babadai, Pawn. Bu was unrestrained, he felt very comfortable, but he was stressed in the face of the great priest. I hit! Bu shouted and punched the great priest. Bang bang bang! There was an invisible wall of chi around the great priest's body, which completely blocked Bu's attack. Underscore. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 70. Fight and Beat. Fat Bu kept punching and kicking, and the attack was very fierce, but he could not break the chi wall around the body of the great priest. After the great priest put his hands down, he didn't move, and only used a little divine power to create an invisible chi wall to block Bu's attack. Bu's combat effectiveness is okay, but it is too weak for the great priest. Any god of destruction can kill Bu in one move, and if the great priest is serious, he can do it with one finger. "You're too weak," the great priest said to Bu with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Bu became angry. The angry Bu did not become stronger, and he was completely different from Broly. Scions can become stronger through anger, but Bu cannot. Bu's most powerful is the ability to regenerate and learn. You can easily learn the opponent's tricks in battle, and there is an immortal body, plus deformation light, devouring, etc. If the combat power cannot be much stronger than Bu, it will be dangerous to fight Bu. Looking at Bu, who was still attacking, the great priest was pondering. According to the original setting, Bu is a monster made by Babadai's father Bibidai, killing several realm king gods, a terrible batch, and later, the old bird changed the setting, claiming that Bu is a monster that existed in the primeval era of the 7th universe, but it has been sleeping, and it was Bibidai who woke up Bu. Bu's physique is very special, it is another immortal body. The great priest thought to himself. After digesting the 5-star dragon born of Super Dragon Ball, the great priest also has an immortal body. At present, the immortal body of the great priest is similar to that of Zama's in the original work, while Bu's immortal body is not the same. In terms of effect, Bu's immortal body seems to be inferior to that of the great priest, but it also has advantages. Learning from each other's strengths is king, and if you can absorb the advantages of Bu's immortal body, the great priest's immortal body can also evolve. At this time, Bu shouted angrily, and his hands condensed a ball of energy. The volleyball-sized energy ball contains terrifying destructive power, enough to destroy the planet below in an instant. Die! The ball of energy condensed by Bu's hands was thrown towards the great priest. Facing the energy ball thrown by Bu, the official's eyes widened, and suddenly, the energy ball disappeared into invisibility. Seeing that his full energy ball was glared at by the great priest, Bu was also dumbfounded. Ignorant fat people are simply alive. Dr. Gro sneered. At this time, the great priest glared again. Hey? I can't move. Bu was discolored, he couldn't move at all at this time. The great priest stretched out his hand, his fingers hooked, and Bu couldn't help but fly in front of the great priest. Today, Bu has become a puppet of the great priest, and his every move is under the control of the great priest. Under the control of the great priest, Bu ripped off a piece from his stomach, and then wrapped the artist's left hand. The special substances that make up Bu can devour everything and have the immortal property of infinite regeneration. Feeling the change in his left hand, the great priest also had a deeper understanding of Bu's physique. The purple divine power turned into flames and emanated from the left hand of the great priest. In this purple flame, although the pink substance has the immortal property of infinite regeneration, it cannot withstand it. Soon, a piece of Bu's stomach that had been torn off had been turned into ashes by the great priest's divine power flame. Without a piece of substance, Bu can regenerate, but his physical strength and chi have some consumption. Purple divine power lingered around the great priest. At this moment, the great priest's body was also changing. Absorbing the physical advantages of Bu, the immortal body of the great priest is evolving. In less than 1 minute, the great priest's immortal body had evolved. There was no benefit from Bu's body, and the great priest also considered whether to kill Bu. It's a pity to kill Bu, maybe it will still work in the future. The great priest said in his heart. After thinking about it, the great priest decided not to kill Bu for the time being. At that moment, the great priest moved his hands, and a multiverse wormhole appeared, sucking the irresistible Bu in. Wormholes can travel through time and space. Cosmic wormholes can only travel in the cosmic universe, while multiverse wormholes can travel from one universe to another. The Great Priest used the multiverse wormhole to send Bu to the divine realm of the sixth universe, believing that Nilas and Nigus would receive him well. Because of the will of the Great Priest, the sixth universe he created also has to participate in the power conference, and the lack of masters in the sixth universe, one more Bu, is also a new force. Although the real purpose of the Great Priest in using the name of the king to hold the power conference was for the evil dragon, he also hoped that the power conference would be more exciting, preferably more exciting than the original. After seeing off Bu, the Grand Priest left the planet with Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro asked about Cyborg 17, and the Grand Priest learned that Cyborg 17 had not yet been manufactured. Separated from Dr. Gro, the Grand Priest headed for Earth. Since you have come to the seventh universe, you will also go to the Earth by the way. The Great Priest came to Earth with a single teleportation. Beerus, Elephant Paw, Bardos, and Ves are not on Earth, and the 20 contestants of the power conference have no time to taste food on Earth. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, favorites, recommendations. Chapter 71. Seventh Universe. Earth was originally an inconspicuous low planet in the Milky Way, because the Great Priest held a heavenly list competition in the Temple of the Earth and has become a well-known planet in the entire universe. The world's cuisine is diverse, and it deeply attracts powerful foodies such as Beerus. Coming to Earth, the Great Priest walked on the streets of the Western capital. The Great Priest made a small trick. Mortals could not see the aura behind his head, the gods could see, otherwise, there would be some small troubles. The setting of this world is very strange. Walking on the street with an animal head is nothing, and there is a halo behind the head that is eye-catching. Walking in this lively and prosperous Western capital, looking around, people come and go, and hovering magnetic cars are constantly shuttling. Most of the animal people, there are cat-headed people, wolf heads, fox heads, pig heads, rabbit heads, etc. In the southern part of the city, a kindergarten teaches Transfiguration. East District, high-rise buildings. No 18's home is on the outskirts of Zidu, and she and her brother have depended on her brother since she was a child. After making a circle in the western capital, the Great Priest teleported to No 18's home. There is a special room in the home of number 18, which has been transformed by the Great Priest with divine power, and when a person steps into the room, it will increase the gravity of the earth by 1 times every minute, and when it can't withstand it, it can be teleported out by saying a spell. Technology can create gravity chambers, but divine power is simpler. The end point of science is theology, and there are things that God does right and mortals do wrong. The room that had been transformed by the divine power of the Great Priest was still lit, and it was obvious that number 18 was cultivating. Indoors, the Earth's gravity is 30 times, and the 18th is sweating and cultivating. After holding on for a while, the 18th also reached the limit. She ate a fairy bean, HP and MP immediately returned to the upper limit, and she was energetic again. Having immortal beans helps too much for high-intensity cultivation. Today, the combat power of the 18th has exceeded 1 million. Being able to reach more than 1 million combat strength from an earthling with less than 5 combat effectiveness in a short period of time, in addition to No 18's talent is relatively good, there are also her efforts, of course, the help of the Great Priest is also indispensable. The Great Priest walked directly through the closed door and into the room. Any matter in this 7th universe can pass through without hindrance from the Great God. 30 times the gravity of the earth is terrifying for ordinary people, but the Great Priest is complete. Looking at number 18, who was working hard to cultivate, the Great Priest's eyes lit up. In order to facilitate cultivation, the number 18 shorts completely exposed the figure. The big place is big, the small place is small. Worthy of being the first beauty in Dragon Ball. The Great Priest got a little hard. As a normal man, there are needs, and the Great Priest is no exception. The predecessor of the great priest was an old place, guarding his body like jade for hundreds of millions of years. At this time, the 18th also discovered the great priest. As soon as he saw the great priest, number 18 was also more happy. In the heart of number 18, the status of the great priest is second only to number 17. Come, attack me with all your might, let me see how much progress you have made during this time. The grand priest said to number 18 with a smile. Number 18 also knew that the strength of the great priest was far above her, so she was not worried about accidentally injuring the great priest. At that moment, the great priest first restored the gravity of this room to normal, and then used his divine power to make an enchantment. Although it is only an enchantment that the great priest casually made, it cannot be broken with the current strength of number 18, even if the combat effectiveness of number 18 is increased by 10 times, it cannot be broken. A powerful aura erupted, and number 18 attacked the great priest with one punch. Number 18 doesn't have much practical experience, but her use of breath is just right. Dr. Gro makes artificial humans and can directly input various battle-related programs, so artificial humans have rich combat experience and can also analyze opponents, but number 18 failed to become an artificial human. She needs cultivation, and actual combat to provide combat experience. In the face of the attack of the 18th, the great priest casually resisted, casually saying her inadequacies. Under the guidance of the grand priest, No 18's combat experience became more and more rich. The great priest clasped No 18's hands with both hands, and a faint divine light emanated from his hands. At this moment, the great priest is helping number 18 stimulate his potential and unlock the gene lock. As an earthling, if the 18th wants to become strong in a short time, it can only start from the aspects of potential and gene locks. At this stage, the potential of number 18 is not great, far less than that of science, but as long as the gene lock is unlocked, the potential can be increased. The so-called potential, that is, the hidden power of the body, such as a child is pressed by a truck, and the mother without the power of a chicken can even push the truck away in a hurry, this is potential. It is not easy to awaken the potential, but the great priest can do it. Not only that, but he can also unlock the genetic lock. His hands were held by the great priest, and number 18 was a little shy, and his face was flushed. In just a few minutes, No 18's potential was fully activated, and her genetic lock was unlocked for the first time. How does it feel? The grand priest asked with a smile. Full of power, such a powerful force. The 18th marveled. Staring at number 18, the great priest couldn't hold on. Don't care, let's talk about it first. The big priest's heart was crossed, and he directly hugged number 18, and then. At first, number 18 was shocked and instinctively resisted, but she was very weak, and gradually, she also obeyed. At this time, number 18 had mixed feelings in his heart, and various emotions were mixed. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 72. Although number 18 shouted no, his body was very honest. After a brief period of pain, number 18 also became addicted, and gradually, she began to take the initiative. Alas, he himself has fallen. The great priest sighed in his heart. As a normal person, it is easy to fall with money and power, and the great priest can even create the universe, and it is normal to fall. After more than half an hour of fighting, the 18th could not bear it, and the great priest was released. To the surprise of the great priest, his essence actually changed No 18's physique, and also greatly increased No 18's combat effectiveness. Is there such a thing? The great priest was surprised. Now, No 18's mood is complicated, and she needs some time to get used to it. The next day, the grand priest took number 18 shopping, which can also be regarded as a date. Suddenly, the sky of the entire earth turned dark. What happened? Number 18 asked the grand priest curiously. Shenlong. The grand priest said. At this time, the great priest was a little surprised. The super Dragon Balls made by Salama no longer exist, and there are Dragon Balls made by Tenjin on Earth, and Nami Nemesis also has Dragon Balls. Although Boringa is devoured, the Nami Nemesis Grand Elder can continue to craft Dragon Balls. The reason why the Great Priest was a little surprised was because he used the Earth Dragon Ball to make Dr. Gro a planetary god. It stands to reason that the Earth Dragon Ball will be a stone within a year and can no longer be used, and now it is not a year, but someone is using it. Perhaps the fusion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe caused the Earth Dragon Ball to change from stone to Dragon Ball, or it may be made by the god Bike. The Legend of Dragon Ball. Number 18 widened his eyes. On the 18th, I have also heard the legend of the Dragon Ball, which is said to have 7 Dragon Balls scattered on the earth, and if you collect them, you can summon the dragon, and if you make a wish to the dragon, you can be fulfilled, and someone once became a king by making a wish to the dragon. Number 18 also looked for Dragon Ball, and she tried to find her brother by making a wish to the dragon, but unfortunately she couldn't find it. Let's go, let's take a look. The Grand Priest flew into the distance with the 18th. On the Temple of the Earth, the heavenly god Bike, his entourage, and Sun Wukong's 3 people. The dragon was summoned by Sun Wukong. When the Grand Priest and number 18 arrived, Sun asked Shenlong, how to become the god of Super Saiyan. Shenlong thought for a while, and was about to answer Sun Wukong's question, when he found that the Great Priest was coming, and he was immediately nervous. A god of destruction can kill the earth god half dead, and the appearance of the Great Priest almost scares this divine dragon to death. Lord Grand Priest. Shenlong was extremely nervous. Tenjin Vic was not too nervous, he had only respect and loyalty to the High Priest. Lord Grand Priest. Sun Wukong greeted warmly. You want to become a Super Saiyan god? The Grand Priest asked. Sun Wukong's question to Shenlong before was heard by the Great Priest. Yes, from Lord Beerus and Weiss knowing the existence of the Super Saiyan god, I wanted to ask the Divine Dragon. Monkey King said. To become a Super Saiyan god, you need the cooperation of 6 righteous Saiyans. 6 Saiyans with a righteous heart. 5 of whom gather the light of the righteous heart on one person, and that person can become a Super Saiyan god. Super Sai God also has a difference between strength and weakness, which is related to the strength of the shapeshifter and the strength of the 5 Saiyans who help the shapeshifter. For example, Sun Wukong is the first order of the super race, 5 ordinary Saiyans help him, the super race god he becomes will naturally have low combat effectiveness, and if Sun Wukong is the 3rd order of the super competition, and then there are 5 super race 3rd order to help him, the super race god that becomes is completely different from person to person, which the author of Dragon Ball has also said. It takes 6 Saiyans to cooperate? And the righteous Saiyan? Sun Wukong exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong frowned, he calculated, only his son Sun Gohan can help him, but there are still 4 left, his brother Raditz, and Broly, are not righteous Saiyans, and they are not on Earth, even if they can, there are still 2 left. You can go to planet Sherida. The Great Priest said casually to Sun Wukong. The 6th universe and the 7th universe merge, and the Saiyans of the original 6th universe are also in this universe, on the planet Sherida, also in the galaxy, but it is far from the Earth, and it will take a long time for the spacecraft at the speed of light to arrive. Planet Sherida? Saiyans from the former 6th universe? Monkey King can understand it at one point. If you want to go, I can help you. The Grand Priest said. Then trouble Lord Grand Priest. Sun Wukong said with a smile. At that moment, the Great Priest's fingers moved, and a cosmic wormhole appeared. Through the cosmic wormhole, you can go as far as this side of the universe to that side. Sun Wukong did not hesitate and immediately entered the cosmic wormhole. Shenlong, where is my brother? Number 18 asked Shenlong. Sorry, I don't know, but he's not dead. Shenlong replied. Shenlong's answer made number 18 a little disappointed. The great priest comforted number 18 and paid attention to Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong went to the planet Sherida, and there are many scions on the planet Sherida. Many have justice in their hearts. If they are willing to help Sun Wukong can become a super god. After thinking about it, the great priest's hand moved, and a mirror image appeared in the mid-air in front of him, showing the planet Sherida. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, favorites, recommendations. Chapter 73. A completely 3-dimensional mirror image appeared in mid-air in front of the Grand Priest, and the entire planet Sherida could be seen in full view. The Scion planet in the 7th universe is the planet Vegeta, which was destroyed by Frisia, but also at the behest of Beerus, while the Scion planet in the 6th universe is the planet Sherida and was not destroyed. Unlike the Scions of the 7th universe, the Scions of the 6th universe have no tail, and although they are a fighting people, they take it as their mission to maintain the peace of the universe. On the planet Sherida, the elite of the Scions form the Rays Guard. Through the cosmic wormhole of the Great Priest, Sun Wukong came to the planet Sherida. According to the Great Priest's thoughts, the mirror image in front of him changed. The entire planet Sherida can be viewed, and the changes in grass and trees can be very clear. The Great Priest locked his gaze on Sun Wukong, told Sun Wukong how to become a super god, and sent Sun Wukong to the planet Sherida, and the Great Priest could only help him get here. In fact, the Great Priest is also a little sure that he can help Sun Wukong become a super god, but his relationship with Sun Wukong is not very good, and there is no need to help Sun Wukong too much. On the planet Sherida, the Scions established a nation that ruled everything on the planet. Developed technology, high-rise buildings, spaceships, magnetic vehicles, etc. The Monkey King is flying towards the Scion country. Suddenly, a huge spaceship arrives in outer space on the planet Sherida, but it is Frisia's spaceship. The ship opens and Team Kinnet, Sob, and Frost appear. Frisia wasn't there. Dordoria is killed by Reg. First Broly, then Reg. Frisia estimated to be serious about cultivation. It is not surprising that Evresia, who hates the Scions, sends his men down to destroy the planet Sherida, but Frost's appearance is a bit of a surprise. Frost is a frozen demon of the former 6th universe, dressed as a good person, but in fact extremely vicious, and Frisia all the way, but his combat effectiveness is far less than Frisia. Now it seems that Frost is with Frost. Frost's combat power should be about 100 million, the 5-person combat power of the Kainuit team is more than 100,000, and Sob's combat power is about 80,000, so it is a crisis. The Great Priest thought to himself. The Great Priest is not too clear about the combat power of the Scions on the planet Sherida, but none of them should be able to become Super Scions, because they can't become giant apes without tails. In terms of time period, Gabe, Califra, and Kyr and others should not have been born yet, or just born. After all, they are younger than Son Gohan, who is only in the 1st grade of elementary school. The luck of the planet Sherida is really good enough. Tenjin Vic couldn't help but say. Indeed, the Great Priest sent Sun Wukong over, and Frisia's men went to make trouble. After the adjustment of Weiss, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds, and it is difficult to say how strong it is now, but there is no pressure to hang Frost. Is Monkey King's protagonist aura at work? It is logical to help the Scions of planet Sherida deal with Frisia's men, and afterwards let the Scions of planet Sherida help out, and become a super god. The Great Priest was secretly worried in his heart. Suddenly, the Great Priest thought of a possibility. In the original work, Vegeta taught Gabe to become a Super Scion, and after that, Gabe taught Califra and Kale. With the character of the Monkey King, he will definitely teach the Scions of planet Sherida, and then say the way to become a Super Scion, and if you don't make it possible to produce a lot of Super Scions on planet Sherida. Most of the Scions on planet Sherida should have a righteous heart, or even all of them. Although the strength of the Super Psi God varies from person to person, even the weakest Super Psi God is like the second killing demon Bu. With the situation of planet Sherida, coupled with Sun Wukong's personality, it is very likely, if nothing else, Sun Wukong will soon become a super god, but planet Sherida is estimated to produce a lot of super scions and super gods. The great priest was worried. By this time, Team Frost, Sob, and Kainuit had already carried hundreds of trash fish through the atmosphere and landed on the planet Sherida. All the scions on the planet Sherida were alarmed. The Monkey King fights alongside the scions on the planet Sherida. The mirror image made by the great priest with divine power can see the situation on the distant planet Sherida, but he cannot hear the sound. Judging from the picture, first Sun Wukong chatted with the Scion King of the planet Sherida, and then, Frost said something, Sob and Team Kainuit also spoke, and the Scion King of the planet Sherida looked angry, saber rattling, and the battle was imminent. Sun Wukong alone blocked Frost and hundreds of others, and it was obvious that Frost and the others had to defeat him first if they wanted to make a move against the scions of planet Sherida. Hey, the protagonist's aura is different. You can pretend, and you can sell personal favors to the scions of planet Sherida, and then it is logical to let the scions of planet Sherida help transform into a super scion. The great priest muttered in his heart. It seems that even if the 6th universe and the 7th universe are fused, Sun Wukong is still the protagonist. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 74. The battle on the planet Sherida has begun. Frost crosses his hands in front of him and does not shoot, while the Kainud Team 5 and Sob join forces to besiege the Monkey King. Sun Wukong fought 1 against 6 in the normal state, but he was at ease, obviously not exerting his full strength. Gerdo's superpowers can stop time for a short time, but it is useless to deal with too much combat power than him. When Gerdo used superpowers against Sun Wukong, it was completely useless. Obviously Sun Wukong's combat power was far above Gerdo. Bart, who is known as the fastest in the universe, can't keep up with Sun Wukong. Don't beat him very badly. Guys, Likum, the transformed Sob, and Kinayu, are all on the downside. Seeing that Sun Wukong had the upper hand with 1 enemy and 6, Kainu and the others were surprised. Frost couldn't believe it, and the scions of planet Sherida were also wide-eyed. Suddenly, Kainu made his trick, which was to exchange bodies, or it could become a soul-shifting method, exchanging himself with someone else's soul, so that the body was also exchanged. Kainu's current body is also exchanged by him and people. Monkey King was too careless and was hit by the light emitted from Kainu's body. Seeing that the body was about to be swapped, Sun Wukong became a super race. In 1 second, Sun Wukong became the first order of the super race. Another 1 second, Sun Wukong became the second order of the super race. It became the second order of the super competition, and Sun Wukong's combat power suddenly soared to 100 times the normal. Kainu's body exchange ability is also related to combat effectiveness, and when the combat power surpasses him too much, it is useless. Otherwise, why doesn't he exchange his body with Frisia to try? In fact, Sun Wukong can become the first order of the super race, and it is too wasteful to deal with Kainu with the second order of the super competition. When Sun Wukong became the second order of the super competition, it was completely overwhelming, and Team Kainuit and Sob were abused very badly, and there was no way to fight back. Frost made a move. He has 3 transformations, directly 3 changes, but the combat power is only about 100 million, which is not Sun Wukong's opponent at all. There is no suspense in this battle. Sun Wukong did not kill, but let Frost and the others leave the planet Sherida. In the original book, Frisia killed Sun Hao's friend Klin, and Sun Wukong became a super scion first order out of anger, claiming that he would kill Frisia no matter how much he begged for mercy, but then took the initiative to let Frisia go. If not for Frisia's death, he could have left Nami Nemesis intact. Under the overwhelming combat power of Sun Wukong, the Special and others left the planet Sherida. The protagonist like the Monkey King is the most annoying. The great priest secretly said in his heart. In the original work, although Sun Wukong is the protagonist, the great priest does not like it, but prefers Baik, Raditz, Vegeta, etc. Although I don't like Sun Wukong's style, it is undoubtedly best to be friends with Sun Wukong, and it is most dangerous to be friends with Frisia, and as soon as there is a benefit, he will betray in minutes. Hey! The great priest was stunned, but he saw Gabe, Karavra, and Kyle from the mirror image in front of him. Now in this timeline, the three of Gabe should not have been born yet. Even if you are born, you should drink milk. But they all look 15 or 16 years old. It must be the fusion of the 6th universe and the 7th universe that caused some confusion in the timeline. The great priest thought to himself. The fusion of the two universes and the timeline are also normal. Everything went as the Grand Priest expected, as the Monkey King drove away Frisia's minions, and the scions of planet Sherida were grateful to him, and curious about his transformation. Califra couldn't help but be the first to ask Sun Wukong for tips on turning into a Super Saiyan. When Son Goku says how to become a Super Saiyan, Califra begins to try, failing twice, and succeeding the third time. Compared to Califra, Gabe and Kale were a little more difficult, but it didn't take long for them to succeed. Seeing Califra, Gabe, and Kair successively become Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong was also surprised. After that, Planet Sherida selected 5 Scions to help Sun Wukong become a super god. In addition to Gabe, Califra, and Kale, there is Califra's older brother, and the Scion King of the planet Sherida, 5 people, and Son Goku hand in hand. 6 Scions held hands in a circle. 3 Super Scions of the first rank, and 2 Scions, all of whom have a righteous heart, and Sun Wukong also has a righteous heart. When the light of the righteous hearts of Gabe and the other 5 converged on Sun Wukong's body changed. The Super Sai God is born. I saw that Sun Wukong's hair turned red, the expression on his face was extremely calm, but his body was thin, and his body was full of flame-like divine breath. Becoming a super god, Sun Wukong also entered the realm of gods. Witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation into a super god, all the scions in the planet Sherida were surprised. Tenjin Baik, his entourage, and the number 18 widened their eyes. It's far from the original, there are 6/10 of Beerus in the original book, and now there are 3/10 of this situation that I lose. The great priest said in his heart. The same super gods are also changed by Sun Wukong, and the reason why there is a gap is different from person to person. Although it is not as good as the original, it is also a super race god, and through cultivation, it can become super race blue. After watching what happened to planet Sherida, the great priest moved casually, causing the mirror image in front of him to disappear. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, favorites, recommendations. Chapter 75. Son Goku has become a super race god, give him time. Becoming Super Race Blue is not a problem, in comparison, Vegeta is far behind. The great priest was worried. Now, Vegeta should have become Nappa's younger brother, with the normal combat power of 1 million, which is considered a big god to lose, and he has survived a metamorphic Super Saiyan, and he can't even change the first order of the Super Saiyan. There were still some days before the power conference, and the great priest was thinking about how to relieve the boredom. Suddenly, the great priest's heart moved, but he thought of the Dragon Ball. Since Super Dragon Ball is gone, the great priest can try to make Super Dragon Ball. Since the Dragon God Salama can, the great priest may not be unable to do it. First, Boranga fused into the aura of the great priest, and then he digested the evil 5-star dragon produced by the Super Dragon Ball, and it was possible to create a Super Dragon Ball, and if he went to the universe he created, the possibility was even greater. Dragon Ball is still quite powerful at times. If the Super Dragon Ball is not destroyed, the Divine Dragon can fulfill various wishes, many wishes even the Dragon God Salama is afraid that it will not be realized, but the divine dragon made by Salama can. For example, the earth dragon made by celestial god Vic can make people immortal and resurrect, etc., but celestial god Vic cannot do it. Okay, that's it. The great priest said in his heart. At that moment, the great priest left the earth with a teleport of the 18th, came to the edge of the universe, and headed for the 6th universe. Where are we going? Number 18 asked curiously. This is the 7th universe, let's go to the 6th universe. The grand priest said to number 18. No, 18's understanding of the universe is very shallow, so the great priest also said more. At present, there are a total of 12 universes, which may decrease or increase in the future, except for the 6th universe and the 7th universe special. The remaining 10 universes add up to 13 is relative. For example, the 1st universe and the 12th universe add up to 13, so it is relative, and there are the 2nd universe and the 11th universe, the 3rd universe and the 10th universe, etc. Listening to the explanation of the great priest, number 18 also had a cognition. Soon, the great priest came to the 6th universe with the 18th. After all, it was you created by the great priest, and in the 6 universes, he had a feeling of being in control of everything. The great priest created super dragon balls in the 6th universe, and the success can be even greater. Regarding the substance of the dragon ball, the great priest also has one. I saw that the aura behind the head of the great priest turned into a white hole, emitting energy, and the energy was converted into matter. Black holes can devour various substances and convert them into energy, while white holes are the opposite, erupting energy to convert into various substances, including materials from Dragon Ball. With the material, it condenses into a dragon ball as large as 7 planets, and then forms an illusory dragon with divine power. A huge dragon spanning tens of thousands of galaxies binds 7 dragon balls. Everything is easy to say, but it is difficult to operate. Super dragon balls can be crafted, but the effect is certainly not as good as those made by Salama. But at least half of the super dragon balls made by Salama, or even 6 or 7/10 of 10, but it is limited to the 6th universe, and unless it is recognized, it can affect the remaining 11 universes. The great priest thought while making super dragon balls. The dragon ball made by Salama has been patented and recognized. In the universe created by the great priest, the super dragon balls he created can be used, but other universes do not recognize it. Other universes do not occur naturally. There are also creators, maybe all kings. If all kings create other universes, then the super dragon balls created by the great priest must be recognized by all kings. Follow the great priest and witness the great priest making super dragon balls, like a huge divine dragon spanning tens of thousands of galaxies, and the 18th was shocking. For number 18, the shock was too strong, like an ant seeing the vast starry sky. It took more than half an hour, and 9 out of 10 of his divine power was consumed, and the great priest made 7 super dragon balls. These 7 super dragon balls look exactly the same as those made by Salama. The size, material, and use are also divine words, and they are also sent by me, but the divine dragon is different, but the celestial dragon like the earth dragon, but it is golden. Fortunately, in the 6th universe, if in other universes, the great priest cannot create super dragon balls, at most, he will make the same as Nami Nemesis. Having the support of a universe is not the same. Looking at the super dragon balls as big as the 7 planets in front of him, the great priest was thinking about how to get the approval of the remaining 11 universes. After thinking about it, the great priest had an idea. The gods of the other 11 universes use this super dragon ball to make wishes, and the wish is limited to the 6th universe, but it can also be slightly recognized by the universe to which the god of the wish belongs, and it will be fully recognized in the long run, but not mortals. For example, the apex gods of the 7th universe such as Beerus, Xiongpa, Xin, and Dopura come to the 6th universe, use the super dragon ball created by the great priest to make a wish, and the wish is fulfilled, then, the 7th universe will recognize a little, the number of times, will be fully recognized. At that time, the scope of the Super Dragon Ball's wish is not limited to the 6th universe, but includes the 7th universe. It's not that the gods of the 11 universes outside the 6th universe are useless to make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball made by the Great Priest. As long as you make a wish in the 6th universe, the wish is limited to the 6th universe, and the dragon can do it, the wish can be fulfilled. Because the Super Dragon Balls created by the Great Priest must also be divine language, it can only be used by gods, not by mortals. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels.